Pokemon. The starter Pokemon is Agumon. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 201 Kikuno Surprise, a new round of summons. Boom! With the sound of wind and a slightly dull landing sound, the blue-eyed double explosion dragon landed steadily on the ground, and Qingliu jumped off the dragon's back. Hearing the movement, the old woman slowly turned around and her eyes fell on Qingliu. After Qingliu felt the other party's gaze, he bowed slightly. "Nice to meet you. My name is Qingliu. Thank you very much for your help, Ms. Kikuno." The old lady looked a little surprised. "It's just a small favor. I heard that there were members of the poaching organization that escaped, so I came here first. But I didn't expect that after not showing up in public for so long, someone would recognize me. Of course, after all, you are the four heavens of the Sinnoh region." "Stop." Hearing this, Kikuno quickly raised his hand to interrupt. "I have long since given up on this title, but those old guys just don't let me retire and concentrate on pursuing a stronger level. If there were no good seedlings emerging in Sinnoh in the past 2 years, I would have wanted to open those old guys' heads to see what's the point of making an old woman like me run around all day. Mom, cough cough, so shameless." Hearing this barrage of complaints, Qingliu lowered her head slightly in embarrassment, trying to control her facial expression. The person in front of her was quite different from the kind of old lady in her impression, and she didn't know if it was because of the timeline. The future Sinnoh region can be said to be full of talents. Could it be that because of this incident, seeing the hope of retirement, his mood and mentality have also improved? However, this kind of thing must not be asked. Since the other party did not want to mention the four heavenly kings, Qingliu naturally skipped this sensitive topic. After a few simple chats, Kikuno told the purpose of this trip. "Knowing that the Gaia Minashi was in trouble, I came here specially." Hearing this, Qingliu remembered the problem of Miss Junsha at Zinky Lake, and hurriedly said, "Ms. Kikuno, I'm afraid you need to help Dr. Yamanashi. Don't worry, I have sent the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus, it's okay." After Kikuno said, it seemed that he was worried that Qingliu was worried, and added, "That kid is a little stronger than this kid." Following the direction pointed by Kikuno, Qingliu's eyes fell on the Scorpion King, who had just solved 3 Pokemon with 3 moves, including 2 Quasi-Gods and an Adult Jengar, and then shot down the spaceship with 1 blow and flew back again. The information about its illustrated book also appeared in front of him. Race, Scorpion King, level 57. Horizontal ellipsis. If you are stronger than the level 57 Scorpion King, you will be able to solve 98% of the problems in the Sinnoh region. There is really no need to worry. Gen A. And when Qingliu and Kikuno were talking, after landing, Scorpion King's eyes were fixed on Blue Eye's twin blasting dragon, and his golden vertical pupils seemed to be eager to try. Blue Eye's twin blasting dragon, sensing the opponent's intention, was naturally not afraid of it due to its arrogant character. Even if the opponent's level showed a trend of crushing, it did not retreat at all, and even took a step forward, with a light flashing in its blue eyes. And Tyrannomon, who had also been paying attention to the situation outside, was also shaking its Poké Ball slightly at this moment, as if it would come out to help if there was a fight. Qingliu was a little helpless. These two guys have been together for a long time, and they have been influenced by each other unconsciously. Tyrannomon is bold and not afraid of anyone. As long as the order comes, he will start fighting immediately. Blue Eye's double blasting dragon has a bad temper. If anyone shows what it considers provocation or bad intentions, it will immediately switch to fighting mode. In short, one is a reckless man with some brains but not much, and the other is a dynamite that will explode at any time. Qingliu quickly comforted them and signaled them to stay calm. Kikuno, who was watching the whole process quietly at the side, first looked at the flashing Poké Ball in Qingliu's hand with some surprise. Then he looked at Blue Eye's double blasting dragon, which was still in the cycle of "Why are you looking at me? What's wrong with me looking at you? Try looking at me again, try it with Scorpio King," and a smile appeared on his face. Interesting. Kikuno found that even with her experience, she had no impression of the Pokemon in front of her, and it was the first time she had seen such a large Pokemon, except for the Whale King. According to the traces of the battle just now and the current posture, this Pokemon is not the type that is not very suitable for fighting like the Whale King. After all, Dragon-type or dragon-shaped Dragon-type Pokémon have good fighting talents. It's no wonder that Scorpio King, who is a little obsessed with fighting, would keep staring at the other party, even knowing that the opponent's level is very different, he still wants to fight. It is recognizing the fighting talent and ability of this Pokémon. Especially just now, Scorpio King showed the fighting power of the 4 Heavenly Kings. Knowing this condition, this silver-white dragon Pokémon still did not have any fear or stage fright. Instead, it seemed that it was ready to take action immediately without the trainer. Even the Pokémon in the Poké Ball looked very eager to come out and do the same thing. Kikuno, who has been one of the 4 Heavenly Kings for more than 20 years, can naturally tell that these 2 Pokémon are not bluffing, but really mean it. Knowing that there is a tiger in the mountain, you still go to the Tiger Mountain. This couldn't help but make her heart, which has always been calm about things other than the 4 Heavenly Kings, slowly rise with a trace of curiosity. Could it be that he has the confidence to fight Scorpio King with all his strength? Combined with the boy's serious but not anxious or urgent mood, and his decisiveness when he came towards her, it seemed that he really had a trump card. Kikuno's expression was full of interest, and a trace of admiration slowly emerged. She didn't care whether Aowagi's trump card could really compete with Scorpio King. She didn't care that he didn't fear and dare to fight against a powerful opponent, but instead had an attitude of I dare to beat you if you dare to come, which was very worthy of praise. In recent years, due to various reasons, there are too few potential trainers appearing and active in the Sinnoh region, so few that it has seriously affected a retirement plan. And she can be sure that Aowagi is a newcomer who has never appeared in the public eye in the past 2 years, otherwise it is unreasonable for her, a trainer who pays attention to the younger generation, to not remember such an unusual trainer. Unexpectedly, she met one so easily when she went out to save that guy Yamanashi. Suddenly I feel that being swept to a deserted island by Lugia is not so unacceptable. Thinking of this, Kikuno smiled and shook his head, then waved his hand at Scorpio and said, "You kid, you always like to stare at others. I have told you many times that this is very impolite behavior. Apologize." Scorpio immediately lowered his head when he heard this, and bowed slightly to Blue Eyes Twin Blasting Dragon and Aowagi. After seeing that Scorpio had given in, Blue Eyes Twin Blasting Dragon raised his head with disdain, looking down from above. Seeing this, Aowagi somewhat helplessly shrank the Poké Ball of Tyrannosaurus, and at the same time took Blue Eyes Twin Blasting Dragon back into the Poké Ball. "Sorry to make you laugh. No, it's just Scorpio's personality problem, and I think the 2 in your hands are very interesting." When Qingliu was a little surprised that he even noticed Tyrannomon, Kikuno smiled kindly and asked, "Qingliu, have you ever thought about taking those 2 children to participate in the Lily of the Valley conference?" The topic changed so quickly that Qingliu pondered for a moment and said, "I have made an appointment with others to participate in this year's Lily of the Valley conference, but I only have 1 badge so far." "That's good. That's good." After hearing that Qingliu was ready to participate and had already challenged the gym, Kikuno's smile became brighter, but he quickly realized that his words were somewhat ambiguous, and he coughed twice and said slowly, "With your current strength, it is not difficult to pass 8 gyms and collect badges, but don't forget to get along happily with Pokemon, and subdue and cultivate the minimum 6 Pokemon required to participate in the conference." "I will." Qingliu nodded. Now he already has Tyrannosaurus, Blue Cotton, Blue Eyes Double Blasting Dragon and Whirlwind. The number has reached 4, and he only needs to summon 2 more in the next period of time. And there is a place nearby that meets the panel summoning conditions. That is, the residence of the legendary Pokemon, the gods of the lake, Heart Lake. Chapter 202 The 7th Summoning, 2-in-1. The back hill of Yamanashi Research Institute. With the sound of heavy footsteps, the ground continued to shake. The Pokemon around felt a movement and quickly ran away before the other party approached. Without the obstruction of these Pokemon, the huge figure, more than 2 meters tall, with a pair of snow-white and thick tusks, looking like a mammoth but with a standard pig nose, moved faster and faster. On its broad back, Qingliu sat cross-legged quietly, and Kikuno sat in front of it near the head, seeming to be talking about something. After a while, Kikuno slowly turned around and said, "Ivory Pig said that he has smelled the scent of Super Iron Tyrannosaurus. Yamanashi should be there too." Qingliu looked at the Pokemon under his seat and nodded. The blue illustration flashed in front of him. Race, Ivory Pig, level, 45. Status, has smelled the scent of his companions and is running without hesitation. Horizontal ellipsis. Originally, in order to get to Zinky Lake as quickly as possible, Qingliu suggested that the Blue Eyes Double Explosion Dragon take them there. After all, flying is much more convenient. But soon, because there was no contact information for Dr. Yamanashi and Ms. Junsha, and there was no map of the area, they gave up. Fortunately, Ms. Kakuno still had an ivory pig with a pig nose but a mammoth and a sense of smell like a cat dog. Although it took some time to find it in the early stage, with a level of 50 as the base, their progress was not slow. However, after more than 10 minutes, the frequency of the 4 elephant legs of the ivory pig slowed down, and even the smiling face that had been showing when running was restrained at this moment, and the expression was even more solemn. I saw that the towering trees that had been continuous around me were now like being broken by some terrifying force, and they lay densely on the ground, which was also the reason why the ivory pig slowed down. And this was not the most shocking thing. The most terrifying thing was that after walking a few dozen meters forward, suddenly, in the lush green forest, a completely empty area appeared. The flowers, plants and trees had all disappeared, leaving only a wasteland and a few tree stumps. Qingliu frowned as he looked at the incomplete and even mostly jagged fracture surfaces. Almost every stump was like this, which meant that it was not caused by felling or other tools, but was directly broken by something with terrifying power. And Kakuno, who was standing next to him, seemed to be used to it. It was done by Amrito. Qingliu was silent for a moment and asked, "Is it the aftermath of the battle?" "Yes, it is likely." Kakuno nodded and said, "Generally speaking, the lake gods in the Sinnoh region have very good tempers and are unlikely to take the initiative to destroy. These are most likely the energy that exploded when it took action." At this point, Kakuno couldn't help but sigh. "It's really terrifying." Qingliu glanced around again. Indeed. Just the aftermath, and Qingliu knew it was the aftermath of the attack from Amrito's soul body, was enough to flatten this area of hundreds of meters. The power of the move was simply unimaginable. Even if Baruman, after its level had skyrocketed, used those superimposed energy-absorbing moves similar to the Great Desolation Sutra, not to mention the range, the effect would probably be far from the damage caused by such aftermath. While Qingliu was still carefully observing with the panel and scanning the surroundings, Kakuno looked at the scene in front of him and whispered something as if he was mumbling or puzzled. In recent years, the strength of these guys has become stronger and stronger. Hearing this, Qingliu's expression instantly became serious. He quickly asked, "Ms. Kakuno, what did you mean by what you just said?" Kakuno slowly turned her head and looked at Aowagi with some confusion. "What's wrong? Are these guys you are talking about the legendary Pokemon?" "Yes." Seeing the other party's confirmation, Aowagi quickly asked, "What about what you just said about the legendary Pokemon having changed in recent years? Do you mean that it is a side feedback that the situation a few years ago is different from now? Can you tell me in detail?" Although Kakuno was a little confused about Aowagi's question, he chose to answer seriously to this young man who had just met but had good potential and was willing to make friends. "Yes, when I was young and had just won the Lily of the Valley tournament that year and began to officially challenge the seat that could not be retired, I heard the 4 Heavenly Kings at that time mention some things. Some of them defeated one of the 3 sacred mushrooms, and someone sealed a legendary Pokemon in the harsh volcano in the north. But since the last 10 years, it seems that the world has changed a little bit. There are fewer and fewer cases of defeating legendary Pokemon. In the last 5 years, there has been no news of any. There are even reports of the 4 Heavenly Kings being killed instantly by legendary Pokemon in the Hon and Kanto regions." At this point, Kakuno remembered the scene when she encountered Lugia before. Even she, a veteran of the 4 Heavenly Kings who could not retire, had no ability to parry or resist when facing the opponent. This was completely inconsistent with the information provided by the Johto region at the beginning. Combined with the current performance of Enrito and Lakeheart, this made Kakuno doubtful. Not to mention defeating Lugia, she was almost unsure whether she could defeat one of the lake gods. After listening to Kakuno's story, Aowagi nodded and said nothing more. This made Kakuno curious about the difference in Qingliu's reaction before and after, but after careful consideration, he said, "This may be just my illusion, or the overall level of trainers nowadays is getting lower, which leads to the idea that the other party is getting stronger. You don't need to spend time on these issues. I understand," Qingliu replied. But in his heart, he has slowly had deeper thoughts. Combined with Lugia's words at that time, they are getting stronger as the world gets stronger, which shows that Kakino's feeling is not wrong. The current trainers are not getting weaker, but they are improving too fast, so fast that they exceed the normal value increase ratio in so many years, which leads to this illusion. And it seems that they are not satisfied with the speed and are still eager to get stronger. As the mythical beasts of the world's rules, Qingliu looks up at the sky. At this moment, in addition to the increasingly urgent idea of wanting to get stronger in his heart, Qingliu suddenly feels there seems to be an invisible hand above his head. Maybe the target of this hand is not him, but he is also within the coverage of this hand. Except for the Sinnoh region, have evil organizations in other regions already realized their plans and started to take action? Or are they aliens? Thinking of this, Qingliu slowly retracted his gaze and looked at Kakino in front of him, silently making a decision in his heart. On the way, the ground destroyed by the aftermath of Enrido's attack became cleaner and flatter, and the speed of the tusk pig was getting faster and faster. After a while, they came to the edge of a huge lake. At this moment, a cordon has been set up around Zinky Lake, and police officers with caterpillars are stationed at a distance with solemn expressions. Qingliu has seen most of these police officers at the entrance of the Yamanashi Research Institute, or has been surrounded by them, so he can be considered to know them. In addition, the figure standing next to Qingliu is the 4 heavenly kings of the Sinnoh region, one of the 5 most powerful forces in the Sinnoh alliance, and the one who has served for the longest time. The moment everyone present saw it, their faces became extremely respectful. Almost every time they saw Kakino passing by, they would greet him very formally and with a little admiration, and Kakino nodded in response with a normal expression. Only Aowagi, who was walking behind, could not help watching Miss Kakino's tightly clenched hands and the slight twitching of her mouth after each greeting. Especially after a certain young-looking newcomer saluted quite formally and said loudly, "Thank you very much for coming to the 4 heavenly kings, Ms. Kakino." All the nearby police officers repeated loudly. Especially these guys who were originally loud said in unison. At that scene, Aowagi could already feel the murderous aura slowly emerging from Ms. Kakino. After 2 seconds of silence for the lovely police officer, Aowagi quickly followed the pace of Ms. Kakino, who no longer responded to the greeting, and came to Dr. Yamanashi and Miss Junsha. At this moment, the sun rock and the moonstone were floating in the air. Dr. Yamanashi nodded to Aowagi first, then looked at Kakino who was standing in front of him. "Thank you for this time." Humph. Kakino did not reply, but snorted coldly and left directly, leaving Dr. Yamanashi with a speechless face and Miss Junsha staring at each other with a confused look. "What's happening to Miss Kakino?" Miss Junsha looked at the scene and asked after a moment's hesitation. "Don't worry about her, it's an old problem." Dr. Yamanashi naturally knew the bad temper of this old friend. He knew what happened without asking, so he skipped the question and said, "Aowagi, how are you doing?" "Thanks to Ms. Kakino's help, everything has been resolved." Aowagi pointed to the 3 Pokemon hanging on the ivory pig and a short-haired woman wearing a windbreaker. In addition, the invisible spaceship has also been destroyed by Ms. Kakino, but there are too many people on it, so it's not convenient to bring it here. Dr. Yamanashi nodded and said, "In this way, all the participants in this incident have been caught." Following the direction of Dr. Yamanashi's finger, Aowagi saw the handcuffed Kakino, and several Pokemon suppressed on the ground by a rhino-shaped Pokemon with 2 huge sharp horns on its head, which looked a bit like a drilling rig in a shield machine. And a few white bags on the side. The bags were bulging, obviously filled with something. According to the shape of the bag, it can be distinguished that there is a human and 3 Pokemon inside. K and his 3 Pokemon who were free and unrestrained, when we found them, they were all dead. Dr. Yamanashi said slowly. "This is what they deserve. They actually wanted to do something to the legendary Pokemon in Zinky Lake. It's just wishful thinking." Miss Junsha glanced at the bags coldly. For this guy who caused huge commotion and huge losses, almost got Dr. Yamanashi kidnapped, and made her lose her job in future, being killed directly by a legendary Pokemon did not relieve her anger at all. But then she thought of the position she represented, and such remarks might cause a bad influence, so she bowed to the 2 and left. The nearby police officers were being transferred by Miss Junsha to deal with various matters one after another, and Ms. Kakino, who was in a bad mood, had completely disappeared. Only Aowagi and Dr. Yamanashi were left around, and the topic of the 2 naturally returned to more personal issues. "How is it going?" Blue Eyes White Dragon's evolution. The evolution process went smoothly. Thank you very much for your help, Doctor. Qingliu said seriously. You're welcome. I just did something that I should have done. Besides, your success also represents my success. The theory of morphological evolution is very important to me at this stage. By the way, how did it perform after evolution? Dr. Yamanashi asked curiously. The combat power has reached an unimaginable level. It is basically comparable to a Dragonite of the same level that has been slightly affected by acquired development. That's good. Dr. Yamanashi nodded with great satisfaction. When entering the information of Blue Eyes White Dragon's illustrations, Qingliu said that it can evolve at least 3 times. Now it can reach the level of a half-step Quasi-God in one time. The level that can be achieved after the second and third times is simply unimaginable. It is just around the corner to surpass the perfectly developed Quasi-God and be comparable to the legendary Pokémon. At this moment, Dr. Yamanashi seemed to have seen a bright future, and a smile slowly emerged on his expressionless face. Afterwards, he and Professor Yamanashi asked each other a few questions, deepening the discussion of morphological evolution and the development of necessary questions. Qingliu took advantage of the fact that there was no one around and went to a corner alone, looking at the endless Zinky Lake in front of him. Since I saw the hidden fourth lake, the Spring of Farewell, this is the first time I have seen such a wide and peaceful lake. As he spoke, Qingliu opened the panel. Lines of small blue words popped up quickly. Ancient traces detected. Start exploration, exploring, target detected, Zinky Lake, target locked, exploring, exploration progress. 0%, 17%, 48%, 79%, 100%, the progress bar quickly charged, and the interface changed accordingly. Exploration completed, can be summoned, summoning target, random, yes no. Qingliu stopped, glanced around to see that there was no one, and after confirming with the Pokédex that there were no Pokémon, he clicked yes. If it was a Digimon, he would just capture it. If it was something else, he would put it in with a divine plan on his palm. Anyway, there was still a piece of time Digizoid inside, so he didn't have to worry about which choice was made. As Qingliu confirmed, a moment later, the blue words appeared again. Confirmed summon target, Digimon Digi-Egg, summoning. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 203, The Bad Seed of the Cunning Beast's Dark Energy Accumulation, 2-in-1. Looking at the small blue words on the panel, Qingliu was stunned for a moment. Kingman? What is it? Qingliu fell into deep thought. It was not until he recalled all the Digimon-related memories in his mind as much as possible, and then Qingliu remembered the general information of the other party. This is a Digimon with a body very similar to the appearance of Mud and Mud in the Pokemon world. The difference is that Mud is purple liquid, while Kingman's body is yellow liquid, and its body is more petite, and its eyes are bright red. It is also a bit similar to the slime and Western fantasy novels. Overall, its appearance is acceptable, but its evolved form does not seem to be too friendly. The most impressive is the mature form of Mud after Kingman has evolved twice. As the name suggests, the muscles of the whole body dissolve and emit a foul smell, like a ball of mud crawling around. After further evolution, it becomes the worst of the worst rare Mud, with a mouth on its head and mouth all over its body. The only advantage may be that it stinks to the extreme, and even the ultimate form does not want to see it. Yes, not encountered but seen, it is so serious that even the ultimate form will feel sick. Except for the Mud, the only mainstream evolutionary route left should be Doberman if I remember correctly. Qingliu still has a certain impression of this more recognizable dog named Beast. Although he has forgotten what the perfect form is, he still vaguely remembers several of its evolutionary routes. Plutomon, who rules the underworld with terror and violence, and Anubismon, the guide of the dead in ancient Egyptian mythology, with a human body and a jackal head, are two relatively normal ultimate forms. Apart from these two, the other more difficult one is the four sacred beasts evolution chain. The mature Doberman evolves into the perfect form and becomes Summon, one of the 12 generals under the seat of White Digimon. If it evolves further, it can theoretically become any of the four sacred beasts. That is, Azure Dragonman, White Digimon, Suzacuman and Black Tortoisamon. It can be said that this route has great potential. After all, the gold content of the 4 sacred beasts is not comparable to that of ordinary Digimon. There is another evolutionary route, which is the original ultimate, the ancient Sphinx, one of the legendary 10 warriors Digimon who defeated Luciman and saved the ancient digital world. The 10 warriors and the 4 holy beasts, the batch of Digimon at the top of the pyramid of the Digimon world. Thinking of this, Qingliu couldn't help but feel a little curious. If he could really overcome those harsh conditions and evolve to that level, becoming one of the 4 holy beasts or one of the 10 warriors and descending into the Pokemon world, from the perspective of the average combat power of Digimon exceeding the average combat power of the Pokemon world, what level could he reach? A first level god? Or the top batch except Arceus? Qingliu felt a little bit of anticipation. As long as it's not Mudman, no matter which one it is, it can have good combat power. Qingliu whispered to himself, watching the panel in front of him gradually shatter into blue light dots, and finally rotated in front of him, turning into a blue space channel connecting to the void. Qingliu then stepped back a few steps. The last time I summoned an egg, it was the 3rd time I summoned the legendary White Stone. At that time, the Blue Eyes White Dragon rolled out directly from the passage. If I hadn't acted quickly, I might have had to take it with such a handsome face. Although the size of the digital egg is unlikely to be the same as the legendary White Stone, it is always better to be prepared. Qingliu stared at the passage quietly. As time passed, the blue light began to flash violently, and the frequency became faster and faster, until a digital egg with a diameter of 10 to 20 centimeters and a large area of bright yellow on the egg fell out and landed steadily on the ground. The blue panel converged again, and everything returned to calm. Except, there was an extra egg on the ground. Qingliu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there was no problem like last time. After a short wait, Qingliu's eyes fell on the digital egg, and the illustration panel quickly popped up. Race, Trichurman, classification, slime Pokemon, attributes, evil, poison, features, soft and poisonous body. It has a soft body that can resist and reduce some physical damage, and it can release toxins through physical contact. Level 0, exclusive moves, none, mastered moves, none, race value, life, attack, defense, special defense, speed, intimacy, 0, status, unborn, hatching time, information summary. This Pokemon can flexibly use its slime-like body to perform various actions and crawl on the ground. The material that makes up its body has a strong toxin, and it can spit out bubbles with strong toxicity from its mouth. Even powerful enemies will be scared away by the toxin. Qingliu looked at the panel and frowned gradually. Most of Trichurman's panel data were similar to what he had originally guessed and predicted. There was nothing too extreme. The only thing that was a little strange was the 2 question mark columns. Generally speaking, the basic race values of Pokemon in the Pokemon world have been set, and the panel can be easily listed. Even Digimon will be carefully divided by the panel. Agumon, Tyrannosaurus, Earth Tyrannosaurus, Blue Eyes White Dragon, Double Blasting Dragon and Baruman are all clearly listed, but when it comes to Qingliu, there are only question marks. This is completely inconsistent with normal logic and the authority of the panel so far. Another is the hatching time. The hatching time of Bluebird and Blue Eyes White Dragon was very accurate, even to the minute and second. Although Bluebird had some problems, it was later proved that it was due to its own problems rather than the panel. So, is this time also due to the egg itself? Qingliu suddenly felt that summoning an egg was also a troublesome thing. 2 consecutive times were confusing starts, and the process and reasons were all guessed by himself based on the information he got. Qingliu couldn't help but pinch his eyebrows and sighed softly. It really consumes energy. After saying that, he walked forward and slowly squatted down. He didn't have much time to think about this and that now. This was Lake Zinki, and there were Professor Yamanashi, Miss Junsha, Kikuno, and the legendary Pokemon in the lake. It would be better to wait until he had time to study the specific details. I just don't know whether it was the Poké Ball that worked or the divine plan that worked. Qingliu took out the Poké Ball from his pocket with his left hand and pressed the switch. His right hand showed the pattern of the divine plan and stretched out his left and right hands at the same time. The next second, the red light that shot out from the Poké Ball disappeared directly. Qingliu was not too surprised about this. There was indeed no scene in his memory where a Poké Ball could hold an egg. It's up to you. Qingliu gently put his right hand on it. Buzz! A faint voice sounded in his ears, and the Digimon of the Digimon lit up with a holy light, illuminating the entire body of the Digimon, and a faint feeling of inhalation came. This was exactly the same feeling he had when he had the Digimon of time before. Just when Qingliu was about to act according to this feeling, the Digimon of the Digimon suddenly moved. A slight tremor. Qingliu, who was already concentrating, instantly captured this scene. Hatched? Eggs in the Pokemon world glow and tremble before hatching. Digimon Qingliu didn't know, but it should be, maybe, about the same? While hesitating whether to cancel the holy plan and wait for it to hatch and capture it with a Poké Ball, the egg trembled again. Even, began to turn. The two patterns on the bright yellow egg that were similar to the eyes of the cunning beast slowly turned around and faced Qingliu's eyes. A flash of red light passed by. Ha-he-ha-he. A slight, ethereal and weird laughter came directly into his ears. When Qingliu focused on the egg, he found that the eyes were not aimed at it at all, not to mention the red light that just flashed on it. Qingliu's expression couldn't help but become solemn. His body is now young and strong, full of energy. It is impossible for him to have auditory hallucinations, let alone hallucinations, which means there is something wrong with the egg in front of him. But even so, Qingliu didn't intend to stop his actions. This is not a place for him to study. As the process progressed, Qingliu felt a faint sense of resistance coming from the Digimon's Digi-Egg. Resistance is useless, Qingliu said while increasing the absorption of the divine plan. And it seemed that it was indeed useless. The pair of red eyes on the bright yellow egg lit up completely. This time, Qingliu could be sure that it was no longer the flash of illusion just now, but it really lit up. It's you, this guy. How-he the laughter came again, and the faint sense of resistance disappeared without a trace. Just when Qingliu thought that the other party felt that he had no ability to resist and chose to give up. Suddenly, the surrounding grass changed. With the Digi-Egg as the center of the circle, all the nearby flowers and plants began to wither and age. Then they turned into completely lifeless black, and finally turned into ashes, and disappeared in the air with a breeze. And this range is still expanding. In just a few breaths, it has spread to a range of 1 meter in diameter. Even the place where Qingliu stood has completely changed. Qingliu looked at the debris on the ground and said solemnly, "It doesn't look like the appearance of Biruman absorbing vitality, nor does it look like the appearance of Enrido's energy destroying vegetation. It's more like it's been eroded by some kind of energy, which has completely wiped out vitality." Thinking of this, Qingliu lowered his head and looked at the place where the Digimon egg touched the ground. There were faint black energy there, which was now covering the surroundings along the ground. It was just that it was too weak and matched the color of the ground where vitality was extinct, so it was not easy to be found. This thing, why does it feel inexplicably familiar? Qingliu looked at the marked pattern on the palm of his right hand, then found the weakest trace of energy, raised his free left hand and gently tapped it. In an instant, the originally bright world in Qingliu's eyes completely disappeared, and fell into another scene of black, gray, full of death and destruction. The grass, trees, surroundings, and even everything nearby became dead. Even Miss Junsha, Dr. Yamanashi, all the police officers in Masuga Town, Caterpie, and other Pokemon in the distance, all began to fester and decay, and their bodies began to crack. Combined with the painful roar and trembling movements, it seemed as if they were not human beings, but demons crawling out of hell. Qingliu looked at this creepy scene, and his breathing accelerated uncontrollably, but the soul of the traverser that penetrated several worlds seemed to be born strengthened. Qingliu found that he had not undergone such a terrible change. The only discomfort was that there were countless people in his mind who kept making noises like chanting scriptures, and followed by waves of tyranny, sadness, resentment, and despair. They seemed to want to devour themselves, and kept roaring in their minds and ears. So much so that the sacred plan on Qingliu's palm began to condense bursts of holy light, and was about to explode. Suddenly, the black light flashed again, and this hellish world quickly disappeared, and the colorful world reappeared in front of him. "Qingliu, how are you? Are you feeling better?" Chirp chirp. Tyrannosaurus, Biruman, and Bluebird all surrounded him at this moment, looking at him with worried eyes. Even the most arrogant blue-eyed double explosion dragon did not hide his concerned eyes at this moment. "No, it's okay." Qingliu shook his head, shook off the disgusting feeling in his mind, and said, "What happened just now? You suddenly froze, and your expression was very fierce. I felt something was wrong and came out to pull you away. They also found something wrong and helped, but you didn't seem to want to let go and didn't move. Tyrannosaurus scratched his head and said in confusion, when did you become so strong? None of us could move you. If I wasn't afraid that your body couldn't withstand my full strength, I would have wanted to pull you off directly. But fortunately, you let go by yourself. After Tyrannosaurus finished speaking, the other three big ones also nodded to indicate that they were right. Did I let go by myself? Qingliu muttered to himself. At that moment, he did not let go, nor did he feel anything else. The only thing he knew was that in his last consciousness, the divine plan was about to take effect. And there was a force that, before the divine plan, forced himself to disconnect from those things and pulled him out. Qingliu's eyes fell on the digital egg under him, and the bottom where the black energy had been before. At this moment, the black energy had disappeared without a trace. The only thing that could prove its existence was the death field within a range of 2 or 3 meters nearby. Just now, was that dark energy? Qingliu whispered to the digital egg. However, he did not get any response. Of course, Qingliu did not expect to get a response, because he was sure. Even if he had not experienced it personally before, the smell of that black energy was too strong. Even if it was the first time, people who experienced it could quickly distinguish it as long as they knew the existence of this thing in advance. What's more, it would have such a big reaction to the holy light of the divine plan, wasn't it? Don't worry, I don't blame you. Qingliu raised a smile and said slowly, I know that even without the divine plan, I will be fine. I felt that you had stopped before the light came on. There was still no response, and Qingliu did not continue to play the piano to the egg. Instead, he said to himself, it seems that the several routes planned before have all gone to waste. According to the current trend, it is completely heading in the direction of the bad seed. And, it's a bad seed that has already gone far. Chapter 204, Demon Beast's Good Seedling. The gods of the lake drowned in darkness, 2 in 1. Qingliu was somewhat helpless about this discovery. Among the several routes predicted before, except for the pile of Mudman, the other evolutionary roots of Plutamon, and Abyssmon, the 4 sacred beasts, and the 10 warriors were either bright and righteous, or black in appearance but pink in heart. As a result, now, a Qingliu that has not yet hatched has already possessed dark energy, and at least can basically control this energy. What does this mean? Qingliu's eyes fell on the 2 red eye-shaped spots on the yellow body of the Digimon in front of him. This shows that this guy is destined to be not a good egg, and Qingliu is also destined to be not a good beast. And its precocious use of dark energy means it's most likely that evolutionary route. Alice. I'm such a sunny and cheerful boy, but I have a Pokemon with such an evil aura. Isn't that a bit inconsistent with my image? Perhaps the only advantage is that the difficulty of that route will be lower, but the combat effectiveness will not be weakened. Tricariman Pagumaniman. After that, it's the boss who dominated Faru Island in the early days, Devimon. I just don't know what Devimon's route will be like after that. Although in theory it can evolve into Demon Lord Digimon of the 7 Demon Lords, but 5 of the 7 Demon Lords are ugly, and Qingliu, who is obsessed with looks, really has difficulty accepting it. Just now, the voice seemed to be more male, although it is genderless according to the setting. However, the reality of the perfect and ultimate forms is still too far away for me now, and the specific route and form will be a matter for the future. Moreover, the mature stage of Devimon is considered to be powerful even among Digimon of the same stage. At least it cannot compare to the strength of Tyrannosaurus and Blue Eyes White Dragon of the same stage. Not to mention that he has mastered the dark energy in advance, or fallen into darkness in advance. Thinking of this, Qingliu felt that he needed to give Qingliu some prenatal education. Even if he was born a bad seed, he couldn't be too bad, otherwise it would be embarrassing if he turned against me. Oh, no, the digital egg should be called Egg Education. Qingliu, someone seems to be coming. Tyrannosaurus, who had been paying attention to the surroundings, suddenly reminded, and the 2 heads of Blue Eyes Double Explosion Dragon also retracted their heads from one direction at the same time, and nodded in agreement with Tyrannosaurus. Aoyagi glanced over there, and no illustration popped up on the panel, but he remembered that direction was the direction that the 4 Heavenly Kings Kakuno had left before. Aoyagi immediately attached the Digi-Egg pattern to the Digi-Egg, and while absorbing it, he quickly and solemnly said, I won't hurt you, don't resist, otherwise it will be easy to get into trouble later. I don't know if it was Aoyagi's words that worked, But Qingliu also felt someone. This time it didn't react at all. Just like when Aoyagi first stored the time Digialloy, it easily pulled it in. As the attraction ended, an old but heavy and powerful voice came from not far away. Aoyagi, what happened? Kikuno, wearing a white tweed coat, slowly walked over and asked Aoyagi, who was half squatting on the ground. It's okay, Ms. Kikuno, is there anything you want to talk to me about? Yamanashi said that if everything is fine, he will go back to the research institute. I saw that you have been here for a long time, so I came to take a look. As she spoke, Kikuno's eyes quickly swept across Blue Cotton Bird and Blue Eyes Double Blasting Dragon, and after staying for a moment on Piruman with a flower on its head, finally fell on the rising Tyrannoman. With her vision, she could naturally tell the strength of the physical body of the strange Pokemon in front of her. Is this the child who was in the Poké Ball before? Yes. Aoyagi nodded and replied. Whether it is the color, muscle lines, or density, they are all good. The nutrition and exercise are kept up. He must have been through a lot of battles, right? Kikuno slowly approached Tyrannoman, but did not reach out to touch it. Instead, he simply looked at it for a few times and asked again. Yes, Tyrannoman is my original partner. Although he has not been traveling for a long time, he has already fought more than 100 times. Hundreds of times, Kikuno was a little surprised, but didn't say much. For her, hundreds of battles were not a lot, and even every Pokemon she had was above this number. What surprised her was that after only hundreds of times, she was able to achieve such momentum and physical strength far exceeding that of her Pokemon in the same batch. The talent of this Pokemon that had never been seen before. It's really terrifying. A faint smile emerged at the corner of Kikuno's mouth. Great. That's good. Only when more and more young and powerful trainers appear, can she retire early. If it's okay, then let's go together. The mist here is a bit heavy, which is not very friendly to the body of an old man like me. Okay. Aoyagi took out the Poké Ball, collected all the Pokemon in the ball, and walked towards the location of Professor Yamanashi and Miss Juncha not far away. Kikuno also followed. However, the moment she turned around, a piece of black caught her eye. A black area appeared on the lush green grass. Apart from the exposed black ground, there were only some fine dust on it. This is... Kikuno frowned slightly. Even with her experience, she couldn't tell what caused it for a moment. If I remember correctly, Aoyagi was squatting nearby just now. Did he find something? Or... Kikuno turned around and looked at the wide lake in front of him, his expression gradually solemn. Or, was it caused by Imrido in the lake? Kikuno looked at the lake, and after a moment of silence, he didn't pay much attention and took a step to catch up with Aoki. However, not long after she left. Ding-dong. The sound of water drops falling on the lake was heard, and the lake water began to ripple slightly. The faint mist surrounding it moved with the wind, as if some unknown music was playing. A transparent and illusory Pokemon emerged from the lake and came to the top of the black area. After staring for a long time, it raised its head. The line of sight was stretched away, and the space seemed unable to block its gaze. In the end, its eyes fell on Aoki, who was talking to Professor Yamanashi, and then, slowly turned to the faintly visible pattern on the palm of his right hand. However, no matter how it mobilized its energy or how it concentrated its attention, it couldn't see anything that it felt was wrong. Biju? Imrido tilted his head in confusion. This was the first time it had encountered such a situation since it was created with the ability to give humans emotions. It couldn't see through a human. But the more this happened, the more curious it became. The terrifying superpower energy surged, and the gem between the eyebrows of the originally illusory body gradually returned to a bright red color, and even the pupils were completely dyed red. Superpower move, predicting the future. And along with the prediction of the future, there is also a mysterious power lingering with 18 attributes. As a second-level god created by Arceus, the god of creation, the gods of the lake have special abilities that most second-level gods do not have. Maybe they are not very good at fighting, but they are very good at doing other things. For example, now, with the blessing of the two energies and its own energy, Imrido's eyes passed through the barriers of time and space, past everything, and finally, came to a place that was not very big but felt very spacious at the same time. The first thing that came into his eyes was a series of numbers that emitted a holy white light, which made him feel very comfortable, and then a huge piece of silver metal. Before Imrido could carefully observe what this thing he had never seen before was, the holy world suddenly changed. The light that made him feel comfortable disappeared in an instant, and was replaced by an energy filled with negative emotions. After a strong sense of rejection, all kinds of extremely uncomfortable emotions emerged in his mind, and even Enrido's illusory and transparent body was gradually dyed black at this moment. And Enrido was horrified to find that these things not only invaded his body, but also devoured the power of his soul. The most important thing was, Enrido found that no matter how he mobilized energy, the areas that had been infected did not respond. It was actually able to devour its soul? Exclamation mark. Such a thing was simply unheard of. At this time, in the world that had completely turned black around him, a pair of blood-red eyes slowly emerged. Just by looking at it, Enrido could feel his body about to collapse. Although its strength did not seem that strong, the other party's strange black energy seemed to be very restrained in its current state of soul. Just as Enrido was hesitating about how to deal with it, the blood-red eyes from a distant place suddenly burst out with a creepy red light. The world that had just felt so vast suddenly shrank, leaving only the silver metal, several floating areas nearby, and the eyes. Then, a childish but cold voice echoed around. "Get out, out!" The voice fell. Buzz! The world made a buzzing sound, and Enrido's eyes gradually became blurred. At the bottom of Zinky Lake not far away, in a space that seemed to be connected to the lake and in the gap between two worlds, a Pokémon with a ruby on its forehead and two tails behind it shook involuntarily. It is the true body of Enrido in the subspace of Lake Heart. It is a legendary Pokémon that no one can awaken except Arceus and the twin dragons of space and time. At this moment, it suddenly opened its eyes. Those yellow eyes were full of doubt, fear and confusion, because it found that most of its soul body had lost contact with it and was completely submerged in the strange black energy. Bijou. What on earth was that? At the same time, in the sacred plan space, the silver time digital alloy still lay there quietly, and tiny digital data emitting holy light shuttled around. Not far away, on the yellow digital egg, the eye-shaped red spots became more and more intense. And as the egg body trembled slightly, a breath that was dozens of times stronger than before overflowed from the digital egg, and black negative energy also drilled out, wrapping the entire digital egg, as if wanting to dye the egg body completely black. At this time, a string of data with a holy aura fell from the sacred plan space, easily purifying the black energy to reveal the original yellow egg body, and then slowly merged into the digital egg. Everything returned to calm again. Masuka Town, the backyard of the Yamanashi Research Institute. Qingliu sat on the grass, looking at several figures not far away. Tyrannosaurus was holding his head with both hands and running non-stop. The blue bird flew over its head and kept using pecking to attack the part below the shell of Tyrannosaurus. At the same time, it was cursing chi in its mouth. It was very unhappy that the team had one more companion, and another companion had evolved without it knowing or even telling it about it. Qingliu was busy, and Tyrannosaurus did not say a word. The blue bird was venting its anger crazily. Blue Eye's double explosion dragon was hovering in the air. Some bird Pokémon fostered here by trainers were full of curiosity about such a flying guy, and they all wanted to catch up with it. But how could it admit defeat with its proud character? After throwing a bunch of unyielding Pokémon around again and again, it showed a disdainful expression, saying, "You little birds are not very good." Paimon stood not far from Qingliu, feeling a little restrained and not knowing what to do. Originally, it wanted to take advantage of the good sunshine here to start taking root and absorbing energy, but not far away, two Hercules that looked like rhinoceros beetles, but whose horns were in the shape of a heart, were lying on the side of the tree stump, staring at it blankly. Or rather, they were staring at the flower on its head with obsession, which made the somewhat timid Paimon unable to concentrate at all. Seeing this, Qingliu smiled and said, "Don't worry, they are both female Hercules, don't be too shy." A blush appeared on Paimon's green face, and he quickly said, "This is not a matter of male and female at all, this. Seeing Paimon's face getting redder and redder, and even his whole face turning from plant green to red, Qingliu smiled and asked Tyrannosaurus to drive the two Hercules away. If he keeps teasing, maybe Paimon will faint. In this situation, Aoyagi doesn't want to see another personality of Paimon come out, revealing a perverted smile, stretching out the vines in his hands, making strange noises while whipping the Pokémon that the trainers have deposited here. What if they are trained into strange hobbies at that time, and then passed to the trainers through the Yamanashi Research Institute, and then taken out for battle? That scene. I dare not imagine it. After more than half an hour of silence, Dr. Yamanashi, wearing a white research suit, slowly walked over. After taking a look at Aowagi's Pokemon around him, he slowly said, although the potential and combat power of each one are amazing, isn't it a little too early now? About your plan to challenge Kakuna. Chapter 205, 4 Evolution. 2-in-1. Indeed, Dr. Yamanashi knew that among Aowagi's current 4 Pokemon, except for the blue cottonbird from the Hoenn region, almost every one of them had the potential to be comparable to legendary Pokemon. Especially after returning to the Institute yesterday and witnessing the Blue Eyes Twin Blaster, Yamanashi became more convinced of this. The mysterious boy sent by Lugia is a young trainer registered in Sinnoh and the most successful object of his morphological evolution theory. Such a person, if given a little time, could easily surpass those senior gym trainers, win the tournament, challenge the 4 Heavenly Kings, become the 4 Heavenly Kings, and finally become the champion. But it is definitely not now. You should focus on challenging the gyms now, collect the remaining 7 badges, and then prepare to train them for the Lily of the Valley tournament in half a year. Dr. Yamanashi looked at Aowagi's seemingly unmoved expression, sighed and said, it's too early for you to challenge the 4 Heavenly Kings. In fact, he didn't say one more thing, that is, Aowagi will definitely lose, even if all the Pokemon come together, he will definitely not be able to beat him. Although he didn't think that losing would hit Aowagi's self-confidence, it was indeed not advisable to ask for a fight for no reason. Who are the 4 Heavenly Kings? Each region has only one champion, the 4 Heavenly Kings, one of the 5 most powerful forces in the official league. Even the strength between the champion of the league tournament covering the entire region and the 4 Heavenly Kings is not equal, and there is still a huge and insurmountable gap between the two. Every year, there will be new champions to challenge them, but in the end they will return empty-handed. What's more, Kakuna is the oldest and second strongest of the current 4 Heavenly Kings. Dr. Yamanashi, please stop trying to persuade me. What does Ms. Kakuna think of my proposal? Aowagi asked. Oh, Alice. You are indeed a young person. Seeing that Aowagi had made up her mind, Dr. Yamanashi stopped persuading her. Kakuna is very interested in your suggestion of a show match challenge. She said it can be carried out at any time, but she needs to contact the nearby media first. It would be best if the Alliance could send a few official media. How many days will it take? Recently, several places have had major incidents, including the Grim Volcano, Iron Island, and the Cutting Edge Temple. It should take a week for the Alliance to receive the news and dispatch personnel. A week? That should be about right. Aowagi nodded, then asked seriously, but doctor, did something happen at the Cutting Edge Temple? He didn't know what happened to the Grim Volcano and he didn't care. The Iron Island was most likely because of him, Zapdos, and Lugia, but the Cutting Edge Temple in the north. That was Xia Song's hometown and the first friend he met after coming to this world. If something went wrong, it would not be good news. Don't worry, it's nothing serious. There was a large earthquake around the temple, but it soon returned to calm. Vibration? How could the temple have a local earthquake without any intention? Did the big guy turn over? Or, did he wake up early for some reason? Thinking of this, Qingliu exhaled and his expression became serious. Doctor, please give me the things and the map. Hearing this, Dr. Yamanashi took out something similar to a PSP game console from his pocket and handed it over. Take this. Is this an illustrated book? Dr. Yamanashi nodded and said, I don't think I've seen you use this thing, so I brought one for you. I've entered the complete map of the back mountain that other illustrated books don't have. This will make it easier for you to travel and participate in the Lily of the Valley conference. As for the other things, Aoki will send them to you later. Aoki looked at the Sinnoh illustrated book in his hand and the other party's thorough preparation for him, and bowed slightly and said, Thank you very much for your help. Dr. Yamanashi waved his hand, I hope it will be useful to you. And don't forget to come back within a week. Aoki nodded, put away the illustrated book, and then walked towards the location of Tyrannosaurus. Dr. Yamanashi looked at Aoki's departing back and the Pokemon surrounding him, and an inexplicable feeling rose in his heart. With such a confident look, he can't really have the confidence to defeat the 4 Heavenly Kings, right? Thinking of this, Dr. Yamanashi couldn't help but reject this idea, and finally shook his head helplessly and walked towards the research institute. In the dense forest, a figure over 6 meters tall was running at a terrifying speed, and a huge noise echoed in the forest. All the Pokemon who heard the noise either fled quickly or stayed where they were to see what was going on. A few of them who were hot-tempered or had a certain strength turned around and took a fighting stance in the direction of the sound. But the next second, everything stopped abruptly with a crisp sound. Tyrannosaurus charge. The dark blue dragon energy was surging, and all the Pokemon had no time to see the figure that launched the attack. The next moment, they felt like they were hit by a wall that was sprinting at high speed, and they lost consciousness directly in the terrifying impact. The next second, energy cubes fell from the sky, accurately landing in the mouths of each Pokemon that fell to the ground, slowly melting in their mouths to restore their physical strength, and slowly woke up after a long time. And the huge yellow figure kept sprinting at this pace for more than 20 waves, and slowly stopped. Ha, ha, ha. Tyrannosaurus supported the tree with its claws, panting. Qingliu, who was sitting on its shoulder, took out a handful of energy cubes and threw them into its mouth. How do you feel? Qingliu asked. It's a bit tiring. I need to keep running at a high speed and control the power of the attack according to the target, but I'm slowly getting used to it. I should be able to last longer next time. Tyrannosaurus responded intermittently. I'm not asking you that. I'm talking about the changes in my whole body. Changes. Tyrannosaurus stood up straight, looked at his two claws left and right, clenched them hard, and said with a little surprise, it's a bit tiring, but suddenly my physical strength seems to have recovered a little. Did I level up? Yes, just now. In Qingliu's vision, a blue panel floated in front of him. Race, Tyrannosaurus, level 3435. It took 15 hours to level up. These opponents are still too weak and bring too little experience. Qingliu said as he looked at the level bar that had stopped jumping. Qingliu's challenge to the 4 Heavenly Kings was not a sudden idea, or he thought he had enough strength to compete with the 4 Heavenly Kings head-on. On the contrary, Qingliu was very clear about his current level. Tyrannosaurus, who is now level 35, and Blue Eyes Twin Blasting Dragon, which had previously defeated Jay and raised to level 35, are invincible at the same level. Facing the main echelon of veteran gym trainers, which is around level 40, they can still have the upper hand. With 3-digit cores and form-like evolution, opponents in their early 40s can also be beaten. The same is true for Paimon, whose level soared to level 21 after being injected with a potion. He is invincible within level 26, and his upper limit can be raised when facing those with less innate conditions. As for Bluebird, its strength continues to be at a level that can cause serious damage to novice Pokemon. But with such strength, it is still impossible to defeat veteran 4 Heavenly Kings like Kakuna. So the battle request he asked Dr. Yamanashi to convey was not a formal battle, but a 4v4 exhibition match, and Kakuna could not use the strongest main Pokemon. Of course, given this condition, Aoyagi has basically no chance of winning now. After all, the 4 Heavenly Kings and gym trainers are 2 completely different levels. You know, when Xiaozi passed the gym and became the top 4 of the Sinnoh League, if it weren't for the appearance of the Divine Beast Man, he would have won the Lily of the Valley Conference and become the champion of the conference. Facing Day, who had just become the 4 Heavenly Kings for less than 2 years, he sent out 3 main Pokemon including Pikachu and Infernape, all of which were killed by Day in seconds, leaving no room for resistance. And Kakuna now is even stronger than Day in the future. Even non-main Pokemon can be compared to Day's main force in the future. In short, this battle is between 4 quasi-4 Heavenly Kings level Pokemon. But even so, Aoyagi clearly knows that there is no possibility of winning, so there is only one last way left. Special training. Crazy training. Battle. Just like what we did in the outskirts of Random Town and the Lost Tower. Plus the massive amount of healing sprays, medium and high-level targeted energy blocks, and various nutrients funded by Dr. Yamanashi, we press the buttons to upgrade the level. Then use the upgraded level to shorten the possibility of touching the victory, that is, evolution. Blue Eyes Twin Blaster has just evolved because of the morphological evolution potion, and it is a bit difficult to evolve again, so Qingliu's main goal is on the other 3. According to the divine plan, the level of Baruman's evolution to mature stage is 26, and now it is only 5 levels away. The difficulty of upgrading is relatively small. You just need to find a Pokemon of the same level and fight a few more games, and you should be able to meet the requirements smoothly. The most difficult one is the Blue Cotton Bird. After this period of rest and digestion of the previous combat experience and innate strong vitality, The blue cotton bird has reached level 10, and it is still 25 levels away from the evolutionary level 35. The span of 25 levels is really a bit large, and we can only see if we can evolve and advance through other methods. The most difficult one is Tyrannosaurus at level 40. Even though he had just reached level 35, there was still a gap of 5 levels, and this level 5 was not the same as Baruman's level 5. The higher the level, the slower the progress of the battle, especially when facing a lower level opponent. It was even slower. The only advantage was that there were enough Pokemon in Professor Yamanashi's backyard, and there were plenty of Pokemon that could be used as level-up targets. In the week when the Sinnoh League sent the official media here, it was not impossible to reach level 40. Greymon, have you rested? Yes. Greymon stood up again and nodded heavily. Okay. Qingliu took out the illustrated book to confirm the current location, raised his head and looked up at the sky. Take us to the next place. The silver-white dragon with 2 heads hovering in the air above his head shook its wings violently and rushed away. This backyard was too big, and the panel detection range was limited. If you want to find more places where Pokemon gather, it is still better to fly. Time passed quickly. The third day. Greymon, Super Blast. As a huge fireball exploded in the air, the 2 lovers of Mukok slowly fell from the sky, and the momentum of Greymon rose again. Species, Greymon, level 36. Fourth day. Blue Eyes Twin Explosion Dragon, Dragon Gout Power. A huge phantom filled with a breath of destruction and destruction appeared and disappeared, and the originally crisp green forest in front was forcibly blasted into an empty road. Blue Eyes Twin Explosion Dragon glanced at the fallen opponent with disdain and flew back into the sky. Species, Blue Eyes Twin Explosion Dragon, level 36. Fifth day. Baruman, Great Desolation Sutra. The life energy of 50 meters was completely absorbed and concentrated on Baruman. With the order of Qingliu, it burst out from the tropical words above his head. Species, Baruman, level 25. Sixth day. Blue Cotton Bird, use the dragon breath you just mastered yesterday. A strong breath came out of the blue cotton bird's mouth, knocking a beetle from the opposite side from the air to the ground, and then the cotton-like wings quickly flapped and dived, and the sky-blue flying energy lingered on the wings. While dodging the poisonous needle attack of the Beedrill that launched a fatal blow, it hit the Beedrill heavily. Race, Blue Cotton Bird, level 23. Morning of the 7th day. Tyrannosaurus took a step and ran wildly under the prompt of the blue-eyed double explosion dragon above his head. Qingliu sat on his shoulder, looking at the 2 illustrated information popping up on the blue panel, and quickly said, "There are 2 onyx diagonally in front, you can pass." Before the voice fell, the other party seemed to feel the vibration of the ground, or saw the huge figure flying in the air, and quickly escaped into the ground, and ran away. Looking at the 2 onyx that moved very slowly on the ground, but used all their strength to dig holes underground, and the distance between them was getting farther and farther, Qingliu was a little speechless. Tyrannosaurus seemed to sense something, and slightly tilted its huge head to look at Qingliu. Qingliu also looked over. Alice. After experiencing many things that happened again, the man and the dragon sighed heavily, and everything was self-evident. There's only one step left, hurry up. At the same time, in Masaka Town, compared with the quiet and peaceful Yamanashi Research Institute in the past, the entrance of the institute was crowded today. Trainers, rookie trainers, coordination trainers, pure passers-by, reporters, spectators, all kinds of professions, a total of about 1,000 people, surrounded the entrance of the Yamanashi Research Institute, waiting for the institute to open. They came here for only one purpose. That is, to watch the exhibition match between the 4 Heavenly Kings Kakuno and a trainer. As for who the opponent of the exhibition matches, except for a few people, most people only know that it is a rookie trainer who seems to be a little famous and has some strength. In other words, they don't actually care about who it is. What they want to see is the rare 4 Heavenly Kings. That's all. Chapter 206 vs 4 Heavenly Kings. Evolution. Click. With a crisp sound, the door of the institute opened, and thousands of people, led by Aoki and a group of police officers arranged by Miss Junsha to maintain order, came to a wide open space in an orderly manner. Most things in the institute are not many, only Pokemon and territory are many, and it is easy to accommodate thousands of people to watch the battle. However, When everyone came to the viewing area surrounding the battle venue that had been prepared in advance, they all made surprised sounds. Because the scale of the battle venue in front of them is really beyond imagination. Generally speaking, except for special attribute venues or some special venues, the venue scale required by the Alliance's hard indicators is generally divided into 3 levels. Suitable for normal Pokemon, a normal venue with a length of not less than 35 meters and a width of not less than 20 meters. In order to deal with some slightly larger Pokemon, a large venue with a length of not less than 55 meters and a width of not less than 35 meters. And to deal with a few super large Pokemon, a super large venue with a length of not less than 75 meters and a width of not less than 50 meters. But this newly demarcated venue in front of me, even if it is a super large one, is probably far from its scale. I'm studying surveying. The length of this venue alone is probably more than 80 or 90 meters, and the width is much larger as well. What's the purpose of this? Such a large venue, are there any large Pokemon going to fight? I remember that Qingliu has some large Pokemon, but large, or at most extra large will be enough. Why is he using such an extra large venue? Could it be that unknown trainer on the opposite side? Maybe it's a large Pokemon like Ogre or Onix. It shouldn't be. Ogre has no combat power on land, and Onix's attributes are restrained by Qingliu. There is already a gap in strength, and if they are restrained, there is no need for a fight at all. Not only the audience was puzzled, but even Aoki, who was assigned to plan the venue at the time, and Qingliu, one of the protagonists of this exhibition match, couldn't help but feel confused. Yamanashi, I've seen Aogi's Pokemon. Their size is indeed far beyond the normal concept, but they don't need such a large venue, right? Qingliu asked, glancing at the tall and strong Professor Yamanashi next to him. Professor Yamanashi shook his head, I don't know either. He specifically told me at the time that the venue must be large, otherwise he wouldn't be able to use his fists and feet. Oh? Really? Qingliu's mouth slightly raised in arc. She did think Aogi had great potential and was a rookie trainer who could push her into retirement and pursue higher level progress with her allowance. She admired this junior, which was one of the reasons why she was willing to agree to the exhibition match. But Qingliu didn't think Aogi had the slightest chance of winning, even if she didn't use the first-tier Pokemon. Now that you mention it, I'm a little curious about what Qingliu's confidence comes from, but... Qingliu glanced at the time and said slowly, but the time is almost up, he should be back, right? Dr. Yamanashi looked at the mountains and forests in the distance and said expressionlessly, I don't know, maybe young people nowadays prefer to appear at a certain time, after all, it's more handsome this way. You're actually joking. Qingliu glanced at Yamanashi in surprise. It seems that you don't feel bad at all after being attacked this time. After saying that, he stopped dwelling on this issue, tidied his clothes, slowly stood up and walked towards the figures carrying cameras and holding microphones not far away. I'll go buy some time, don't let me, an old woman who finally showed up, be stood up at the first stop. As Qingliu walked out of the research institute and nodded to the audience around him with a calm face, the thousands of spectators who had already taken their seats suddenly burst into earth-shaking cheers. People respect powerful trainers, and powerful trainers are known as the strongest champions and the 4 heavenly kings because they can handle various difficult problems caused by Pokemon and help those affected. The combination of the two makes them very popular. The media sent by the Sinnoh League and nearby towns also rushed to Qingliu with cameras, frantically occupying the empty space in front of Qingliu and handing him the microphone. Ms. Qingliu, what kind of mood do you have for today's exhibition match? Ms. Qingliu, according to the information we have received, the opponent seems to be a trainer who has just gone out to travel. Although he has shown his talents in the Lost Tower in Random Town before, isn't it a bit too whimsical to challenge the 4 heavenly kings? You haven't accepted such a challenge for a long time. This time, do you want to remind these new trainers who are overconfident and don't know their position? Qingliu was naturally able to handle this kind of scene, but when he heard the questions raised by some second-rate media, his face couldn't help but sink. Ms. Qingliu, I heard that you came here to save Dr. Yamanashi. Does this mean that you and Dr. Yamanashi are very close in private? Is it a twilight romance? Or were you together before and then separated? Ms. Qingliu, is it true that Qingliu, one of the 4 heavenly kings of the Kanto region, is your half-sister? Ms. Qingliu. Seeing that the questions were getting more and more outrageous, Kikuno's face became impatient, and the media seemed to enjoy this kind of gossip. A gust of wind blew. It was a gust of wind. It blew from the distant mountains and forests and swept towards the vicinity of the research institute. This strong gust of wind mixed with the scent of broken flowers and plants swept directly across the battlefield, blowing on everyone's faces, forcing everyone to raise their hands to cover themselves. In response, Kikuno's face relaxed slightly, raised his head slightly and looked at the sky not far away, and whispered to himself, "Finally here." At this time, as someone discovered and someone guided, the people present also discovered the figure in the sky one after another. Look, it's an unknown dragon-type Pokémon. A huge silver-white dragon with two heads and a body emitting a cold light under the sunlight slowly opened its mouth and exhaled a breath of cold air. The blue pupils were still filled with a fierceness that had just been through a bloody battle. A faint pressure lingered around it, and just looking at it made the whole body feel stiff and sluggish. Especially those Pokémon accompanying the trainer, the reaction was even more obvious, and all their bodies squatted and roared, but the trembling bodies could not hide their inner fear. What is this? For such a scene, everyone was shocked and full of question marks. Fortunately, this feeling came and went quickly. With a woo-woo-woo sound of the wind, the wings covered with blue patterns flapped rapidly, and the blue eyes double explosion dragon landed steadily on one side of the field. Qingliu jumped off its back with an apologetic smile on his face. "Sorry, time is tight, I'm late." Dr. Yamanashi nodded without saying anything, while Kikuno walked past the reporters in front of him and headed to the other side of the venue. It seems that what Yamanashi said is right. Young people prefer to enter the stage at a certain time, but to be honest, this way of entering the stage is indeed good. I will try it next time. Hearing Kikuno's words, Qingliu adjusted his hair a little embarrassedly. But the next moment, Kikuno's face became serious, and after glancing at the blue-eyes double explosion dragon, he said solemnly, "I can feel that its momentum has improved significantly compared to before, which shows that your special training is effective, but don't think that you can win like this. Even if it's just an exhibition match, I won't let you win." Qingliu also became serious. "Of course, I hope you can go all out and let me test the results of the special training." After the two of them said this, they nodded together towards the position where Dr. Yamanashi was. Then, Aoki, wearing a referee vest, quickly came to the middle of the venue. "I will be the referee of this exhibition match. The rules are 4 on 4. Aoyagi can change Pokemon at will, but Kikuno cannot. Both sides will fight until all 4 Pokemon of one side lose their combat capability. Any questions?" "No. No." Seeing this, Aoki raised the flag in his hand and said loudly, "Then I declare that the exhibition match between Aoyagi of Suai Town and the 4 Heavenly Kings Kikuno begins." As soon as the voice fell, the audience burst into deafening sound, and various media also aimed their cameras at the center of the venue. Kikuno slowly took out a super ball from his pocket and pressed the switch. "My first one is this kid." A flash of red light passed by, and a mammoth with a pig nose but tusks appeared in the middle of the venue. With a height of 2 or 3 meters and a strong body, and a weight of nearly 1,000 pounds, it made the ground sink slightly as soon as it landed. Familiar people in the audience immediately exclaimed, "It's the ivory pig that Kikuno Tenno often uses." Yes, although it's not the main force, it has appeared in many scenes. It's almost in all the battle records of Ms. Kikuno that I've watched. I'm afraid its current strength is very close to the main force. It's huge, thick, and has thick fat. How is the trainer named Qingliu going to deal with it? Ignoring what these people said, Qingliu quietly looked at the Pokemon that he had ridden before. A level 45 ivory pig. Qingliu took out a Poké Ball from his pocket and opened it. A red light flashed, and the blue cotton bird appeared in front of him. After nodding to Qingliu, it came to the field. The huge size difference and momentum difference immediately made everyone frown. What does this mean? The two are not at the same level at all. Why would they send such a Pokemon to fight? Did they know they couldn't win, so they just gave up? Not really. Doesn't he have the two-headed white dragon beside him? Not only the audience, but Kikuno also frowned slightly, but soon disappeared. This was a battle. She would not underestimate the enemy just because the opponent was weak, but she still had to be vigilant. "Qingliu, you attack first. Then I won't be polite." Qingliu raised her hand and said loudly, "King Mian Bird, use the dragon wave with all your strength." Chi. With a high-pitched cry, King Mian Bird took off into the air, and waves of dragon energy condensed and turned into shock waves that spewed out from the air, shooting straight at the ivory pig. Facing the attack, the ivory pig seemed to have not seen it at all, and did not dodge or avoid it. After a brief hesitation, Qingliu did not issue any orders. Bang! The dragon wave hit accurately, and the deep blue dragon energy kept washing the ivory pig, but even with the explosion, the ivory pig did not move a step. When the smoke and dust dissipated, the ivory pig reappeared intact. It really is useless. Seeing this scene, Qingliu was not surprised at all, but just sighed softly. The blue cotton bird, which has already risen from level 23 to level 25 and has mastered Dragon Wave, is the target that Qingliu uses to explore the way. He confirms the opponent's strength, and the key is to confirm the opponent's defense. This is his first time to fight against a full State 4 Heavenly Kings level 2nd team Pokemon. Any experience is valuable experience. The more experience, the more chances of winning. After all, the opponent is the real 4 Heavenly Kings. Now I can confirm that the attack on the ivory pig will not cause any substantial damage, but it is not completely ineffective. Qingliu looked at the top of the ivory pig's head where the dragon wave hit it directly. There were 3 or 4 strands of yellow mane that were not very conspicuous. The tips were burnt and turned black. It did not break the defense, but it also had some effect. It seems that the distribution of various ability values is similar to the racial value. The physical defense is very strong, but the special defense is still a little lacking. There should be hope to win without the last trump card. After getting what he wanted, Qingliu picked up the Poké Ball and aimed at the blue cotton bird, saying, "Come back." Even the strongest attack moves mastered in special training have no effect, so Qingliu naturally won't use the water vapor and cotton drag tactics. The level difference is too big, it's useless and unnecessary. Hearing Qingliu's voice, Qingyan looked at the ivory pig opposite and lowered his head in disappointment. Although Qingliu said before the battle that there was a high probability that it would not have any effect, but when it really came to the actual battle, such a scene was undoubtedly a great blow to its confidence. Especially when it didn't know about the addition of Whirlwind recently, and no one told it. If it hadn't taken the initiative to come out of the Poké Ball before, it probably wouldn't have known until now. Qingliu couldn't accept this feeling of being ignored. It wanted to become stronger. It wanted power. But no matter how hard it tried, even without taking a rest, it still couldn't keep up with the pace, which made it even more uncomfortable. At the same time, it felt angry. Angry at its own weakness. The violent dragon energy lingered around it, and Qingliu dodged the light retracted by the Poké Ball and quickly flapped its wings to rush into the air. Even if it couldn't beat it, it had to create some unique value for its companions. With the determination to die, Qingliu frantically mobilized the dragon energy that he had not mastered very well. Fine wounds appeared one after another, and Qingliu's brows slightly frowned. Suddenly, an inexplicable momentum as if reborn rose from the Qingliu bird. The violent dragon energy seemed to be affected and suddenly became quiet. The next second, a white light suddenly lit up. Qingliu bird evolved. The dazzling white light lit up in the venue, and everyone couldn't help but close their eyes. Then, a huge bluebird with a larger and more graceful body and more cotton-like and fluffy wings appeared. It actually evolved at this time. Qingliu originally thought that Qingliu was ready to take it back, but he didn't expect that something unexpected happened. Chapter 207 Now the sun rises. But even so, the gap in hard power cannot be made up by just one evolution. Qingliu waved his hand and issued an order, "Ivory pig, use ice gravel." Moo. The ivory pig raised its 2 front feet and stomped heavily on the ground. The snow-white ice energy quickly condensed in front of it, turning into 4 ice cones, and fiercely shot at the Qixi bluebird. Facing the attack, the Qixi bluebird, whose body size had increased several times and whose wings were stronger and more powerful, quickly flapped its wings and took off. At the same time, the feathers that covered its entire waist after evolution suddenly expanded and turned into a huge snow-white cotton ball. And the seemingly soft cotton showed amazing toughness at the moment it touched the ice gravel, constantly absorbing and delaying the speed of the ice gravel's advance, so that when the ice gravel broke through the cotton ball after many obstacles, the Qixi bluebird had already left the attack range. Cotton defense, the effect is good. Qingliu looked at this counter move and said with some surprise, "Can you use it so freely?" Cotton defense is a grass-type defense move that is even more terrifying than moves that can improve defense, such as Iron Wall and Harden. Surlu the Tornado bluebird hovered in the sky, and balls of cotton popped out of its body, slowing down the continuous ice spore attacks. At the same time, the information about its illustrations appeared in front of Qingliu. Race, Tenabita Bluebird, classification, humming Pokemon, attributes, dragon, flying, features, no weather, any weather will cause it to disappear, level, 25, exclusive moves, none, mastered moves, call, peck, feather dance, feather perch, white mist, charming voice, dragon breath, dragon wave, cotton defense, black mist, race value, 490, horsepower 75, attack 70, defense 90, special attack 70, special defense 105, speed 80, intimacy, 65, status, extremely strong vitality, not willing to fall behind, not wanting to be forgotten, under strong stimulation, it neutralizes the dragon energy and dragon wave to form an early evolution. Information summary, Tenabita Bluebird will use its cotton cloud-like wings to fly high in the air. With a beautiful voice and strong penetrating power, and the singing it makes can easily pass through the mountains and echo far away. Although it has a gentle temperament, once it is angered, it will mercilessly intimidate and attack its opponents with a sharp and terrifying voice. Horizontal ellipsis. The innate strong vitality and the dragon wave that I mastered before have become the opportunity for evolution. Qingliu quickly scanned the information on the panel and whispered to himself, the race value has skyrocketed by 180 points, and I have mastered a new defensive move, and the attribute classification has changed. The original general and flying attributes have completely changed to dragon and flying, and the classification has been classified as humming. It seems to be a very insignificant point, but in fact, the change to the Qixi Bluebird is very huge. Because this means that some moves have been improved and strengthened visibly. Qixi Bluebird, Qingliu shouted loudly, and the Qixi Bluebird, whose speed increased sharply, turned back in the air, and looked over with its black and white eyes. Use. Charming voice, fairy-type move, power 40, emits a charming cry to attack the opponent mentally. The power is not very strong, but Qingliu does not care about its power. He is concerned about its attack method. In the game, it has a must-hit effect. As long as it is issued, it will hit, and in reality at this moment, the hit rate is also ridiculously high. Because the attack path is sound. As long as you have ears, you will definitely be attacked by the spread of sound if you don't make special preparations. The Qixi Bluebird opened its mouth, and a crisp and seductive voice came out of its throat. The ivory pig on the ground looked a little painful, and its forward movement could not help but stop. Seize the opportunity, and use all your strength. Dragon Wave. As Qingliu's voice fell, the Qixi Bluebird, who had already read the old trick from Qingliu's eyes before, had already prepared all the dragon energy in his body. After evolution, it has the dragon attribute and its control over the dragon wave has reached a higher level. Buzz! A strong shock wave was spit out from its mouth and shot towards the ivory pig below. Even this fierce attack was issued, and a buzzing sound was heard in the air, and the power was several times higher than before. Facing such an attack, the ivory pig, who had just escaped the influence of the seductive voice, had no time to dodge. Kikuno could naturally see that Qingliu had chosen the right time to attack, and this was no longer something that could be easily resisted with the flesh as before. Use the freezing tusks. Ice and cold air quickly covered the two huge tusks on both sides of the ivory pig's mouth, and the ice energy went straight up to the dragon's wave above its head. Bang! The Qixi Bluebird in the sky continued to attack, and the ivory pig on the ground raised its two front feet and attacked fearlessly. The two energies vibrated wildly, and the sound of explosions continued. After a short period of balance, as the ivory pig's roar and roar became louder and louder, the cold air froze the dragon's wave along the tusks, and finally spread to the Qixi Bluebird in the sky. What a pity! Qingliu saw this scene and let out a breath. Even with a huge improvement brought by evolution and the blessing of innate vitality, the gap of 2 times in level is ultimately an insurmountable mountain. This is not a problem that can be solved by exploding. Moreover, Qingliu looked around and above Tenabita Bluebird. After feeling a slight glare, he pressed the switch of the Poké Ball without hesitation and took Tenabita Bluebird back into the ball. Hey? What's this for? Although it is at a disadvantage in the attack, it is not necessary to take it back directly. If it is hit by the attack due to a mistake in taking it back, it will lose a combat power for no reason. Yes, even if there is a gap, after the evolution, Tenabita Bluebird can still fight against Kikuno Tenwang's ivory pig. At least it can consume some physical strength. What the hell is this? I really don't understand what Qingliu wants to do. For this somewhat unreasonable taking back operation, the audience frowned and some did not understand the meaning of doing so. But the next second, the change in the field made everyone shut up. Kakakaka. Continuous crisp sounds, the dragon's wave that lost its energy supply in the air was instantly frozen, turning into an ice column and falling apart. This was expected, and no one would be surprised. The only difference was the sound of breaking through the air from above. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless icicles emitting cold light suddenly fell from the sky, piercing the ground with dull sounds, deeply embedded in the ground, leaving pits one after another. Even the compacted ground was destroyed so easily. If it hit, even Pokemon of the same level as Mamoswine would be severely damaged instantly. Is this an Ice-type move, Icicle Fall? Did Mamoswine launch it? When was Kakuna 10 now summoned? Why is there no sign at all? The key is that the number is so terrifying, at least more than 30, and such a dense attack is falling from the sky. Even if you can fly, you can't avoid it. Seeing that even a quarter of the area of this specially made super large venue is pierced with icicles and bits, the audience couldn't help but have a guess in their hearts. Could it be that the action of retracting just now was to avoid the dense icicles? Like the audience, Kakuna was also a little curious about Qingliu's sudden action, and asked directly, "Did you feel that Kixie Bluebird had no chance of winning, so you just happened to take it back, or did you already find out?" Qingliu did not answer directly, but instead said, "All the previous ice gravel moves have another effect besides attacking. After shooting them all into the sky and exploding into bits of ice debris, they are controlled to pile up and fuse together to form ice gravel into icicles, achieving the effect of a surprise attack. Is that right?" "Yes." Kakuna smiled. "This is a new combination of moves I have recently researched." Then he shook his head slowly and said, "I just didn't expect it to be seen through the first time I took it out. It seems that I took it for granted. Actually, I didn't notice it at first, it's just that the sun happened to rise and moved slightly, and the refraction dazzled my eyes." "Is that so?" Kakuna raised his head and glanced at the sun that had just risen above his head, nodded solemnly, and said, "I will pay attention to this aspect and try my best to correct it." This sudden change from a battle to tactical discussion made everyone present feel a little strange, especially since the instructor was just a somewhat famous new trainer and the taught was one of the 4 heavenly kings of the Sinnoh region. This strange feeling became even stronger. Seeing Kakuna fall into deep thought, Qingliu turned his eyes back to the Poké Ball of Tanabata Bluebird in his hand. "You've done well. Continuing to fight will only cause you some unnecessary injuries. Have a good rest," Qingliu said, and put it in his pocket while taking out the second Poké Ball. "Next, it's your turn." The red and white Poké Ball opened, and a green Pokemon with a huge tropical flower on its head appeared on the scene. Another Pokemon that was not well known to the public appeared, which immediately caused a burst of exclamations, but fortunately, Pokemon's illustrated information had been entered into the illustrated book before, and people took out the illustrated book to learn more. Kakuna had naturally made preparations before the game. He slowly raised his head and said, "Biruman, a grass type, does have a good effect on the ground type of the ivory pig, but it is also restrained by the ice type, and its level is not much higher than that of the Tanabata Bluebird. Can it withstand the attack of the ivory pig? This attribute selection is not the best option for the second pick. As you said, Biruman's level is not much higher than that of the Tanabata Bluebird, but I don't plan to let it withstand the attack of the ivory pig." "Oh." Seeing Kakuno's puzzled look, Qingliu smiled and said, "The reason why I sent out the Bluebird was not only to test the combat effectiveness of the ivory pig, but also to delay time. After all, it was just morning, and it wasn't time yet. The sun has not really come out until now." Kakuna frowned slightly, as if he had thought of something. Qingliu nodded and said, "I think you should have guessed it. That's right, Biruman, use sunny day. Who would believe that it has been so long since I resigned, and the follow-up was only completely handed over tonight. In addition, I wrote the chapter title during the day, but I didn't get to that point when I came back at night. Don't scold me if you misread the title. I will try to finish writing this plot tomorrow." Chapter 208 The Second Light of Evolution. First update. It was the first time for Biruman to see so many humans. Especially when he came out of the Poké Ball and found that everyone's eyes were focused on him, he seemed a little embarrassed. If it was alone in the past, he would definitely run away immediately. But now, He didn't want to disappoint the person behind him. At the moment when Qingliu's voice fell, Baruman suddenly closed his eyes, and the pink petals and red stamens on his head slowly raised with his broad arms, and the sparkling crystal light shot towards the rising sun in the sky. Then, the two merged. The sun was like an accelerator, directly turning from red to gold that would only appear a few hours later. The temperature rose instantly, and the light that originally carried a gentle warmth became scorching and dazzling, and the arms of the audience exposed outside their clothes also felt a faint burning sensation. Time seemed to have passed in an instant, from early morning to a hot summer afternoon. And this is the effect of Baruman's newly mastered Sunny Day, the only 4 weather-type moves in the Pokemon world. Kikuno stretched out his hand, feeling the temperature around him, feeling a little surprised and appreciative at the same time. Indeed, if there is no sun, using Sunny Day will not achieve the best effect, but I didn't expect you to take time and the sun into consideration, and... Kikuno stretched out his hand to block his eyes, looking slightly upwards, where there were ice fragments left after the icicles fell just now, which also evaporated quickly under the scorching sun and turned into a little bit of crystal water droplets. Relying on the temperature to weaken the power of ice-type moves is also one of your goals. Yes. Qingliu nodded gently. Although Sunny Day theoretically only enhances the power of fire-type moves, responding to the corresponding characteristics and the effects of the moves while weakening the power of water-type moves. However, just like Sunny Day will not fall into a frozen state, ice-type moves will also be affected by the temperature, thereby weakening some of their power. But, you don't think that only Baruman can use weather-related moves, right? Of course not. Qingliu shook his head. Even the second echelon of the 4 heavenly kings could not fail to use the weather, and the panel also clearly showed that the ivory pig had hail in the move column. Since you know that, you should know that the weather is also affected by the level, right? Kikuno asked. Of course, but I know you won't use it. After all, your main attack attribute is ground type. There are no other Pokemon with ice attribute except Ivory Pig. There is no need to give each other a 50-point punishment. Kikuno heard this and shook his head calmly and said, but have you ever thought about, what if I only use this one in the whole game? Ivory Pig, use hail. Ivory Pig set up the formation, and the whole body was filled with coldness. The cold breath penetrated the body and covered all directions, but Kikuno found that Qingliu on the opposite side did not have any surprise on his face. Since you want to try it, then I can only say, I have been waiting for a long time. Qingliu raised a smile at the corner of his mouth and said quickly, I think you should also know that some moves will have different effects in certain weather. Kikuno's face changed slightly. Combined with the faint light above Baruman's head, she thought of a grass-type big move that does not require any charge and can be almost instantly launched on a sunny day. The next moment, the tropical flowers on the top of Baluban's head lit up quickly, and the blazing light from the sun gathered around it, and then, a beam of pure white light suddenly shot out, covering a distance of 30 or 40 meters in the blink of an eye. The moment it hit the ivory pig that was still brewing hail, the blazing light burst out. Boom! A white beam of light rose, and a strong shock sound broke out in the field. Even the ivory pig, which was nearly 3 meters tall and weighed nearly 1,000 pounds, was hit by this violent attack. After a brief stalemate, it was pushed back dozens of meters and barely stopped. HMPH. HMPH. Heavy panting sounded in the field. When the sunlight and flame energy burst ended, the ivory pig's figure appeared. At this moment, its front half of the mane had completely changed from brown to yellow-black, and a faint smell of being burned by the sun permeated from its body. Obviously, even if there was a gapping level, this attack caused a damage that the Kixie Bluebird could not do before. Kikuno was quite surprised by the scene. It was inevitable to be hit by a series of attacks, but the injury of the tusk pig should not be this serious, but a little lighter. The effect of the characteristic heart of flowers and plants. Yes. Qingliu nodded. As the incarnation of flowers and plants, the power of Baluman will increase by 30% when using grass-type moves, and Sunshine Flame is a grass-type move. Very good, you can do this with 2 Pokemon with such a big difference in level. I have to admit that your potential and level are higher and better than I thought. This also makes me feel the passion of fighting for a long time. Kikuno's expression became more and more solemn. He was hit by Qingliu's small routines continuously, which kept the situation on the field in a weird balance. This was no longer like a new trainer fighting against the 4 heavenly kings, but rather a battle between 2 evenly matched people, but this also stimulated Kikuno's desire to fight. Next, I'm going all out. Kikuno waved his hand and said loudly, Ivory Pig, Frozen Fangs. Ice covered the tusks, and the two huge ice fangs exuded a chill. Then, ram! Moo! The Ivory Pig opened its mouth and roared. The pain on its body stimulated its eyes to be a little red. It had forgotten how long it had not been injured like this. Boom! 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 The four elephant legs moved quickly, and there were waves of vibrations from the ground. The Ivory Pig used the forward rush brought by the ramming and the attack of the frozen fangs to launch a fierce sprint towards the Whirlwind. Deep and huge footprints appeared along the way. From a distance, it was as if an ancient giant mammoth was wrapped in amazing momentum and launched a crazy attack in the whistling wind. Even the audience at a safe distance were shocked by this powerful attack and swallowed their saliva unconsciously. Although the Sunshine Flame just now was very good, but now, well, it's more dangerous than good. Although the move's value is not as good as Sunshine Flame, the power generated by these two moves is far greater than Sunshine Flame due to the superposition of levels and physical fitness. Yes, Ivory Pig can withstand Sunshine Flame, but Pomen's small body can't withstand the frontal impact of Ivory Pig. The fact is, just as the increasing number of viewers said, Pomen is indeed very difficult, and it can even be said that it is basically impossible to block such an attack. After all, the level 45 Ivory Pig has already shown signs of madness. Even if Qingliu is confident in the physical fitness of Digimon, he is not so blind. However, it is not that there is no way to block it. After experiencing it twice before, Qingliu has basically figured out a move that is invincible for a short period of time. And, it's not easy to pull the rhythm of the battle to my side. How can it be returned so easily? The blue panel appeared in front of him, and the information of Pomen's illustrations appeared in front of Qingliu. Race, Barman, level 26. Holy Evolution, one of the evolution conditions has been met, level 264864. Do you want to start evolving? Yes, no. Note, evolution is a reversible Barman. Qingliu called out. Facing the Ivory Pig that was crushing him not far away, Barman chose to ignore it and then looked back. Are you ready? Yes. He responded softly and nodded slightly. Qingliu chose yes. Buzz! The sacred plan on Qingliu's right palm lit up, and at the center of the venue, a dazzling white light enveloped Barman's entire body at the same time. Are you trying to use the same old trick again, Sunshine Flame? You were able to launch a surprise attack last time, but how can you be a match for him in a head-on attack now? Did you get scared by the attack of the Ivory Pig and command randomly? Sure enough, even if you have strategies and commands, you are still a rookie trainer, and the gap between your psychological quality and that of the King Kikuno is too big. The fans of the four heavenly kings who admire Kikuno shook their heads and sighed when they saw Qingliu's behavior, and some passers-by trainers who were careful also found something wrong. How come the light of this Sunshine Flame covers your whole body? Kikuno also discovered this situation and was a little confused, but there was no extra time to think at this moment. The Ivory Pig was now sprinting, and forcing it to stop would only hurt it. Instead of doing this, it is better to attack with force. The heavy power is like the earth, which can carry everything and suppress everything. The next second, the Ivory Pig rolled over, carrying a double attack, and hit the white Sunshine Flame heavily. But what shocked everyone, including Kikuno, was that even though this terrifying and powerful attack hit him head-on, Pomen did not move as if it was not affected at all. Even the white light was still blooming but not emitting. Until this moment, some sharp-eyed people had already recognized it. This is the light of evolution. Pallumen, it's going to evolve. Again. Kikuno frowned at the same time. Before she could react, Pomen, who was enveloped by the light of evolution, had not yet evolved, and changes had already occurred around it. With Pomen's position as the center of the circle, vines emerged from the ground like rolling rock snakes, stirring up the entire venue. What is this? Where did these vines come from? It looks a bit like the grass-type ultimate move Crazy Plant. Has this Pomen mastered this level of moves? No, look at its feet. Everyone's eyes fell on Pomen's feet. Even though it was shrouded in white light, they could still see that the roots on its soles had already extended into the soil, and these huge vines in front of them were transformed from its roots. As one of the four heavenly kings and the person closest to the battlefield, Kikuno naturally noticed this scene. At the same time, she also discovered that this was not just spreading through the roots, but the superposition of several moves. Rooting, growing, absorbing, super absorbing, ultimate absorbing. What is this? Kikuno's eyes widened suddenly. Although she didn't understand what Qingliu's somewhat unreasonable moves were trying to do, she instinctively felt that something was wrong, and hurriedly said, "Ivory Pig, cancel the attack and retreat." Before the manic Ivory Pig completely obeyed the command, Qingliu's voice had already rang out in the field. "I'm very sorry, it's too late." Chapter 209, The Great Desolate Sutra Plant Energy Storage, Second Update. As soon as the words fell, the ground began to shake in front of the shocked eyes of Kikuno and all the audience. Wherever the roots of Pomon touched, whether it was flowers, grass, or plants that were crushed but not completely lifeless, they all began to wither and decay in an instant, and even the land under their feet continued to turn into sand. Previously, at the bottom area of the Yamanashi Institute, the moment the energy of the injection-type potion surged, Pomon was able to absorb all the vitality within a radius of 50 meters and integrate it into itself. Now after special training, its level has been upgraded to level 26. Whether it is the coverage of the root vines or the limit of what the body can accommodate, it has made great progress. In just a moment, all living things in the circular area of nearly 80 meters in half of the venue began to decline. Then, their vitality was transformed into vigorous life energy, which was transported back to Pomon's body along the huge entangled root system. No, to be precise, it can no longer be called Pomon now. The Biruman, which was only about 1 meter tall and looked dwarfed by the Ivory Pig, suddenly expanded to about 3 meters, and was slightly taller than the Ivory Pig. In addition to the height, the most obvious thing is that the petite figure has undergone a drastic change. The thin little plant has evolved into a giant cactus with yellow hair on its head, red gloves on both hands, and is extremely strong. In addition, the whole body is covered with spikes like the back of a hedgehog, which adds an invisible deterrent. However, what makes people feel the most oppressive is not the huge size, nor the conspicuous fists, nor the spikes, but the empty and numb face. There are only 2 holes for eyes and 1 hole for the mouth. There are no other organs. But it is so simple and human-like that neither people nor Pokemon can see its joys, sorrows, anger, and happiness, which makes people even more nervous because of its unknown. This is Cactusman. This huge change, like Magikarp evolving into Gyarados and Smelty evolving into Melodic, also stunned the more than 1,000 spectators present. Especially when the mechanized voice in the Pokemon Pokédex, which had previously provided information to Balaman, said, "No information, it's a mysterious Pokemon." Everyone couldn't hide their shock. Although they didn't know what was going on, they seemed to have witnessed the birth of a brand new, undiscovered Pokemon. This naturally included Kikuno. But compared to those spectators, she could see and observe more. After the drastic change in physical fitness after the evolution, and the complete integration of the vitality energy of the 80-meter radius into the 3-meter-tall body, she inexplicably felt a sense of dread in her heart. It was as if the huge cactus in front of her could cross the huge level difference and cause sufficient damage to the Ivory Pig. This intuitive thought made Kikuno alert in an instant, and she began to issue orders quickly. But there was a fist that was faster than her words. The cactus beast, which was no less in size than the Ivory Pig, stretched out its left hand and grabbed the long and rising tusks of the Ivory Pig, and raised its right fist with the same red gloves high. Moo! The Ivory Pig roared. It was a little uneasy at the moment because it was restricted. It wanted to use brute force to break free from the restraints, but no matter how hard its forelegs pushed and how it kicked back, the cactus beast's body remained motionless. This made the Ivory Pig panic. It found that the guy in front of it, who was not much higher in level, was actually as strong as itself, who was so much higher than it. This was simply incomprehensible to the elephant. So, the panic gradually turned into a trace of anger, and it wanted to take advantage of the other party's action to grab it and launch a close attack. But the fist completely interrupted its thoughts. "Cactus Beast, punch with your spikes," Qingliu said, and Cactus Beast clenched his fists. The black spikes on his arms all hardened like steel needles, and the vitality energy absorbed by the 5 combined moves was completely condensed on his right fist as he moved. Chi-chi-chi. The fist was swung out, and the boxing gloves brushed through the air, making a faint sonic boom. The cannonball-like fist passed the distance that was already close, and hit the Ivory Pig's nose with a heavy punch. Bang! A muffled sound. The Ivory Pig's body was directly blown away by the Cactus Beast's punch. After flying in the air for 20 to 30 meters, the ivory pig's body fell from the air, rolled more than 10 times on the ground, and stopped after its body was covered with mud. At this moment, the whole audience fell into silence. Qingliu, who was originally thought to have poor psychological quality, turned the tables directly with a fighting method that was beyond their cognition. And the Baruman, who looked weak under the attack of the frenzied Tuskpig, evolved directly into a muscular big brother. How much terrifying strength is needed to knock away the Tuskpig that is nearly 3 meters tall and weighs nearly 1,000 pounds with one punch? Now that this matter is in front of them, everyone can't help but swallow their saliva. Well done. Qingliu praised the figure in front of him who had changed dramatically. The next moment, the domineering Cactusman turned slightly to the side and scratched his head with his boxing gloves in embarrassment. The two holes quickly turned into curved ovals like the eyes of a person when he smiles. The illustrated information about Cactusman also appeared in front of him. Race, Cactusman. Classification, Plant Pokemon. Attributes, Grass. Fighting. Features, Plant Energy Storage. Just like a cactus can store water in its body, Cactusman can concentrate and store Grass-type energy in a certain place, increasing the power of the attack by 30%. Level, 26. Exclusive moves, Poison Ivy. Grass-type, Power 50. Plant Strike. Grass-type, Power 40. Foul Smell. Grass-type, Transformation. Spiky Bomb Fist. Grass-type, Power 95. Hardens the spikes on the fist to increase the power of the attack. Mastered moves, Absorb, Grow, Root, Photosynthesis, Sunny Day, Super Absorb, Ultimate Absorb, Mushroom Spores, Sweet Scent, Paralysis Powder, Hypnotic Powder, Sun Flame, Aromatherapy. Race value, 515, Horsepower 106, Attack 95. Defense 90, Special Attack 72, Special Defense 77, Speed 75, Intimacy, 60, Status, Poor. It has just exploded all the energy it absorbed, and its physical strength has dropped severely. With only enough physical strength for one punch left, information summary, even in a hot desert area without food and water, it can survive for a long time. Its simplified face makes it unable to show its emotions, but once it is really angry, its expression will change drastically, and it will be extremely aggressive when it becomes violent. After reading the information about Cactusman, Qingliu knew that with this evolution, Whirlwind had undergone a huge change just like Agumon's evolution into Tyrannosaurus, and its combat power has been terribly improved. The only not so good news is the physical strength problem. Because it just evolved, but absorbed so much vitality to launch an explosive attack, it was affected and exhausted. Qingliu looked at the state of being able to punch more than enough, and looked back at the ivory pig on the opposite side who had returned to the vicinity, and couldn't help but sigh. The four Heavenly Kings Pokemon's ability to withstand attacks is really 2 levels higher than that of other Pokemon. Although Qingliu has not encountered many Pokemon of this level, he has encountered a few times, and he is sure in his heart. The vitality absorbed by the Great Desolation Sutra formed by the fusion of 5 moves, with the power of the new characteristics of the cactus, and the punch burst out by the newly mastered exclusive move, the Pointed Bomb Punch, can cause terrible damage even to other Pokemon of the same level of 40 or 50. Maybe it can't kill in one punch, but it can definitely injure the opponent so that he can't stand in front of him so quickly like now. But in the final analysis, it's because the current level is not enough. Just hope that after this battle, the team's combat can be raised. And if you want to get more possibilities of upgrading, that is to defeat as many of Kakuno's Pokemon as possible. Cactusman, calm down and try to make the next attack as smooth and full as possible. Cactusman, who is not far away, leaned forward slightly. Qingliu was stunned for a moment, then he remembered that due to evolution, the giant cactus had no neck, so it could only use this action instead of nodding. But these are all off topic. At this moment, the eyes of the Tuskpig were already red, half because of the blood rushing up from the sharp fist hitting its nose just now, and the other half because it was repeatedly defeated by Pokemon that were far behind in level. This has completely angered it. The Tuskpig exhaled heavy breaths from its swollen and red nose, and its 4 elephant legs stomped on the ground anxiously, eagerly waiting for the order to attack. Since the Tuskpig was blown away by a punch, Kakuno, who had raised his eyebrows and was full of surprise, has now completely returned to the calmness at the beginning of the battle. The whole person looked focused, as if he was completely isolated from the influence of the outside world. After glancing at Qingliu, he waved his hand and issued an order, "Ivory Pig, use Earthquake." Boom! The Ivory Pig raised its front paws again, and its thick legs were covered with heavy earth yellow energy. As its front paws landed, they slammed into the ground. In an instant, the entire ground shook, whether it was the battlefield or the surrounding area, or even the entire Yamanashi Research Institute. In this shaking that made people feel instinctive fear, the compacted ground was trampled directly into a deep trench, and quickly collapsed towards the location of the cactus beast. Find a suitable place to hide, and at the same time use all the energy in your body to accumulate in your fists. Following Qingliu's command, the huge body of the cactus beast showed enough flexibility. It quickly found a place to stand on the constantly collapsing surface and jumped up, and then jumped to the next area before the next collapse. When encountering flying stones and soil that seriously interfered with the action, it used its free left fist to smash them. Until the energy of the whole body is fully accumulated, the hardened spikes on the right fist emit rich grass energy in the boxing gloves. Suddenly, a vibration different from an earthquake came. The tusk pig used the method of dodging with the cactus beast, stomping on the complete area to sprint, exuding a chaotic but fierce aura from head to toe. Qingliu saw the origin of the move. A general type move with a power value of up to 150 make a big fuss. The only disadvantage of such a strong attack move is that it will fall into a state of confusion after a short period of venting attack. Obviously, Kikuno has regarded himself as an opponent of the same level, and he will fight with all his strength without holding back. This is exactly what Qingliu wants to see. Although defeating more is the goal, a hearty and full-strength battle is also one of the ways to upgrade the level. Cactus Beast, in this case, let's also use enough strength. Full force, use the spike bump punch. The moment the voice fell, the Cactus Beast stomped on the ground, and his body flew into the air, punching the tusk pig that also flew into the air. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 210, Second Personality Kills with One Punch. Bang! With a huge crash, the boxing gloves and the tusks collided fiercely. A sharp buzz suddenly aroused in the air. From the moment the green grass energy and the gray general energy came into contact, the roar and vibration never stopped. Invisible air waves swept around one after another, and some spectators who stood up excitedly when they saw the battle becoming more and more intense were instantly blown away. Fortunately, a vine monster stretched out a whip to grab his feet and slowly pulled him back to the ground. Seeing this, the spectators around were also hit and had to bend down as much as possible to lower their center of gravity to avoid the same embarrassing scene. What a powerful power! Standing in the distance, Dr. Yamanashi, who was standing next to the sun rock floating in the air and releasing telekinesis to help stabilize his body from being affected by the air waves, looked at this scene and muttered to himself slowly. Obviously, the level difference is far, and even inferior to his own sun rock, but he can fight like this with a mainstay of Kikuno's second echelon. It really surprised him. After just one evolution, you can burst out with such a strong force. With the injection of the morphological evolution potion, I am really looking forward to your future. But now, under the gaze of Dr. Yamanashi, a researcher who is not very interested in fighting but was attracted at this moment, the two conflicting energies gradually weakened. The aura of the cactus beast fell first. It had been relying on 3 buffs to force its burst. After throwing the last punch, its physical strength had reached the bottom. Its fists were no longer powerful, and its consciousness became blurred. The ivory pig on the opposite side was also in a bad state. First, its skin was scratched by the charming voice of the blue cotton bird, and it was caught off guard and hit by a full state and weak defense of the sun flame. Now its nose and tusks were hit by 2 heavy punches. If it were not for its high level and strong resistance to blows, and its physical defense also played a role in facing fist attacks, I am afraid it would lose its combat ability after the first punch. But, the move of making a fuss is not over with one attack. As the name suggests, it is a series of attacks. Seeing that the first round of attacks was useless, Kikuno issued another order, Ivory Pig, continue, make a big fuss. Moo. The ivory pig, whose eyes were completely red, shook its head violently, used its tusks to pick open the boxing gloves that no longer had any offensive power, and suddenly thrust forward in front of the cactus beast, and hit it hard, and the violent power burst directly knocked it out. Bang! With a heavy landing sound, the cactus beast fell to the ground with a completely blurred consciousness, without any movement. Moo. Moo. Seeing that the opponent finally fell to the ground, the red-eyed ivory pig looked up to the sky and roared excitedly. In the past, it would definitely not feel a roar of victory because of defeating an opponent who was weaker than it, but this battle was different. The opponent's difficulty was simply outrageous. Kikuno looked at the excited ivory pig and said nothing. Venting the surging emotions was also a necessary part of the battle, and the more it was like this, the shorter the chaotic state brought by making a big fuss would last. Seeing this scene that seemed to have already decided the outcome, both the audience who were fans of the Elite Four and the passers-by trainers were a little dazed for a moment. Although we still lost, this series of twists and turns was really completely different from what I had guessed at the beginning. Yet, it seems that this cactusman was just a little bit away from winning. It's hard to imagine that this guy is so strong. This round can be said to be a glorious defeat. I'm inexplicably looking forward to the next battle. Me too, but why hasn't the referee announced the result and started the next round? Kikuno also had such doubts and turned to look at Aoki. After seeing that the other party looked at Aoki hesitantly, her eyes also turned to him. Aoki was still standing calmly, without any movement to retract the cactus, nor did he plan to release the next Pokemon. What does this mean? Kikuno frowned slightly. Suddenly, a voice with some strange accents came from the venue. Before she could carefully observe the source of the voice, the next second, the cactus beast that she had confirmed to have lost its fighting power actually, after looking at its own body, it slowly climbed up. Although its momentum was very weak, and it was almost imperceptible, it did stand up. And the three circular holes on the huge cactus that represented the eyes and mouth had completely narrowed into a slit at this moment, as if the ivory pig, which was unstable in a chaotic state, seemed to have some attraction to it. Hey, the goosebump-inducing laughter sounded again. If the oval shape was a smile before, then the current smile was very weird, and even a word inexplicably emerged in Kikuno's mind, pervert. But no matter what, since the opponent stood up again, it must be knocked down again. The opponent's state was too weird, but the physical strength had definitely reached the limit, and another round of impact should be able to end the battle. But when Kikuno just turned his eyes back to the ivory pig, preparing to let it get rid of the abnormal state after the chaos as soon as possible, a loud noise suddenly sounded in the venue. The next moment, the cactus beast appeared in front of the tusked pig. Then, he clenched his right fist and gathered strength at his waist, and a terrifying aura was brewing rapidly as he made the move. This is... Kikuno's face suddenly changed. Even if he stood up again, his physical strength should have reached the limit, but what was going on with the speed and this even stronger aura than before? No one answered her because the fist had already been thrown. Bang! A punch hit the nose of the tusked pig. And that's not the end. With a weird smile on his face, the cactus beast retracted his fist, and the next moment he blasted it again, and his fists fell on the tusked pig like a storm. Bang 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 bang. The sound of fists hitting flesh rang out one after another, and the excitement on the cactus beast's face became more and more intense. And the more excited he was, the faster he swung his fist. Until the last punch fell. Boom. The tusked pig flew out for the third time today. It was no longer in a state of confusion. Instead, it rolled over on the ground, its eyes rolled back and drew circles, and it completely lost its ability to fight. After the cactus beast that caused this sudden reversal, it slowly turned around and opened its hands towards Qingliu not far away. The joy of victory and a blush of excitement appeared on its emerald green face. Then, it slowly fell to the ground. Cactus beast and ivory pig have lost their ability to fight at the same time. This time, Qingliu's voice sounded quickly. And this directly put a layer of silent buff around the already quiet venue. What's going on? I thought it was over, but it suddenly stood up again and beat up the ivory pig. What's going on? Has the infinite potential of Pokemon been stimulated? Compared to potential, I feel it's more like a bond. Did you see it? The affectionate look that Cactusman gave Aoyagi at the end was definitely the power of a bond that erupted in response to the trainer. Now that you mention it, it's really like that. But, doesn't Cactusman have eyes? What do you know? A strong bond doesn't need superficial eyes to carry it, it needs to be seen with the soul, the soul. Do you understand? Aoyagi didn't know about this bond talk, But if you have to say it, it can be said to be true. After all, the second personality of this former Pokemon has a 90% higher intimacy with himself than Tyrannosaurus. Aowagi took out the Poké Ball and took Cactusman back. "Thank you for your hard work," Aowagi said softly, and the information of Cactusman on the panel also jumped. Level 2630. You have achieved a 4-step jump in level? This is much faster than the special training, and not only Cactusman, but even Tornabita Bluebird, who had gained some combat experience, has gone from level 25 to level 27. This way, it can be considered a great harvest. At this time, Kikuno on the opposite side took out the Super Ball and took back the fainted Ivory Pig. "Thank you for your hard work." After saying this softly, Kikuno looked over. "I was not joking when I said that before. The original plan was to use one Ivory Pig to fight against your 4, and I was also prepared to be replaced by your 4 Ivory Pigs in the end, but I didn't expect you only used almost 2 of them to do it, and they were the 2 with weaker strength." Qingliu heard this and smiled and said, "This tells us that there are always unknowns in battle. Even if you are stronger than your opponent, you can't be careless, otherwise you may fail." Kikuno was stunned for a moment, then laughed. "Ho ha ho ha. Very good, a good trainer must have this kind of spirit." As he laughed, Kikuno's expression gradually became more restrained, and his eyes, which had dimmed with age, showed a sharpness of a young man. "Then, let's start the next round. My second one is this kid." Another blue and white Ultra Ball with red stripes was thrown. In the flashing red light, a light brown hippo with a huge mouth and a black shell landed on the field. As soon as it appeared, streams of sand flowed out from the holes on its back. Race, Hippomon, Classification, Weight Pokemon, Attribute, Ground, Features, Sandstorm. Will use the sand in its body or around it to create sandstorm weather. Level 45. Exclusive moves, none. Mastered moves, Flame Fang, Lightning Fang, Ice Fang, Sand Throwing, Digging, Crushing, Slamming, Earthquake, Roaring, Iron Head, Invisible Rock, Sandstorm, Sharp Stone Attack, Quicksand Abyss, Blowing Away. Race value, 525, Horsepower 108, Attack 112, Defense 118, Special Attack 68, Special Defense 72, Speed 47, Intimacy, -20. Very unhappy with you because it was disturbed during its sleep time. Status, normal. Information summary, it has an irritable temperament. When it is furious, it will use its bloody mouth with a diameter of up to 2 meters, which can easily crush a car. It stores a lot of sand in its body for use in battle, and it can also increase its weight to ensure that it is not affected by the wind and sand. Horizontal ellipsis. Qingliu quickly scanned the information in the illustrated book, and finally his eyes fell on the column of -20 intimacy, and frowned. "Wasn't it your own trainer who disturbed your sleep? Why did he transfer the target of his anger to himself?" But Qingliu narrowed his eyes slightly. Whether it was the aura emanating from his body or the data displayed on the panel, this Hippomon, which was also level 45, was even more powerful than the Ivory Pig just now. And it was not just a little bit stronger. In this case, Qingliu looked at the Blue Eyes Double Explosion Dragon who had been standing beside him, and said, "You go ahead, try to make a quick decision." Chapter 211 Blue Eyes Double Explosion Dragon vs. Sandstorm Hippo. The Blue Eye Double Explosion Dragon's blue eyes fell on Hippomon. After looking at it for a moment, it nodded and took 2 steps forward. As it stepped into the battlefield, all the spectators' eyes immediately fell on it. It was because the sense of oppression it exuded when Qingliu rushed back was really impressive. Finally, this dragon Pokemon that looks so oppressive is here. I've checked it out. It's a new Pokemon in the Pokédex. It's called Blue Eyes Twin Blasting. What a long name. It looks so cool. According to the information shown in the Pokédex, it's an unknown legendary dragon that's comparable to legendary Pokemon. In other words, Blue Eyes Twin Blasting is Aoagi's trump card Pokemon, right? An ace comparable to a legend, fighting against one of the strongest in the second echelon under Kikuno Tenno. I don't know what kind of sparks will be created. It's really exciting. Who do you think will win this game? I don't know. Kikuno Tenno is stronger, but Aoagi has a lot of trump cards. Let's just watch it. Boom, boom, boom. Amid the noisy sounds of the audience nearby, Blue Eyes Twin Blasting came step by step to the center of the battlefield. Hippomon kept spitting out sand, and his blood-red eyes met the gaze of the white dragon. It was extremely dissatisfied with the guy who disturbed its nap. As for the guy who dared to look at him with such ill intentions, the blue-eyed double explosion dragon was also very dissatisfied. The invisible contest began. Roar! Roar! A huge roar roared, and the atmosphere between the two sides was immediately tense. Kikuno seemed not to see it, and said, "I thought you would still use the Tonabita Bluebird to test it this time." Ms. Kikuno has become completely serious. It would be a bit impolite to use such a small operation again, and Qingliu's eyes fell on the sand that Hippomon has been spitting out since his appearance. And if the same routine is used again this time, I'm afraid it won't have any effect. Kikuno raised his eyebrows slightly and said with a smile, "You actually discovered it, so I won't hide it too much, Hippomon." Sandstorm. Hippomon opened his bloody mouth fiercely, and the earth-yellow ground energy descended instantly. A gust of wind blew, blowing the sand that had accumulated more than 1 meter high around it into the air with the wind, and finally turned into a sandstorm that soared into the sky. Woo! Exclamation mark. Hippomon roared again, and sandstorms spread violently in all directions until they covered the entire battlefield. In an instant, the empty venue turned into a desert-like sandstorm area. Ivoriman can use hail, and Hippomon can use sandstorms, which means that each of them can use weather-related moves, but I only have Cactusman, so I have to make up for this gap when I have time. But now, I have to solve the current problem first. Qingliu said quickly, "Blue Eyes Twin Explosion Dragon, fly." The 20-meter wingspan was fully stretched out, and the Blue Eyes Twin Explosion Dragon flapped its wings and began to fly. It's useless, even the attack and damage of the sand in the air still exist. Kikuno said. It is different from the weather conditions of sunny days, which strengthen the fire type and some grass types and weaken the water type. In sandstorm weather, except for ground type, rock type and steel type Pokemon, Pokemon of other attributes will be attacked by continuous wind and sand, which will continuously reduce their physical strength, and the impact will be even greater in the air. Qingliu naturally knew this, but compared to the ground, flying will more or less save some advantages, such as being able to avoid Hippomon's earthquake and other powerful attack moves that can only target objects on the ground. For example, air-to-ground bombing of Hippomon, which moves very slowly, from the air. Continuous double-burst hurricane bombs. Qingliu's voice fell, and energy bombs mixed with 2 colors were spit out from the 2 mouths of Blue Eyes Double Explosion Dragon, continuously falling on Hippomon on the ground. Kikuno, who has rich combat experience, naturally would not let this happen. Hippomon, Sharp Stone Attack. Rock-type move, Power 100, use sharp stones to pierce and attack. With a command, under the dust, under the ground, stones floated up around Hippomon, solidified, and shot at the incoming energy bombs like sharp daggers. Bang! Bang! Bang 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 bang. The sharp stones pierced the energy bombs, and the energy bombs exploded and shattered the sharp stones. The attacks of both sides continued to explode in midair, and clouds of smoke and dust spread from the explosions to the surroundings. But even if the Blue Eyes Twin Explosion Dragon, who was born with abundant physical strength and learned Digimon-style bombing from Tyrannomon, could not break through Hippomon's attack instead of defense with its massive attacks at this moment. Even if it was forced to change the bombing position in the face of the wind and sand, it didn't have much effect. Because Hippomon was fighting back under Kikuno's command while still digging holes. Because there were some cracks in the ground after the previous earthquake, and the sand was now very soft, Hippomon easily dug several holes without any hindrance. While mobilizing energy to use the sharp stone attack move, he used the underground cave to avoid the bombing. In the process, Blue Eyes Double Blasting Dragon was constantly under the damage of the sandstorm. Sandstorm weather has too many restrictions on Pokemon with non-compatible attributes. While increasing the power of compatible Pokemon's moves, it continuously causes damage to incompatible Pokemon. On this basis, it also has an almost all-round impact on vision and actions. Yes, the rhythm of the battle in someone else's home field will be completely controlled. It feels that if this continues, Blue Eyes Double Blasting Dragon will be worn out to death. The previous Ivoriman was ahead on confrontation, and now Hippomon is a delaying tactic. This is the tactical diversity of the 4 Heavenly Kings. If the levels are equal, there is still a chance, but now, several trainers who have done some research on sandstorm weather and Pokemon looked at the scene on the field and shook their heads to express the unfavorable situation. Qingliu naturally knew what these people knew, so before going on the field, He would emphasize a quick battle and a quick decision. But now it seems that a quick battle and a quick decision are impossible. After she let the blue-eyes double explosion dragon fly into the air, Kikuno knew that most of the powerful attack moves of the ground type could not attack the air, so she directly changed her mindset of frontal combat and turned to use the favorable conditions of the sandstorm weather to use delaying tactics. The weather tactics of the 4 heavenly kings are really difficult to deal with. We must change our minds accordingly. Qingliu exhaled and said loudly, "Dragon Dance," and then use Dragon Claw. The blue-eyes twin explosion dragon in the air stretched its body, cancelled its bombing in a mysterious and powerful dance, and began to dive. The deep blue dragon energy instantly transformed into a huge claw, shooting straight towards the area where Hippomon was. After the evolution, its already fast speed increased again. Coupled with the increase in the dragon dance, even the blue-eyes twin explosion dragon, which was carrying the wind and sand, was close to the ground in an instant. "Are you finally willing to fight in close combat?" Kikuno smiled faintly and said, "Ironhead." The silver steel energy flashed, and Hippomon lowered his head and then pushed it up as much as possible. It was not afraid of close combat at all because it had an advantage in level. Bang! The sound of heavy metal clashing rang out. The huge energy dragon claw slammed heavily on Hippomon's head, pressing it to the ground. But soon, Hippomon relied on brute force and violent will to hold on. Kikuno's voice sounded again simply and clearly, "Bite it." Hippomon immediately shook his head, breaking free from the suppression of the dragon's claws, while the evil energy surged in his bloody mouth and bit up fiercely. At the critical moment, the blue light flashed in the pupils of the blue-eyed double exploding dragon. Dragon's might. A heavy and huge pressure descended, and Hippomon was caught off guard and his movements were delayed for a moment. Taking advantage of this time, the blue-eyed double exploding dragon withdrew to dodge the attack and wanted to distance itself, but at some point, the nearby sandstorm suddenly accelerated, and in a moment it seemed to have turned into quicksand, sealing off the surrounding area. "Is this the quicksand abyss?" Kikuno said with a faint smile. "Yes, I finally waited for you to fight in close combat. How could I let you leave so easily?" Hippomon, frozen fangs. "Ms. Kikuno, you want to seize the opportunity, and so do I," Qingliu said loudly. Blue-eyed double exploding dragon, the power of the dragon god. Chapter 212, Double Exploding Dragon Eyes Suicide Dragon. The bone-chilling coldness of the dragon controlling frozen teeth covered the thick teeth of Hippomon, and then it opened its bloody mouth and bit straight up. The blue-eyes twin explosion dragon, which was chosen as the target of the attack, suddenly had a huge dragon-shaped shadow behind it. The breath of thunder and destruction emanated from it constantly, and even from the moment it appeared, even the real world where the blue-eyes twin explosion dragon was located was affected. The dense sandstorm covering the entire venue, as well as the confined space formed by the quicksand abyss sand control move around, trembled violently at this moment as if it was about to collapse. "What is this?" Kikuno said to herself with a solemn expression. The audience could not see clearly because they were too far away, but she saw it clearly. Just the shadow that appeared when using the move could actually have such a big impact on the weather. Kikuno had never heard of such a thing in more than 50 years. Fortunately, the shock came suddenly and disappeared quickly. In the end, only one attack with the same aura as that figure hit Hippomon's mouth. The aura of destruction and the energy in the biting ice instantly exploded in this small space. Bang! Exclamation mark. Blue-eyes double blasting dragon was shocked and flew backwards through the quicksand abyss, while Hippomon was hit and retreated one after another. Its forelegs stepped heavily on the sand one after another before it stopped. Since it evolved into Blue-eyes double blasting dragon, even when facing the attack of the Dragon-type of Pokemon Hunter J, it has the upper hands in the offensive with the help of the mysterious Blue-eyes series dragon move, Dragon God Power. As a result, it was forced to retreat when facing Frozen Fang, whose power value is so much lower. No matter how mysterious and powerful it is, the power it exerts cannot exceed the scope. Qingliu said to himself. Little did he know that a level 40 Hippomon could face a level 45 Hippomon head-on without being defeated, and even had a 55 hours and 46 minutes chance of winning, which was completely beyond Kikuno's expectations. Such a strong power. This should be the source of the loud noise I heard before the incident at Lake Shinseibashi. However, if one attack doesn't cause effective damage, the situation won't change at all. Hippomon then used the sharp stone attack. Blue-eyes double explosion dragon, double explosion hurricane bomb. Dig a hole. The two men's orders were issued one after another, and the two figures in the venue charged at each other again. The double explosive hurricane bombs opened the way, followed by the dragon claws. Hippomon continued to dig holes to avoid bombing attacks while using sharp stone attacks to deal with long-range attacks. The iron head covered its head for close combat. The collision of moves and the attack of energy against energy. In the flying sand, explosions continued one after another. As time went on, the frequency of attacks by both sides did not decrease at all, and was even gradually increasing at a slow speed. Although there is a level difference between the two sides, the power of the Blue-Eyes double explosive dragon must be very terrifying. So after a claw slap, this Hippomon was able to withstand it. Hippomon is much slower than Ivory Pig, but its racial defense is stronger, so strong that it has exceeded its attack power. The only shortcoming is that its attack means are too simple and the speed is too slow. To be honest, it is a shortcoming, but Kakuno Tenno must have taken the specific situation into consideration. For example, the current situation has completely concealed the shortcomings and used the advantages to fight. If Aoyagi didn't have more powerful moves, or a trump card like before, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to break the defense at all. Looking at the current trend, there shouldn't be any. After all, if every Pokemon evolved on the spot, it would be a bit too abnormal. That's right, in that case, the outcome seems to be already determined. An iron turtle that can resist, fight and dig holes, surrounded by dense wind and sand, it seems that defeat is only a matter of time. Qingliu also knows that the current situation is developing in this direction, but he is not as anxious as the audience imagines. On the contrary, he is still very calm. After all, there are good ways to deal with it. For example, replace the Blue-Eyes Double Burst Dragon with Tyrannosaurus and jump into the pit left by the dig hole, catch Hippomon and give a righteous Tyrannosaurus beating. It should be no problem to break the defense with Tyrannosaurus ability. But Qingliu does not intend to do so. First, Tyrannosaurus is destined to stay until the end in his current state. Second, he has not completely chosen to sit and wait for death. He still has one last chance to turn defeat into victory. When Cactusman loses consciousness and cannot control his body, the second personality will come out to take over the command of the body. The characteristics of the Blue-Eyes Double Burst Dragon are that when the physical strength drops to the limit but there is still a trace of consciousness, it will call out the power of the Abyss-Eyes White Dragon. If the Blue-Eyes White Dragon stage was able to challenge the injured Zapdos, then how powerful a fighting force can it unleash in the current twin-headed exploding dragon stage? Qingliu didn't know, but the only thing he could be sure of was that after using the Dragon's Advent Monster Talent move that directly increased the racial value by 100, the Blue-Eyes twin-headed exploding dragon, which now has a racial value of 570, will directly break through 600 and become a true legendary dragon with a racial value of 670. Under such a terrifying numerical premise, Qingliu believed that even if there was a level difference of 10 levels, there was a possibility of suppressing the second echelon of the four heavenly kings. Who knows, it might not even need Tyrannosaurus to appear before the Blue-Eyes twin-headed exploding dragon can directly defeat 3 in a row. I just don't know, now that it has the form of the Deep-Eyes White Dragon, will it appear with one head or two heads? Looking at the battle situation that has completely fallen into a stalemate, and the body's condition that the status bar on the panel is continuously decreasing but the speed of decrease is very slow, Qingliu felt for the first time that sometimes too much physical strength is not necessarily a good thing. The key is the current battle. He is definitely unwilling to deliberately get beaten by the Blue-Eyes Double Explosion Dragon. If he ends up getting injured and losing consciousness in this situation, let alone the conjecture of the Abyss Eye, he really doesn't know how to coax this guy afterwards. Last time, he was forced to make a quarrel with it and it forced the Abyss Eye to appear even though he was obviously right. This time, he is not right and who knows what will happen. Although he can stimulate himself to become stronger, Qingliu is not very willing to do something that has a too clear purpose and will cause harm. In this case, there is only one way left. The double explosive wind bomb will blow up the quicksand abyss and fly into the sky. The blue-eyed twin exploding dragons moved at the sound, flapping their wings to avoid the sharp rocks that were shooting straight at them. At the same time, the two dragon heads spit out two energy bombs at the same time, blasting a hole in the dust covering the surroundings, and returning to the sky through the hole. Stretch your body to the maximum area. After Qingliu's voice fell, the pupils of the blue-eyed twin explosion dragon looked back, and after understanding Qingliu's meaning, it stretched out its body. At this moment, the 7-meter-tall, 19-meter long, and over 20-meter long wingspan of the dragon were completely exposed in the air. And this also gave the surrounding sandstorms the opportunity to cause more damage. The yellow sand was blown by the strong wind and washed over the body of the blue-eyed twin explosion dragon in almost all directions without dead angles. Along with the sand came the stinging sensation like an ant bite, and the rapid decline in physical strength. Since it was not okay to take a beating, it would take the initiative to take a sand bath. It just so happened that this sandstorm weather was a process of slowly causing damage. At this moment, Qingliu had to admit that the continuous damage of the sandstorm was really in line with the characteristics of the blue-eyed twin explosion dragon. Even in his mind, Qingliu had begun to consider whether he should take the initiative to learn this move in the future. In addition, those moves that cause counter-injury to oneself after the attack must also be learned, and finally add a hold on. Before there was Sinna's suicide bird Mookhawk, and after there was Yu-Gi-Oh's suicide Ryun Yan's dragon. The old man at home has passed away, and I ran for a long time. Sorry. Chapter 213, The dark shadow in the atmosphere is intercepted by the light of the Eye of the Abyss. What is it doing? Looking at the blue-eyed double explosion dragon, which had completely stopped attacking under Qingliu's command and instead stayed in the sky to actively withstand the sandstorm weather, Kikuno slowly frowned. Even though she had experienced countless battles, she had only seen such a scene a few times. Was it preparing to use double return, or a move like Survive and Despair, where the less HP the more powerful the move? No, that's not right. Kikuno quickly rejected this guess. After this mutual bombardment, she had already seen that the main attack method of this Pokémon was based on Dragon-type moves, and apart from the Dragon-type moves, the route taken was special attack as the main and physical attack as the auxiliary. In short, this is a special attacker, so these fighting-type moves must not be hidden means. So, what is it? Combining the previous scenes of Blue Cottonbird and Tanabata Bluebird, Biruman and Cactuman, and the scene where they should have fallen to the ground due to exhaustion but stood up again to force a tie, Kikuno suddenly had an idea in his mind. Again, a similar trump card? But no matter what, we must keep the situation and rhythm firmly in our hands. Although it was just an exhibition match, even the audience and the media were not contacted or tickets were sold in advance. It was the type of match that was notified at short notice. But she is one of the 4 heavenly kings after all. Even if she doesn't want to be one anymore, she will still retain this identity until she retires. In addition to this position, she also has the pursuit of becoming a trainer who wants to climb higher and stronger. So, she can't lose, and even win beautifully. There can't be a narrow victory or most of the Pokémon lose. However, even Kikuno herself didn't realize that, invisibly, her underlying thinking has changed from one to beat 4 Aoagi to the current one that can't fall 2 or 3. Although the rhythm of the battle is in her hands, the rhythm in her heart has completely fallen into that side. And this is the foreshadowing after the previous 2 evolutions. Hippomon, Quicksand Abyss, and then try your best to expand the range. Quicksand Abyss, a ground-type move, similar to the fire-type Flame Vortex and the water-type Tide Vortex, manipulates sand to form an abyss-like range, and continuously causes damage. Faced with such an attack, Blue Eye's double explosion dragon glanced at it and didn't pay much attention to it. It had just understood what Qingliu meant. And even it wanted to see what stage it would reach after its power was combined with that of the abyss-sized white dragon. After all, after this week of special training, the guy who was surpassed by it after its evolution has the same power. For this reason, it must continue to become stronger all the time, even if it is only for a moment. As the thought flashed in his mind, the yellow sand like a wave had merged with a sandstorm in the entire venue. In particular, the Hippomon standing behind continued to spit out sand from its back, and then used its front feet to splash sand to expand the amount of sand, and the power has doubled. Then used the sharp stone attack. Shashisha. The sound of objects moving through the sand was heard everywhere, but it did not pierce directly like the previous attack. Instead, it was hidden in the sandstorm that bound the blue-eyed twin explosion dragon, and the stone tip slowly emerged. Is this a combination attack that combines 3 moves? The audience looked at the scene in the field, and someone asked in confusion, what combination? What does it mean? Didn't you see that all the sharp stone attacks were blocked by the blue-eyed twin explosion dragon? King Kikuno should know that even if there are more attacks, they will only cancel each other out and will not work, so he adjusted the method to integrate the sharp stones into the sand, and Qingliu's counterattack effect will decrease. That's right, because of the integration of sand and dust, as long as the sandstorm is still there, the sharp stone attacks mixed in it will also hit. Although the power is a little smaller, the attack becomes a sure hit. So that's how it is. It has to be said that the balance of victory will completely tip over to King Kakuno. Qingliu, who also discovered Kakuno's plan, slowly swallowed the order he was about to give. Direct thrust attacks have strong penetration, intense pain, and great power. Although this idea enhances the power of the 3 moves, it turns the explosive damage into continuous damage. This is not an attack, it is a warm gift. The only thing to pay attention to is to resist. Qingliu raised his head and looked at the figure in the air that was completely submerged in the sand, whispering softly. Under such a gaze, in the field of vision that only Qingliu could see, the status information of the blue-eyes twin explosion dragon on the blue panel in front of him was rapidly declining. Race, blue-eyes twin explosion dragon. Status, General. Race, blue-eyes twin explosion dragon. Status, poor. Status, weak. Status, extremely weak. Status, exhausted and exhausted. Seeing this, Qingliu's eyes lit up. Come on. The moment the voice fell, Qingliu raised his head and looked up into the sky. But this time, there was no white light representing the power of the abyss-sized white dragon that appeared in the sky instantly as he remembered. At the same time, in the deep and dark darkness beyond the Milky Way, a white light suddenly lit up. In just an instant, this white light crossed countless galaxies and planets, passed the moon and came to the outside of the Earth. At this moment, it seemed to suppress its speed and strength, slowing down the terrifying speed before coming, and instead diving towards the Earth in a relatively slow posture. But even so, its figure is still difficult to capture with the naked eye. But just as it was about to approach the atmosphere, a thunderous roar sounded. The voice was full of anger and murderous intent, as if it was very dissatisfied with this sudden uninvited guest. Then, a figure emitting a pitch-black luster, with a body length that could not be seen at a glance, horns on the head and claws on the body, like a snake but not a snake, like a dragon but not a dragon, roaring with a bloody mouth showing bright red, and exuding an ancient breath all over the body, ran towards the white light at a high speed. The white light seemed to have not seen the other party at all, and continued to gallop on its own, and such behavior seemed to anger the black shadow even more. The next moment, the black figure's body, which was hundreds of meters long, completely stretched out. A terrifying green energy field instantly enveloped it. Its already extremely fast speed surged again, and it crashed directly into the white light with an ancient and destructive aura. Chi-chi. A crisp shattering sound was heard, and the white light disappeared from sight. The huge figure that had finished the attack turned back to the huge head. The deep orange-yellow pupils in the black eye sockets looked around to make sure that the other party had really disappeared, and then the figure swayed and disappeared in the distance. After a while, Chi-chi-chi. The white light that had disappeared gathered again from all directions and rushed to the surface again. But this method seemed to consume a lot of it, so that the color was much dimmer than before. At this moment on the battlefield, Qingliu looked at the sky above his head and slowly frowned. It was obvious that it came almost instantly last time. Why did it take so long this time? If it drags on, the blue-eyed double explosion dragon will really faint. On the other side, Kakuno looked at Qingliu, who kept looking up at the sky, and the same thoughts surged in her mind. Although she didn't understand what Qingliu's purpose was, she saw that her Pokemon was about to lose its combat ability, but he didn't rush to think of a solution or give orders, but made such a move. This made her confused and curious. Could this Pokemon also use weather-related moves? Or is it waiting for natural rain? Kakuno followed Qingliu's gaze and looked up at the sky. After the catalysis of the sunny day before, the sun was shining brightly above his head at this moment, and a few white clouds floated in the distance from time to time. Apart from that, nothing else could be seen. There were no dark clouds or rain clouds, and nothing else. What was Qingliu doing? But just as she retracted her gaze and prepared to let Hippoman use the power of the move to the end and prepare to end the battle, suddenly, a burst of white light flashed across the sky. Before she could react, the white light instantly fell from the sky and fell into the sandstorm and quicksand abyss that covered the entire battlefield. To be more precise, it fell on the figure wrapped in sand. In an instant, the blue-eyed twin explosive dragon's body lit up with white light. Crack! The crisp cracking sound passed through the surging wind and sand and reached the ears of everyone present. And then, There were continuous sounds. Crack. Crack. Woo. Hipperman let out a low roar and began to slowly retreat. Although Kakuno couldn't see clearly what was happening in the sand at the moment, and didn't know what the white light just now was, she could feel that Hipperman's mood was very wrong at the moment. This faint fear made Kakuno feel a little incredible. Hipperman, who was known for his violent ferocity and strong aggression, would not be afraid even when facing his first-tier Pokémon, and would even take the initiative to attack when his temperament was bad. Now he was afraid? Unbelievable. So, is this your third trump card? Kakuno glanced at Qingliu, whose expression was calm but a little weird, and then looked at the figure in the air whose sound of breaking was getting more and more frequent. A holy, noble, an aura as if facing the abyss was released through the cracks in the body and through the fine sand. Such a breath, even Kakuno was frightened. No wonder Hipperman is afraid, such a guy is really terrifying, and no wonder that Yamanashi, who is so strict, agreed to mention the legendary dragon in the information of the landing map. Kakuno's expression was extremely solemn, but a smile slowly emerged at the corner of his mouth. But even so, don't underestimate the 4 heavenly kings. Kakuno has basically confirmed that although the opponent is very strong, this form that is a bit similar to evolution and metamorphosis seems to have very strict conditions. In order to deal with the 2 remaining Mengli of Qingliu, who only have evolution as a trump card, Kakuno prepared a backup in advance. Hipperman, use Roar. Roar, a general transformation move, forcibly stimulate the opponent through sound, put it back into the Poké Ball and then pull out the next Pokémon. Hipperman opened his mouth wide, and a strange and inexplicable sound came out of his mouth. The sound wave passed through the wind and sand and spread to the entire venue, forcibly pushing the blue-eyes double explosion dragon, which had turned into white light, to retreat. But unlike usual, this time it did not work immediately, but the effect was very limited. Kakuno frowned and issued another order, while roaring, use Blow Away. Blow Away, a general change type move, a move based on the same principle as the roar, which blows the target back to the Poké Ball and forcibly pulls a Pokémon onto the field. 2 different moves with the same effect were activated at the same time, with the roar and the airflow working together, and the slow-moving white light finally shook. Hipperman, who discovered this scene, suddenly became more endurant. With a high level and double moves, even the Poké Ball in Qingliu's hand in the distance began to vibrate, as if it would be forcibly taken back in the next moment. It's no big problem to take it back, but why is the power of this abyss-sized white dragon so much weaker than last time? Theoretically, the stronger the power of Blue-Eyes Twin Explosion Dragon is, the more powerful the summoned power should be. If not stronger, it should also remain stable. Qingliu looked at the void in front of him. Race, Blue-Eyes Twin Explosion Dragon. Status, exhausted. Recovery paused. The power is too weak to transform the power of the Abyss Eyes. Semi-stable. Thanks to the little princess in the bubble bath for the 500 starting coins. Thanks to Lie 2537 for the 500 starting coins. Thanks to Book Friends 2023, 2467 for the 100 starting coins. It seems that my status tonight is much better. I will update it if I have free time tomorrow, and try to finish the story of Tyrannosaurus. Chapter 214 Gaia Flame Plus Edition. Big 2-in-1. Looking at the new message, Qingliu narrowed his eyes. Not only did it not become stronger, it couldn't even stabilize. Has its strength weakened to this extent? Is it because the individual strength has become stronger, resulting in insufficient overall energy support? No, that's not right. If this is true, then the characteristics of Blue-Eyes Twin Explosion Dragon, which was inherited from Blue-Eyes White Dragon, will be useless in the future. Such a thing is unlikely to happen, so the only possibility is that something went wrong when it descended. But now there is no time to carefully check the specific reasons. Qingliu looked at the Blue-Eyes Twin Explosion Dragon in the white light in the field. At this moment, its body surface was covered with dense cracks and was almost broken, but it was stuck at this last step due to insufficient strength. And Hipperman's forced exit moves, Roar and Blow Away, are still in effect. Its physical strength has reached the bottom, and there is no power from Abyss-Eyes White Dragon to resist. It is inevitable that it will be eliminated. Qingliu even feels that the Poké Ball in his hand is trembling, as if it will open in the next second. Forget it, let Tyrannosaurus take over next, Qingliu said. Then she took the initiative to raise the Poké Ball in her hand. Although Kakuno on the opposite side didn't understand what was going on, As long as Blue Eye's twin explosion dragon was taken back, this strange change would definitely end. So, Hippoman roared and used the blowfly move even harder. When Blue Eye's twin explosion dragon heard what Aoyagi said, the white light gradually weakened and retracted into its body. The whole dragon looked like it had accepted the result of leaving the field. Kikuno looked much more relaxed when she saw this. The aura before was so oppressive that just feeling that aura gave her a feeling that was no less than facing Lugia. It was good to end the battle like this now. Although she didn't actually win, she probably won after interrupting it. Seeing Aoyagi pressing the Poké Ball switch and the red light shooting into the field, Kikuno breathed a sigh of relief. Next, she only needed to not use the invisible rock, a trap move that would cause damage when changing Pokémon, when the next one appeared. But before she could say anything, suddenly, crack! A sound of breaking that surpassed all the previous ones sounded, instantly interrupting Kikuno's actions. In the white light, a silver-white dragon claw stretched out, followed by a slender and soft dragon head filled with elegance, which slowly raised up. The noble aura revealed in the blue eyes looked down on the world. But it was this unique supreme aura that made Kikuno feel a surge of pressure, and at the same time, she felt a sense of familiarity, as if she had seen it somewhere recently. Besides, isn't it suppressed by the roar and the blow? What's going on? The moment she saw this figure, she knew that the giant dragon in front of her was the owner of the previous aura, but why didn't it break out of the cocoon just now, but waited until now? But soon, Kikuno found something wrong, because the changes stopped. Only one dragon claw and one dragon head appeared, and the other arm and another head, as well as most of the body were still in the white light. This terrifying change only took less than 1/3 of the time. But even so, she didn't dare to be careless. Because, a phantom suddenly appeared behind the white light. It was not the shadow filled with destructive aura that appeared when the move Dragon God Power was used before, but a specific and familiar, but completely transparent figure, Blue Eye's twin blasting dragon. One of the exclusive moves of Deep Eye's White Dragon, Dragon Spirit Fury. It is instantly activated when it appears on the stage, and damages the opponent according to the Fallen Dragon Pokémon. With a pure dragon energy injected into the transparent shadow, with a roar, Blue Eye's twin blasting dragon instantly passed through the battlefield, jumped over the wind and sand, and appeared directly in front of Hippoman like a flash. Bang! This ghostly attack knocked Hippoman, who had been as stable as a mountain since his appearance, upside down in a completely confused state. Kikuno was also at a loss. This strange move and attack method was the first time she had seen it, and the speed was too fast. It was so fast that the next round of attack came just after she issued the command. An energy bomb composed of bright blue and blue colors, with arcs jumping on it, was spit out from the mouth of the dragon head. Whoosh! A blast that swept through the air at high speed sounded, and the sandstorm weather was instantly pierced. All the obstacles and all the resistance of the sand hippopotamus had no effect. They could only watch the opponent's flashing terrifying energy bomb appear in front of them. And then, it was completely lit. Bang! A huge explosion sounded in the venue, and the whistling wind easily blew away all the yellow sand, and the sandstorm weather that had covered the venue for a long time was also completely shattered, and it was crushed to the surroundings with a scattered wind. The hippopotamus beast at the center of the explosion was instantly blown away, and its body fell far away after dozens of consecutive rotations. Kikuno couldn't resist the sound of the wind that was about to sweep people up to the sky even after squatting down. It wasn't until two red lights flashed around her waist that the Scorpio King and the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus appeared, blocking the hurricane for her one after another, and then she slowly stood up. Farther away, most of the audience in the auditorium could not withstand the terrifying airwaves and howling wind even if they had crouched down, and were blown to the ground one after another. If it weren't for the Sun Rock and Moonstone that appeared overhead and released their superpowers to block most of the aftermath, the entire auditorium would have been buried in the wind and sand. Is the power actually this high? And, is this also a manifestation of morphological evolution? Dr. Yamanashi was also forced to retreat a long way back. Looking at the scene in front of him and Hippoman falling headfirst not far away, his usually cold and expressionless face was replaced by seriousness and solemnity. Blue Eye's Double Explosion Dragon and Hippoman have both lost their combat capabilities, and this round is a draw. Aoki's voice, which came out of the sand, rang out in the field. Hearing the verdict, Kikuno, who is the one who suffered the most direct impact besides Hippoman, and was a little dusty, silently took out the Ultra Ball and took Hippoman back. I prepared 2 forced exit moves but they didn't work. Instead, I was defeated by this Pokemon that only appeared less than 1/3 of the time. It's really surprising. Qingliu looked at the blue-eyes twin blasting dragon that had returned to the Poké Ball and said slowly, "Actually, I didn't expect it." Even he didn't expect that blue-eyes twin blasting dragon would make such a choice at the moment of being forced to exit. The power that was originally changing the whole body was transferred to part of the body to achieve the partial transformation of the deep-eyes white dragon. Although it only produced a momentary change, at that moment, the claws and dragon head of the blue-eyes twin blasting dragon did have the power of the deep-eyes white dragon. Qingliu could roughly guess what it was thinking about this. Even if you squeeze out the last bit of power, you are unwilling to admit defeat, and then hand over the unsolvable stall to Tyrannosaurus. Qingliu smiled bitterly and shook his head. Although the two often fight, the time they spend together is gradually increasing, and their relationship is gradually getting better, but in essence they still refuse to admit defeat. Whether it is Blue-Eyes Twin Blasting Dragon or Tyrannosaurus, both are the same. But overall, it's good. Qingliu said softly to the Poké Ball. One-on-one, and with the power of Deep-Eyes White Dragon in question, he single-handedly defeated Hippomon, who was 10 levels higher than him and was extremely good at delaying and weather tactics. Compared to the previous Ivory Pig, which had to combine the evolution of 2 Pokemon and other conditions to barely defeat it, Blue-Eyes Double Explosion Dragon has exceeded the goal. After putting the Poké Ball away, Qingliu took out the last Poké Ball. Kikuno also took out the third Ultra Ball. But before the two threw the balls in their hands, Qingmu's voice sounded first. "You two, the battle needs to be suspended first." Qingliu and Kikuno heard the voice and looked over at the same time. After just having a big battle, there was some hate in the eyes of the two. Aoki was a little scared and took 2 steps back after being stared at like that. Then he quickly pointed to the field under his feet and said quickly, "Although I don't want to, but now. I'm afraid it's really hard to continue." Following the direction pointed by Qingmu, the two looked at the battlefield. The original super large venue is now full of deep pits, sand, mud formed by water, deep footprints, and huge cracks caused by earthquakes. It was a mess at first glance. It was just that it was not so obvious because Blue-Eyes Double Explosion Dragon could fly and Hippomon released sand. Now that the battle was over, all the problems were revealed. There are special Pokemon to repair the venue. Don't worry, it won't take too much time. Professor Yamanashi came over and said. Seeing this, Qingliu looked at Kikuno opposite. Seeing that the other party had no objection, he nodded to indicate that he had no problem either. Then the two walked to their respective rest areas. Soon, dozens of ground-type and rock-type Pokemon ran over. Under Aoki's command, they began to fill and compact the temporarily vacated ground and clean up the viewing area. Because the battle stopped, the audience had no place to focus for a while, and they began to discuss the 2 battles just now. Whether it was the successive evolutions of Tenabata Bluebird and Cactusman, or the Cactusman that had been exhausted and failed suddenly getting up and finishing off Mamoswine with 1 punch, this kind of fierce and constantly reversing battle was very rare. Especially when the opponent was Kikuno, who ranks second among the 4 Heavenly Kings. And the most discussed thing was the strange change that happened to Blue-Eyes Twin Explosion Dragon at the last moment. Although it was a white light-like evolution, it fell from the sky. That's right, although I don't understand why it didn't evolve at that time. Whether it evolves or not is not the point. Did you see it? Under the influence of Roar and Blow Away, just the appearance of a head and a hand killed Hippomon in seconds. If it evolves completely, wouldn't it mean? Are you saying that if the evolution is completed, Qingliu will crush Kikuno Tenno in the next battle? Someone next to him immediately retorted, it can't be calculated that way. Hippomon also consumed a lot of physical strength at that time, and Kikuno Tenno has not yet taken out the strongest Pokemon in the second echelon. Then who can be sure that Qingliu has taken out the strongest one? As the 2 battles progressed, Qingliu forced a tie with 3-2. In addition to those fans who came for the 4 Heavenly Kings at the beginning, some passers-by and trainers have shifted more attention to Qingliu, the new trainer who just emerged but dared to challenge the 4 Heavenly Kings. When hearing someone say this, some other audience members who were discussing it frowned. That's impossible. This Blue-Eyes Double Explosion is so abnormal that it can fight against Kikuno Tenno's Pokemon head-on. If there is another one of the same level, isn't it a bit outrageous for him as a rookie trainer? That's right. If he is a rookie, Then what about me who only got 7 badges in the first year and didn't enter the Lily of the Valley tournament? Don't be impatient. Of course I have a basis for what I said. An audience member pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose and said mysteriously, according to the information I collected, Aoyagi has another initial Pokemon, and that is his main force among the main forces. Oh my god, is that true? You are not kidding, are you? The people around asked questions in disbelief or surprise. Seeing that he had quite enough attention, the man with eyes slowly took out a pile of papers with half a page of font printed on them from his pocket. It contains all the information about Qingliu's landing and fighting records since his debut, including information about Pokemon types and battle analysis. It's genuine and fair. One copy only costs 50 Alliance coins. Since we are destined to meet, I will only charge you 40. It's a bit expensive. Forget it, give me one copy to have a look. Give me one copy too. Kikuno listened to the shouting not far from her, but did not speak. Instead, her face was more solemn than ever, and she even looked at Qingliu opposite with some scrutiny. She had seen Tyrannoman, and even when Scorpion King and Blue Eyes Twin Blasting Dragon were staring at each other, the other party wanted to come out of the Poké Ball to help, so she naturally knew that Qingliu's final battle spot was likely to be it. That Pokemon is very large, and its combat power should be on par with Blue Eyes Twin Blasting Dragon. This is nothing to her. Although it may be a little difficult to win, it is destined to win. As for the Tanabata Bluebird, to put it bluntly, there is no need to care about it at all. This was her initial thought, and she had been thinking this way until the end of the last battle. But just now, when she saw a dragon head and a dragon claw appearing in the white light, the familiar feeling made her inexplicably fall into thinking. While the venue was being repaired, she just carefully recalled the source of this familiar feeling. After spending some time, she finally remembered it. Before receiving the news from the Sinnoh League that Lugia had appeared and going to an island near the Iron Island to support Yaxuan, she checked the video that Yaxuan had sent back to the League headquarters before Lugia was discovered, about a mysterious trainer fighting against the legendary Pokemon Zapdos in Kanto and defeating it. Among the two figures that appeared in the battle against Zapdos, there was a similar giant dragon. Even from a long distance, even through the video, you can feel that noble aura, which is very similar to the aura of the dragon head and dragon claws that were stretched out before. If Kikuno hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would even feel that they are exactly the same. The only difference is that the giant dragon has one head, while the Blue Eyes Double Explosion Dragon in front of him seems to have 2 heads. But according to the data, before Qingliu's Blue Eyes Double Blaster evolved, it only had 1 head, and it evolved recently. In addition, Lugia's behavior at that time was not like an accidental encounter at all, but more like a deliberate rush to drive them away. Now thinking about it, it seems a bit like a diversion, so that they don't have time to find out who defeated Zapdos. Thinking of this, Kikuno's eyes flashed with an inexplicable light. Is it really you? 10 minutes later. The venue, which has been completely renewed, reappeared in front of them. With the sound of King Moo's prompt, the audience returned to the clean-up audience seats. This time, in order to avoid being affected by the aftermath, Kikuno's Scorpion King and Ultra Iron Tyrannosaurus guarded both sides of the venue. Qingliu and Kikuno also returned to the venue at this time. Qingliu stood in the command area and took out the Poké Ball. Before he could make any move, Kikuno's voice suddenly came from the opposite side. Aoyagi, I hope you can fight with all your strength without reservation, because one of my next 2 Pokemon has a combat power comparable to that of the first echelon. If you deliberately hold back, you will lose badly. Aoyagi replied with a smile, what if I use all my strength and Miss Kikuno loses badly? Hearing Aoyagi's words, Kikuno was slightly stunned, and then a smile also appeared on her face. If I really lose, I will be very happy. After all, this is just an exhibition match, it doesn't mean anything. This time it was Aoyagi who was stunned. Although I shouldn't think so, it's true that he is one of the 4 heavenly kings. In addition to being strong, his face is also growing. Well, let's start. Aoyagi pressed the switch and threw the Poké Ball, and Kikuno threw the Poké Ball almost at the same time. 2 lights flashed, and 2 huge figures appeared in the venue. It's Tyrannosaurus. The third one is a poison and ground-type Nidoking. Qingliu looked at a monster not far away whose body was covered with purple, with sharp horns on its head, and exuded an aura that was stronger than Ivoryman but weaker than Hippomon. However, this time, Qingliu did not open the illustration to check the information as usual, but directly issued an order. Since the opponent was serious about letting him go all out, it would be a bit impolite to check the information and make a battle plan slowly. Tyrannosaurus. Gaia Flame. As the voice fell, Tyrannosaurus's huge feet stepped heavily on the ground. After stabilizing its body, accompanied by a low roar, all the heat and energy around it began to gather and concentrate. A ball of fire containing terrifying energy took shape. Almost in an instant, the terrifying high temperature came, and the newly renovated ground was instantly dried up, and the temperature around it rose rapidly. Looking at this scene, Qingliu's mouth corners slightly raised. Tyrannosaurus Gaia Flame concentrates all the energy around it and then launches an attack. Generally speaking, the speed and power of concentration cannot reach this level in such a short time, but the current situation is a little different. Because there is too much energy around. At this moment, the flame ball is condensed. In addition to Tyrannosaurus' own energy, there is also energy left over from the previous battle. The energy left by the 5 Pokémon in the field before, all that has not yet dissipated. Chapter 215 Explosion. Instant Kill. The Dragon Energy and Fairy Energy of Tenabita Bluebird. The Ground Energy and Ice Energy of Ivory Pig. The Grass Energy, Sunny Weather Energy and Vitality Energy of Cactusman. The Ground Energy, Sandstorm Weather Energy and Rock Energy of Hippomon. The Dragon Energy of Blue Eyes Double Explosion Dragon, the energy of Dragon God's Phantom, and the power of Abyssal Eyes White Dragon attracted by the characteristic of breaking and standing. Even the power of the Light of Evolution brought by 2 consecutive evolutions, mixed with the power that originally existed in the surroundings, plus the power of Tyrannosaurus himself. In these short seconds, all the energy was attracted and rushed to Tyrannosaurus. The next moment, the volume of the fireball suddenly swelled, and because of the surge in the total amount of energy, a huge fireball that was taller than Tyrannosaurus condensed out. But the strange thing is that compared to the previous fireball that made people feel uncomfortable and continued to rise in temperature, this moment suddenly disappeared before everyone could react. Just when all the audience were confused about this sudden change, and even doubted whether everything just now was true. Changes happened again. Look, that huge fireball. Is it getting smaller? Yes, it is indeed getting smaller quickly. My eyes that measure it cannot be wrong. The diameter has shrunk from 6 meters to more than 4 meters now. Just like the high temperature just now, it keeps weakening and disappearing. Is it a failure? It is clearly an attack that looks very lethal. What a pity. Yes. Most of the audience shook their heads and expressed regret at Tyrannomon's attack that was gradually extinguished. A few people looked at the fireball that was less than 3 meters long and slowly frowned. At this moment, Kikuno's expression had reached an unprecedented solemnity and seriousness, even with a hint of excitement. A genuine 4 heavenly kings who ranked at the top of the strength naturally could not judge a person, a Pokémon, and an attack based on external performance. She paid more attention to the inner side. It was for this reason that she discovered that the disappearance of the temperature and the shrinkage of the fireball named Gaia Flame was not a failure of the charging big move, but a success. Gather all the overflowing heat, compress the body to the limit, and maximize the explosive power. This introverted and seemingly non-threatening attack is even more terrifying than the powerful attack just now, which is why she is so solemn. As for why she is excited, it is because she has seen this fireball in the video. It was the attack that finally defeated the Zapdos that had already merged into the world, and dyed the entire sky red and turned it into a flaming cloud. Now Kikuno can basically confirm that Qingliu in front of him is the mysterious trainer who defeated the legendary Pokémon in the Kanto region, Zapdos. Because I told you to go all out, so you go all out as soon as you appear. Kikuno's face is full of excitement when she meets a powerful trainer, especially a perverted and powerful new trainer, but her eyes are rational. However, now we are fighting, not fighting, and I will not choose to face it head-on when I know the power of this move. Kikuno waved his hand and quickly issued an order. Nidoking, interrupt it, use the power of the earth. Nido. Faced with Tyrannosaurus, who was 4 times his size, Nidoking, who was hot-tempered and powerful, did not show any fear, but instead aroused his ferocity. Strong and steady ground energy gathered on his fist, and Nidoking punched down hard in front of him with a roar. Boom! A violent vibration sounded, and a crack on the ground was suddenly blasted out by this huge force, and the energy quickly moved along this winding crack. With another loud bang, it exploded violently, and the huge energy instantly submerged Tyrannosaurus. What made people confused was that the noise and sound caused by this explosion was like a critical hit, which was much louder than the momentum caused by the surging ground energy just now. What's going on? Why does it feel like the power suddenly increased when it hit? Most of the audience noticed this situation and were full of doubts. It's forced. This Nidoking's characteristic is forced. The man selling information pushed his glasses on his nose again and said, when a Pokemon with this characteristic uses a move with an additional effect to attack, the additional effect will be cancelled, but the power of the move will increase by 30%, and Earth Power is a move that carries the additional effect of reducing the target's special defense. As the glasses man explained, the audience understood what was going on, and Kikuno's old but powerful voice sounded again. Nidoking, use. Mud Wave. As the voice fell, the energy on the purple skin on Nidoking's back surged wildly, accompanied by a roar. A cloud of poisonous energy instantly rose into the air and quickly attacked the place where Tyrannomon had stood in the thick smoke. Even if you only look at the flying mud wave from a distance, you can feel the horror of the toxins from the poisonous cloud that keeps bubbling and emitting a corrosive smell. If I remember correctly, mud wave is also a move with a side effect, right? Yes, it has the effect of causing the target to fall into poison state. That means, yes, the forced characteristic is activated again, and the power of the mud wave move has increased by 30%. The power values of the two moves are 90 and 95 respectively. After the 30% increase, the lowest level is about 120 for a big move, especially after the power of the Earth Force, which restrains Tyrannosaurus. So, although this Nidoking is not as powerful as Hippomon in terms of momentum, with a blessing of this special characteristic, its combat power seems to have reached the strongest of the three currently on the stage. After being hit twice in a row, I'm afraid. As soon as the voice fell, boom! The thick mud wave flew straight into the smoke and dust. With a roar, the thick purple poisonous gas exploded instantly, bombing the area that was already full of smoke and dust into pieces, and even the ground collapsed due to the vibration of energy. The winner has been decided. Whether it was the fans of the four Heavenly Kings Kikuno or the audience who began to pay attention to Aoyagi and felt that he had great potential to fight, they all had their own judgments about the outcome of the battle at this moment. That is, this battle, this exhibition match is on the verge of ending. This is the inner thought of 99.99% of people. Even Kikuno herself thinks so, but the only thing that makes her feel wrong is Aoyagi's expression. Even if he was hit by the power of the earth after being restrained by the attribute and forcibly strengthened by the characteristics, and then supplemented with a more powerful mud wave, Aoyagi didn't have much other expression. As if he already knew that he would attack like this, and as if he knew that Tyrannomon had the ability to block it, he was calm. This made Kikuno look at the center of the explosion surrounded by smoke, and after a moment of silence, he made up his mind. Nidoking, come again, use the power of the earth. Nidoking responded to Kikuno's voice in command, raised his strong arm, and the heavy ground energy lingered on it, and then fell heavily to the ground. But at this time, Kikuno found that Aoyagi's calm face changed. The corner of his mouth, a hint of smile appeared. This made Kikuno frown slightly, and his expression became serious, but it was too late to change his moves at this moment. With a punch, the power of the earth blasted a crack in the ground and rushed forward. At this time, Qingliu's voice also rang out. It's already the limit to resist to. If you continue, you will really not be able to bear it. Moreover, the energy absorbed has reached the limit now. With the help of the panel illustration, Qingliu's eyes passed through the smoke and dust, looking at the figure who was half kneeling on the ground after being hit twice in succession, and said softly, "That's it, Tyrannomon, Gaia Flame. Fire." The voice fell, but the figure kneeling on one knee suddenly raised his head. A ball of fire with a diameter of only 2 meters, which was burning fiercely but without any flame, changed slightly with its movement. Buzz! A buzzing sounded in the air, and the next moment, the fireball disappeared directly on the spot. The next second, the disappeared Gaia Flame reappeared. It appeared in front of Nidoking without any warning. Nidoking had no idea why the attack would come so quickly. He stared at the scene in a daze. He watched it fly in front of him. He watched it start to burn. He watched the entire fireball explode. Then, a mysterious, destructive, terrifying, yet extremely vibrant flame energy lit up. In an instant, it was like a thunderbolt in the dark night. Nidoking, who was standing far away, was completely submerged before he could react. Then, everything exploded in the battlefield with burning and high temperature. Chapter 216 Digest, then Evolve. 2 in 1. Boom. Boom. The flames rose with a wind, the energy rose and fell, and the world around them instantly turned into a red purgatory. A terrifying air wave like a torrent grew in the huge sound. The high temperature that was compressed and gathered to the point of almost disappearing was also fully activated at this moment, merging into the air wave in the explosion and sweeping towards the surroundings. Looking at this invisible but red terrifying air wave rushing over, the audience around them could not react at all for a while. In addition to not expecting that Tyrannosaurus not only did not fall, but also had the ability to fight and even burst out the attack that was originally thought to have failed, they did not expect that the shrinking fireball would have such a terrifying power. In this scene where the attack was fully erupted, the two battles between the 5 Pokémon before were just like playing house. But at the same time, this also made the audience watching the approaching red air wave slowly emerge with a trace of fear, and the creatures had an instinctive fear of the unknown situation now. Just by looking at it, one could tell that it was incredibly powerful. They didn't know if the Nidoking in the field could withstand the attack, but they knew clearly that they definitely couldn't. The red air wave was getting closer and closer until it had not far in front of them. Some people had already closed their eyes in fear. At the two opposite corners of the edge of the field, 2 tall Pokémon took a step forward towards the flames. Genaying. Jizai. 2 huge roars sounded. Scorpio King took off along the violent airflow around him. The ground energy on its 2 huge and heavy pincers was running, and hundreds of sharp stones soared into the air, charging towards the air wave in unison. Super Iron Tyrannosaurus raised its huge arms on both sides of its body and aimed at the air wave in front of it. Huge rocks appeared in the hollow of its palms, and with heavy collision sounds, the huge rocks were fired like cannonballs. The distance between the two was rapidly shortened, but something unexpected happened. Accompanied by a series of chi-chi-chi sounds, whether it is a sharp stone attack or a rock cannon, it will be burned red the moment it collides with a red air wave, and even the front part will be directly burned by the high temperature. Scorpio King and Super Iron Tyrannosaurus looked at each other, their eyes full of solemnity, and then they no longer held back and increased the frequency of attacks with all their strength. Boom boom boom. Bang bang bang. Following the continuous explosions in the venue, loud noises rang out one after another around the venue. Under the control of the 2 Pokémon, the red air wave was gradually contained in place and no longer advanced in all directions. Seeing this, the surviving audience breathed a sigh of relief, while holding back the cold sweat on their backs and foreheads that had appeared at some point, and cast their eyes towards the center of the venue. The aftermath alone was so large that it forced the 2 strongest Pokémon in the first echelon, Qingliu, to take it seriously. Then what would happen to Nidoking, the second echelon that was attacked head-on in the center of the battlefield? I'm afraid he would be hit hard in an instant. No, even with such uneasy speculation in their hearts, the audience all held their breath, quietly waiting for the flames and energy that soared into the sky to slowly weaken in the raging red. A tall figure slowly appeared in the middle of the venue. With a sturdy body, huge sharp horns on the top of the head, and a height of more than 6 meters, it was easy to identify its identity. Looking at the panting Tyrannosaurus, the expressions of the audience who thought the victory and defeat had been decided just now changed a little, but now they wanted to see another figure. However, as the energy and smoke gradually became thinner, they did not find any figure that matched the appearance of Nidoking. Whether standing or lying, they did not see even a little bit. It was not until the obstruction was completely dissipated, the surroundings became empty, and the eyes could clearly see everything in this super large battlefield, that they finally found it. It turned out, that's it, no wonder I couldn't see it all the time. It's really scary. The venue, which was nearly 100 meters long and belonged to the standing area of Nidoking after being folded in half, and was nearly 50 meters long, had undergone earth-shaking changes at this moment. Almost 90% of the field had disappeared, replaced by a huge pit that was nearly 10 meters deep. And Nidoking was lying in the middle of the pit, motionless, with burn marks all over his body. At this moment, even from the audience's perspective, it was clear that Qingliu, a Pokémon that relied on the Force feature to increase the power of moves with additional effects to the limit, had lost its combat effectiveness. Nidoking has lost its combat ability, Tyrannomon 1, and the winner of this round is Aoagi. Even though they had some guesses in their hearts while waiting just now, when they really saw this scene, All the audience were still shocked. I felt that I had done a very good job of tying the two Pokémons. After all, I was a rookie trainer. It was normal for me to be crushed next time. But now, it was almost an instant kill. What do you mean by almost? It was an instant kill. It was indeed a crush, but the crusher and the crushed were swapped. Where did this monster come from? Where did these big Pokémons come from? Not only the spectators, but also Qingliu looked at the deep pit in front of him, where Nidoking was lying, and his brain did not react for a short time. After watching quietly for a while, Qingliu closed his mouth that was unconsciously open due to surprise, took out the Ultra Ball and took Nidoking back. "Kid, you've worked hard." After a soft word of comfort, Qingliu raised his head and looked at Tyrannoman, who was breathing heavily not far away, and Aoyagi behind Tyrannoman. "What a surprise. Although I've known that this move of yours is very powerful, I didn't expect that you could still use it under continuous interference. And, if I'm not mistaken, you even let Tyrannoman transfer some of the energy of the power of the earth and the mud wave that you had to block during the charging process." Facing Qingliu's question, Aoki nodded slowly. "That's right. Should we say that you are a newborn calf who is not afraid of a tiger, or that you are skilled and courageous?" Qingliu shook his head, then lowered his voice with a normal expression, but said in a volume that basically ensured that it could reach Aoki's ears, "You are indeed worthy of being a person who has the courage to challenge the legendary Pokémon and defeat it." Qingliu frowned slightly when he heard this. After thinking and talking for a while, he already knew that the reason why Qingliu was able to rush to the Yamanashi Research Institute so quickly was because he was blown away by Lugia, and the person who Lugia mentioned to avoid contact with him might be Qingliu, who was sent by the Alliance to investigate the situation. According to the situation at the time, the intensity of the battle, and the huge bodies of Tyrannosaurus, Abyss-sized White Dragon and Zapdos, it is normal for them to be recognized now. After the brief contact recently, he can still trust the character of Qingliu, one of the four Heavenly Kings, not to mention that the other party is a friend of Professor Yamanashi. He can believe that the other party will at least not have any bad thoughts about him, otherwise he would not speak in such a loud voice now. Qingliu immediately admitted and replied, "It was only because it was injured that it won by chance." Qingliu shook his head slowly and said, "As I said before in front of Zinki Lake, I suspect that their strength has been growing in recent years, so it is a great thing that you can defeat it even if it is injured." At the end, Qingliu's voice was full of solemnity. "I have never heard of such a thing in the recent young generation. You can be called the number one." Feeling the strong recognition from Qingliu in these words, Aoyagi nodded in response. He knew that after the other party said this, there must be something else to say. The next moment, Qingliu changed the subject. "Although I have vaguely regarded you as an opponent who can match my second-tier Pokémon in my heart, there is still a big gap from the first tier. But now, I have witnessed your strength and confirmed your actual battle record with this Pokémon named Tyrannosaurus. I will fight you as an opponent of the same level as me, and at the same time send out my favorite and most valued Pokémon in recent years." As she spoke, Qingliu took out a Poké Ball. Unlike the Ultra Balls used by the previous 3 Poké Balls, this time she took out a Poké Ball that was black and white with yellow stripes on the top. This is a high-level ball second only to the Master Ball. As Qingliu pressed the switch, a red light flashed, and a Pokémon standing on 4 legs, with a blue body and fins with blue and black orderly distributed, appeared in front of him. Nah! As it appeared, a huge roar roared out of its mouth, quickly passing through the huge pit in front of it and echoing around. "It's finally out. Wait, this Pokémon could it be?" Yes, it's the youngest Pokémon in Qingliu's hands, but the one with the greatest potential. A few years ago, when it hadn't evolved yet, it had already made its mark in large-scale competitions. Now that it has evolved to its final form, its combat power may have reached a terrifying level. Of course, this is a Pokémon that has the potential to become Qingliu's strongest trump card. Listening to the discussions coming from the audience around him, Qingliu's eyes fell on the other party. Race, Swampert, classification, Swampert Pokémon, attributes, water, ground, features, rip current. When physical strength drops to a certain level, the power of water-based moves will be greatly increased. Level 50. Exclusive moves, none. Mastered moves, Mudshot, Earthquake, Surf, Water Wave, Hold, Rock Slide, Turbidity Current, Water Cannon, Ice Fist, Dig Hole, Pray for Rain, Sandstorm, Diving, Ice Beam, Bodybuilding, Bite, Reverse Scale, Race Value, 535, health 100, attack 110, defense 90, special attack 85, special defense 90, speed 60, intimacy, -1, status, vitality, inherited from the dragon bloodline of the powerful dragon-type Pokémon in the parents, with physical fitness and combat effectiveness far superior to its peers. Information summary: excellent perception ability, able to use the fins on its body to feel the changes in the sea breeze and waves, and then predict storms. It has excellent vision and can easily lock onto targets in sewage. It swims very fast, comparable to jet surfing. It has great strength and can easily drag boulders weighing more than a ton. Its strong arms can easily smash all targets that stand in its way. Horizontal ellipsis. I didn't expect it to be Swampert. Aoyagi was slightly surprised. After all, Kakuna is the king of ground-type Pokémon. Although Swampert has both water and ground attributes, its initial form, Aquascaper, is a single water type that restrains ground-type Pokémon. Such Pokémon would definitely not be welcomed in a ground-type team that doesn't like water. But now these are probably not a problem, after all. Swampert is really strong after it is formed. The illustrated information has already summarized its overall situation. Moreover, as one of the 3 water-type Pokémon in the Hoenn region, Swampert's usage rate has always been high, and it is also a very common core of the Rainy Day team, which shows its strength. And, Aoyagi's eyes fell on the small blue words vigorous vitality in the status bar. This was the first time he saw other Pokémon besides his own with such notes. Combined with what Kakuna said before about the Pokémon in the second tier that had the strength comparable to the first tier, the bottom of the box, Qingliu knew that this was Kakuna's last big move. Nah. Swampert, who felt Qingliu's gaze, roared again with a surging fighting spirit in his eyes. This time the sound was even louder, so much so that it spread throughout the venue and echoed in the ears of every audience. Even if Tyrannomon is stronger and beyond expectations, this time it will end. Yes, after not seeing it for so long, it must have made great progress after settling down. Maybe the battle will end in an instant. Amid the voices that sounded from time to time in the audience area, Kakuna looked at Qingliu and said slowly, although your Tyrannomon's physical strength has been severely reduced due to the attack just now, and its strength has been greatly reduced, but in order to respect opponents like you, I still decided to use it to fight, so that this exhibition match will leave a satisfactory result. I hope you can hold on a little longer and experience the battle of the 4 heavenly kings. Hearing this, Qingliu smiled slightly. Indeed, it was just as Kakuna said. Tyrannomon had just activated the terrifying Gaia Flame, which consumed a lot of his physical strength. Now it is estimated that only about 50% is left. With such physical strength, it is almost impossible to win against this extraordinary Swampert. However, sometimes, a simple sequence can reverse the outcome of an event. If Kakuna had let Swampert go first and directly face Tyrannomon in the 3rd round, Qingliu might not have the confidence he has now. But, it's different now. After that Gaia Flame killed the level 50 Nidoking in seconds, some things have changed invisibly. Qingliu looked at Tyrannomon. In the world that only he could see, a column in the Tyrannomon illustrated information column jumped slightly. Race, Tyrannosaurus, level, 3940, Divine Plan, one of the evolution conditions, 406070, has been met. Do you want to start evolving? Note, evolution is irreversible. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 217, Mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex arrives. Finally, it's enough. Qingliu whispered to himself, and breathed a sigh of relief. Huh? Tyrannosaurus also took a glance at the opponent on the opposite side, exhaled heavily, turned back to look at Qingliu, and raised his finger with a confident smile on his face. Unlike Blue Eye's twin blasting dragon and Cactusman, their levels soared at a visible speed after being injected with a quasi-morphological evolution potion. At that time, Tyrannosaurus switched between 3 mature forms in succession, but nothing happened in the end, which indirectly led to its level falling behind Blue Eye's twin blasting dragon. For such a problem, Qingliu had to use special training to make up for it. After a few days of training and fighting, Tyrannosaurus's level reached 39, only one level away from evolution, but it was just this little gap. Even if Qingliu deliberately left it more than 10 battles, it still couldn't complete this final upgrade. Until the last time it defeated a Tute turtle of the same level, when the level still did not move, Qingliu knew. This was probably not a problem of experience and level, but something like being stuck in a bottleneck. Pokemon's level can be improved by constantly gaining experience through training and fighting. The same is true for Digimon in theory, but there are some essential differences between the two in terms of evolution. Pokemon evolution is pure evolution. Even if the conditions are harsh, they will not be too outrageous. At most, they will be late bloomers like Quasagons, with a long evolution cycle. However, Digimon has the stage names of infancy, growth, maturity, perfect form, and ultimate form. The first two are stages that almost all Digimon can easily reach. After sufficient accumulation, the physical and intellectual development matures and evolves into the mature stage, and then, the evolution of most Digimon basically ends here. To achieve a more powerful perfect form, the individual needs to be very excellent, with rich combat experience, strong combat instincts and opportunities to evolve. Tyrannosaurus can be said to have met the first three conditions in excess, leaving only the last opportunity. And now, after absorbing so much energy gathered into the Gaia Flame and killing Nidoking in one blow, the opportunity has been reached. The faint anxiety of the man and the beast has gradually eased in the past few days. Aoki, who was also a little irritated, was the referee at the moment. Because the terrifying attack of Aoagi's Tyrannomon just now had completely destroyed half of the field belonging to Kikuno. If it was not filled up and restored, the fields on both sides would not be on the same level, which would have a significant impact on both sides. However, seeing that Aoagi and Kikuno did not seem to have any opinions about this, and they were eager to start the battle immediately, he was a little unsure for a while. It was not until he saw Dr. Yamanashi not far away nodded silently that he said loudly, "Aoagi from Suiao Town, the fourth battle against the four heavenly kings Kikuno, now, begins. Ah! Come on Aoagi. Come on, King Kikuno." As the voice fell, the audience who had been looking forward to this last battle for a long time suddenly burst into cheers and screams. In such a deafening sound, Kikuno slowly raised his hand and said, "Swampert, prepare for battle, use. Water Cannon." Water Cannon, one of the water-based ultimate moves with a power of 110, it drives a strong and fierce water flow to attack. Hey! Swampert stood up, pounding his chest with his two strong arms, and a fierce stream of water suddenly spit out of his mouth. But the water did not shoot towards Tyrannomon, but continued to flow towards the big pit in front of him that was bombarded by Gaia's flames. What is this for? Such a powerful move that consumes a lot of energy doesn't even attack directly. Isn't it that King Kikuno wants to let it go? The sound of discussion in the audience came to his ears, and Qingliu squinted at the scene in front of him. Compared with Kikuno letting it go, Qingliu believed that the other party would go all out, so the attack in front of him must not be what these people said. Swampert's water cannon continued to hit the giant pit in front of him, and under such a huge amount of water, the water level of the giant pit that was more than 40 meters wide and nearly 10 meters deep began to rise sharply, and soon reached the same height as the other half of the field. Swampert suddenly jumped up and jumped onto the water. The next moment, the water flow seemed to be pulled by some kind of force and began to turbulent violently. Under the more terrifying force one after another, finally, the water flow in the entire giant pit rushed up to the sky, turning into a huge wave nearly 10 meters high. And Swampert was lifted up by the water energy and stood on the surging waves. Using the pit as a container for accumulating water flow, the upper limit of the surfing move is raised to the highest level. Qingliu looked at the scene that seemed to cover the sky and the sun at a distance of dozens of meters, and his expression was slightly weird. Surfing, a water-based move, as the name suggests, rides the waves to attack. However, as a ground-based king, it seems a bit strange that he is so familiar with water-based moves. General surfing will waste too much water power. Only in this way can the attack be maximized. The only pity is that I can't use this move to compete with your Gaia Flame, but... Kikuno changed the subject and said, "That's not important anymore, Qingliu, I'm coming Swampert." Surfing. As soon as Kikuno finished speaking, it was as if Swampert, who was standing in the air, was gushing out water energy all over his body. The huge momentum suppressed all the sounds around him, and then rushed towards Tyrannosaurus. The four heavenly kings are the four heavenly kings. They turned unfavorable factors into favorable terrain in an instant, and this power. Just as the other party had just said that he wanted to compete with Gaia's flame, the power of the water cannon combined with the surfing technique in front of him was so powerful that Qingliu could feel the powerful water energy contained in the waves, even with the naked eye. This is no longer something that Tyrannosaurus can resist with his strength. Perhaps a replica of the battle with Zapdos or the Gaia flame just now might work, but now the time and the remaining energy around are not enough. There's only the last option left. Qingliu looked at Tyrannosaurus, who was completely covered by the shadow of the huge wave, and asked slowly, "Tyrannosaurus, are you ready to evolve?" Hearing the voice, Tyrannosaurus couldn't help but recall the time when it was still Agumon, when Aoyagi asked the same question to the blonde girl the night before the battle. Even if time passes, its answer will not change. In order to gain more powerful strength, to keep up with you, and to fulfill the promise made when they first met, it has always been willing. Yet, a dull and difficult to recognize response sounded. But Aoyagi, who has been with Tyrannosaurus day and night, has he heard this clear answer? In that case, come on. As the voice fell, Tyrannosaurus turned around, his eyes fell on the Swampert opposite, and an invisible fighting spirit burst out. Aoyagi put his right hand slightly behind his back, and then swung his arm violently towards the position where Tyrannosaurus was. A holy light flowed on his palm, and a huge silver medal flew out, landing steadily in front of Tyrannosaurus with a heavy landing sound. This was the fourth summoned product from the Digimon world, the Time Digimon. Tyrannosaurus raised his left hand and gently placed it on it. Almost at the moment of contact, the Time Digimon trembled on the spot as if it was activated. As its frequency rapidly increased, the alloy with a cold metallic texture seemed to be like steel that had reached its melting point at this moment, melting into flowing liquid and spreading towards Tyrannosaurus' left hand. At the same time, Aoyagi raised his right hand again, facing the overwhelming surf, and his voice rang out. "Tyrannosaurus, evolve!" Roar! Exclamation mark. Tyrannosaurus opened its bloody mouth and roared as if to shake the space. The next moment, its yellow body, along with the time digital alloy it was touching, lit up with a strong light of the same frequency and color as the divine plan on Qingliu's palm. Buzz! A buzzing sound suddenly sounded all around. Tyrannosaurus' body suddenly changed dramatically. The body, which was originally more than 6 meters tall, grew wildly at a speed visible to the naked eye, until it soared to twice 12 meters before slowly stopping. On the back of Tyrannosaurus, in the faded evolutionary light, a pair of huge purple wings filled with oval holes, but the whole exuded a strange atmosphere, suddenly spread out. And this is not its biggest change. The most obvious thing is that on the body that was originally covered with lean muscles, almost 1/3 of the area has been covered with silver metal emitting a cold luster. The head, which was originally protected by a brown shell, is now completely wearing a time digital alloy helmet, and the 3 huge horns are emitting a sharp cold light. Especially on the chest muscles, 2 metal hatch-like structures opened and closed quickly, and the arms that were originally slightly short in the Tyrannosaurus period also ushered in a qualitative change at this moment. Under the almost fully armed time digital alloy, the entire left hand has become a huge metal claw that is thicker and more powerful than the leg. A half-metal ferocious beast has arrived. At this time, the surf came. Swampert urged the energy, and the soft water at this moment turned into a beast with terrifying power, pushing away all the targets blocking the front. Facing this huge wave that was several meters high before, Tyrannosaurus would be submerged and swallowed in an instant. At this moment, the figure that has evolved completely looked back at Qingliu, nodded lightly, and raised the huge metal claw towards the huge wave that had rushed in front of him. After reaching the limit of the arm that can be raised, swung it down heavily. Buzz! Exclamation mark. The air almost burst into an unimaginable strong whimpering sound at the moment the claw slid, as if even the invisible existence could not withstand its terrifying power. Until the claw fell on the top of the wave. Swish! Exclamation mark. The surfer that seemed to be a ferocious beast just now seemed to have completely turned into a docile sheep at this moment. Almost in an instant, the 10-meter-high wave was cut open by the metal claws. From head to toe, it was broken in one blow. So that the giant Swampert standing on the wave and controlling the surfer's advance had not yet reacted to what happened before it was interrupted by the sudden change. Losing its power to support it, it fell from the air with a dazed look in this drastic change of the battle situation. And then, the terrifying, miserable whimpering sound from the strong wind broke out again in the venue. Finally, it hit the giant Swampert, who had no ability to dodge in the air. I stayed up late to write another chapter and finished here. Chapter 218, The Power of the Complete Form. Ling! Exclamation mark. A crisp and extremely heavy impact sounded. The next second, the blue body of the giant Swampert suddenly turned into a stream of light, and flew back from the huge metal claw at a terrifying speed that the naked eye could not catch. It flashed across the sky and cut through the water. Finally, amid the continuous and violent vibrations of the ground, it was deeply embedded in the ground. Until then, the water flow, driven by the surfing move that was split in two and had no energy supply, suddenly fell to the ground with a series of splashing sounds, and flowed back to the huge pit. Compared with the noisy sound of the water flow, the entire audience was silent. At this time, even the sound of the needle falling on the ground could be clearly captured. Qingliu's sound of swallowing saliva was heard. Until then, the audience, who had exceeded 1,000 people at this moment, slowly came back to their senses. Is my vision really correct? Was the figure that was knocked into the ground just now Swampert? Such a terrifying surf attack, actually. You guys, are those the main points? The main point is not Swampert at all. I know without you telling me, I just can't believe it. Everyone's words were full of disbelief. Because they couldn't imagine that Swampert, the second-ranked ground-type king among the 4 heavenly kings, who only needed to be given enough time to become the strongest trump card, was defeated so easily after launching an attack that was like a small natural disaster. The key point is that it is not that it has not grown up, but that it has already developed more than half. As a genius in the second echelon, its strength is comparable to that of the first echelon. But even so, it was still hidden, its life or death was uncertain. And the Pokemon that did this thing that everyone knew was almost impossible to do. The eyes of all the audience in the audience turned to the figure in the sun, with the silver metal above his head reflecting a dazzling light. Huge, terrifying, cold. And along with the prompt no information, it's a mysterious Pokemon that popped up again when the Pokemon was scanned. There was another. Unknown. This was the thought that almost everyone had in their mind, and it was not just that. Kikuno stared at the scene in front of her blankly. That's it, gone. She really didn't expect that the reversal of the battle situation could be so fast. In the last second, she was still in the lead and had a terrifying momentum, and in the next second, everything was gone. The key. She was not some random person, nor was she performing a water show, but she was really fighting seriously. But even so, the overwhelming offensive collapsed in an instant. This result still happened in front of her, and Kikuno was a little difficult to explain. After a moment of silence, Kikuno took a deep breath and his brain emptied. Although the incident happened suddenly, the strong fighting will honed by hundreds of battles quickly made Kikuno realize that everything happening in front of her was an extremely real fact. Under this cognition, Kikuno slowly came back to his senses. With a sudden strong stiffness in his neck, he slowly raised his head to look at the figure that was even bigger than the giant wave controlled by Swampert. Compared to those spectators who stood farther away and had limited strength and observation, Kikuno, who stood closest to Aoyagi, felt a strong sense of oppression inexplicably in addition to the simple tyranny and terror. It's not the oppression brought by the intimidation characteristic, but it's a bit like the oppression characteristic of the legendary Pokemon. No, this is not a characteristic. Kikuno slowly understood the source of this feeling. Just like the figure in the white light summoned by the Blue Eyes Twin Explosion Dragon before. This is the difference in the level of life, the kind of innate, decisive difference that comes from the stronger and more terrifying life for the weak. Thinking of this, Kikuno's eyes quickly looked at the Scorpion King and the Ultra Iron Tyrannosaurus at the opposite corner of the venue. At this moment, their faces were also extremely solemn, and their eyes were staring straight at the center of the venue, filled with the same confusion and shock as she had just now. Obviously, they also thought of what she thought. That's why she was even more shocked. The 4 heavenly kings and their main forces, who are among the strongest in the world, were not able to do something, but now it appeared in front of her. Kikuno's attention returned to the Pokemon in front of her, which cast a huge shadow under the sunlight. If I saw it right, it should be the light of evolution, but can a single evolution really increase the combat power of a Pokemon to such a level that is comparable to the difference between heaven and earth? Kikuno didn't know. But from her understanding of Pokemon over the past 50 or 60 years, whether it is the 3 starters with good potential or the Pokemon that are rare and late bloomers, I'm afraid none of them can do such a thing. What kind of monster is this? Where did Qingliu, the new trainer, find so many mysterious and unknown Pokemon and cultivate them to their current appearance? This made her think of Lugia. But now was not the time to delve into such things. Kikuno looked at the water that was slowly turning in the huge pit that had been filled with more than half of the backflowing water, and her eyes gradually became sharper. Horizontal ellipsis. At this moment, Qingliu looked at the figure who had sunk the ground just by standing in front of him, and a faint smile appeared on his face. For this moment, he had undergone a 7-day hellish training, in which he was fighting and on the way to fight except for eating, drinking and sleeping. He even asked Dr. Yamanashi to set up a larger battlefield in advance, just to help stimulate himself. Now, everything has come to a response. How do you feel? Tyrannosaurus. No, it should be called Machine Tyrannosaurus now. Hearing Qingliu's question, Machine Tyrannosaurus slightly tilted its huge head equipped with a time digizoid alloy, and with a long roar towards the sky, invisible sound waves burst out. But even towards the sky, the ground seemed to have been hit and was shaking constantly. Machine Tyrannosaurus responded in this way that did not require speaking in front of people, but could prove itself. Qingliu understood what it meant. After nodding, a blue panel popped up, and the illustrated information of Machine Tyrannosaurus appeared in front of him. Race, Machine Tyrannosaurus. Classification, Transformed Pokemon. Attributes, Dragon, Steel. Features, Alloy Body. The power of all attacks launched through the Chrono Digizoid structure is increased by 40%. Level 40. Exclusive moves, Sharp Claw Trident Arm. Shoots out the arm strengthened by the Chrono Digizoid. Steel type. Power 110. Hyper Flame Giga Buster. Fires organic missiles from the chest hatch. Fire type. Power 120. Hyper Blast Giga Storm. Sprays out intense high heat energy waves from the chest launch port. Fire type. Power 130, Tyrannosaurus Repulse, Dragon-type, Power 60, Horn Impact, Dragon-type, Power 70, Gaia Flame, Fire-type, Power 130. Concentrates all the power within a limited distance around itself and the body, and launches a fireball attack after charging and compressing. Mastered moves, Dragon Claw, Dragon Tail, Flame Fist, Flame Fang, Double Chop. Racial value, 660, 100 HP. 110 attack, 140 defense, 115 special attack, 130 special defense. 65 speed, intimacy, 80, status, normal. Information summary, a terrifying existence with nearly half of its body in a mechanized state. Its attack power, defense power, and vitality have skyrocketed under the blessing of the Time Digimon. As it absorbed an extra piece of Time Digimon, the mechanization of Machine Greymon itself has been further strengthened, reaching the top of its kind. Divine Plan, it has evolved into Machine Greymon, Perfect Form, Combat Form. Looking at the data displayed on the panel, the arc of Qingliu's mouth is getting bigger and bigger. Perfect Dragon Steel attributes, practical characteristics, moves that have also evolved and increased in power after evolving into Perfect Form, and it has surpassed the second-level god and is infinitely close to the first-level god, with only a few dozen points of racial value. At this moment, Qingliu has an extremely strong expectation for the current combat power of Machine Greymon. He even wants to travel back and fight the current Machine Greymon with his aptness again. Of course, it would be best if the opponent was in his prime without being injured, to see if Machinedramon could knock the bad-tempered bird down from the sky. Qingliu believed that Machinedramon's mood at the moment should be the same as his. Before the official battle, it's not a bad idea to try out the butcher knife first. Qingliu looked past Machinedramon and looked at Kikuno standing opposite, and the big pit in front of Kikuno that was bombed by Gaia's flames. At this moment, all the water flowing back in the huge pit, I don't know when it started to slowly rotate clockwise, and the speed gradually became faster and faster, and finally burst out with an unprecedented powerful force. Qingliu remembered that he had seen such a scene once. That was the little flame monkey with super fierce fire abandoned by Shinji and then captured by Xiaozi. But this time, it changed from fire to water. On the blue panel, the illustration information flashed. Race, Swampert, level 50. Features, Torrent. When physical strength drops to a certain level, the power of water-based moves increases dramatically being activated. Status, vitality is strong weak. In the Torrent state, the explosive power reaches its peak. Gurgle. Amid the sound of dense bubbles, Swampert, whose body is covered with scars and whose mouth and nose are covered with blood, slowly floats to the surface of the water. Around it, a constant stream of water surrounds it, as if surrounding their king. Aoyagi, next, let's decide the outcome with one move. Kikuno's voice came. Aoyagi smiled slightly and said, "That's what I meant." Seeing that Aoyagi agreed, Kikuno hesitated. After the order was given, the momentum of Swampert's weak body surged again, and all the water flows and water-based energy gathered, and finally condensed into a huge water column like a cannonball in front of it. Bang! The crisp sound of bubbles breaking rang out, and the next moment, the enhanced version of the water cannon, boosted by the terrifying torrent hidden in the blood, burst towards Machine Greymon with a surging sound. If the previous water cannon superimposed surfing was close to a tsunami, then the super water cannon at this moment was a flash flood after a rainstorm. It was huge, fierce, and powerful. Yes, that's what it takes to qualify the current Machine Greymon for testing. Qingliu looked at the rapidly approaching attack and issued the first command after evolution. Machine Greymon, use the Giga Destroyer Cannon. The data of the Digimon Pokemonization must be adjusted as much as possible by myself. It takes a lot of time to write the settings. I originally planned to finish the 4 Heavenly Kings, so I'll write it tomorrow. In addition, considering that I stayed up late to this point, it's not too much to ask for a monthly ticket. Chapter 219, Power Close to God. As soon as the words fell, the machine Tyrannosaurus, whose height had soared to 12 meters, stretched its body. In the eye sockets covered by the Time Digizoid, the eyes emitting a faint blue light jumped and immediately locked onto the attack. The 2 claws, one on the left and one on the right, swung to both sides at the same time, and the 2 hatches in the center of the chest opened at the same time. 2 black missiles with strange appearances quickly condensed and formed and pushed to the chest. The next moment, accompanied by a burst of sound, driven by orange-yellow energy, 2 organic missiles instantly rushed out of the chest of Machine Tyrannosaurus. And then, they disappeared directly. Standing on the opposite side, even if Swampert had already stimulated this super torrent that surpassed the characteristics of similar torrents, Kikuno still did not dare to be careless. The stronger biomagnetic field and life breath from the powerful life on Machine Tyrannosaurus had been lingering around her, making her dare not relax in her heart. But when she saw the figure on the opposite side, which was taller than the waves, launching an attack, she still couldn't help but open her eyes wide. Because, after disappearing for a short time, the 2 missiles appeared like ghosts in front of the giant water cannon of Swampert's super torrent. No, maybe it shouldn't be called disappearance, but because the speed was too fast, the eyes could not catch its shadow at all. It was not until the moment when the 2 energies were about to touch that Kikuno saw clearly what it was. The 2 long missiles were almost carved out of the same mold, and they were also black. The cold and terrifying aura flowed on them, and what made her feel the most shortness of breath was that at the front of the 2 black missiles, there was a mouth with sharp teeth like a piranha. With a surge of energy, the 2 mouths slowly opened, revealing their teeth and murderous intent, and they came in an instant with a strong shadow of death. But Swampert didn't know all this. Although it knew that the other party could slap it away with 1 claw after evolution, the powerful characteristics of the excellent bloodline in its body gave it a feeling of power, that is, it is now invincible. At this moment, the super water cannon, driven by Swampert, hit the 2 organic missiles with a fearless attitude. Nah! Seeing this scene, Swampert's face bloomed with a ferocious smile. It seemed to see the water cannon rushing away the opponent's moves, and then killing all the way back. But soon, its smile was completely stiff. Chi-chi-chi. Accompanied by a sharp and piercing sound, Swampert and Kikuno discovered in horror. In just a moment of contact, the terrifying energy and heat contained in the black missile evaporated the water cannon like a mountain torrent, completely. And it was completely clean. So clean that even water mist and water vapor did not appear, as if they were directly wiped out from this world. Obviously, Swampert's level is so much higher, but the attacks between the 2 are completely on a different level. This terrifying existence that disappears at the touch really makes people feel powerless. Especially after seeing the super water cannon evaporated in an instant, the 2 black missiles still flew towards Swampert, whose brain had also been frozen. Kikuno's face changed drastically. An unprecedented sense of death crisis came over him. Swampert had no chance of blocking this, obviously beyond the scope of attack. Once hit, it might not even have the chance to get hurt. Even. Kikuno's eyes flickered, and he glanced at the battlefield and the surroundings. I'm afraid that even the field would be evaporated in an instant, and the lives of the spectators would even be in danger. Thinking of this, Kikuno quickly shouted, "Scorpion King, Super Iron Tyrannosaurus, do your best to stop the spread of energy." The two Pokemon had already felt the terrifying energy fluctuations from the attack of Machine Tyrannosaurus and were ready to intervene forcibly. At the moment of hearing the order, one moved against the wind, and the other protected his chest with both hands, and a faint, but steady, heavy breath emerged from his body, just like the earth. At this moment, the two of them seemed to merge with the ground. If you don't see the exact existence of the figures with your naked eyes, you can't feel them just by feeling. Then, the bodies of Scorpio King and Super Iron Tyrannosaurus changed. Almost in an instant, their height and size doubled. After reaching about 5 meters, they ran towards a missile respectively. Even so, Kikuno didn't dare to be careless. The current Super Iron Tyrannosaurus and Scorpio King have not yet fully mastered that kind of power. It may not be a problem to block the attack, but it is not realistic to completely block all the energy fluctuations. Thinking of this, Kikuno took out 4 Super Balls and 1 Advanced Ball again. There are all her main forces in it. 3 of them have just touched that kind of power. The other 2 have not done it yet, but now I can't care so much. 1 more is 1 more power. Kikuno quickly pressed the switch and threw all 5 Poké Balls. Suddenly, a strong airflow was set off around. It was different from the airflow of the 2 missile-like attack moves. It was mixed with the hissing sound of the wind. Kikuno turned his HUD sharply and looked in the direction of Qingliu. At the command post on the opposite side, Aoyagi was still standing there, but the evolved half-machine Tyrannomon that had been standing in front of him before, was gone. Turning his head again, Machine Tyrannomon had already flown into the sky, and at some point, the 2 terrifying attacks launched from the opponent's chest seemed to have been manipulated and turned around and flew into the sky as well. A few thoughts flashed through Kikuno's mind, and his eyes looked at Aoyagi again. Aoyagi smiled and responded, "Ms. Kikuno, after all, this is just an exhibition match, there's no need to be so nervous. If Swampert can't solve it, leave it to Machine Tyrannomon." Hearing this, Kikuno's expression froze. Until he saw that the 2 targets emitting a terrifying aura had completely turned around at some point, aiming at Machine Tyrannomon in the sky. After a brief moment of confusion, Kikuno finally shook his head helplessly. Then he waved his hand to signal the Ultra Iron Tyrannosaurus and Scorpion King, who no longer had a target to attack, to stop, and raise his head to look above his head. At this time, the purple hollow wings on the back of the Machine Tyrannosaurus had already reached a height of several hundred meters, and the missiles of the Giga Destroyer followed closely behind. Qingliu estimated that it had almost reached a safe distance, nodded and said, "It's almost done." The evolution was completed, and the physical fitness of the Machine Tyrannosaurus had undergone a qualitative change compared to the mature stage. The blue eyes of the Machine Tyrannosaurus crossed the distance of several hundred meters, and after seeing Qingliu nodding, it stopped flying. Then, it turned around in the air to meet the missiles that were bursting at it. Qingliu quietly watched the distance between the 2 of them quickly close, and slowly said, "That's it, use the trident arm." As the voice fell, Machine Tyrannosaurus raised its completely mechanized left arm, and the silver steel energy luster flowed on the silver time digital alloy, revealing its cold edge. Then, Machine Tyrannosaurus launched a counterattack from the sky to the bottom. The already extremely short distance was directly crossed at this moment. The cold huge alloy claws swung heavily at the Giga Destroyer cannon that easily evaporated the super water cannon and forced the 4 Heavenly Kings Kikuno to show their true strength to resist. A sob came from the wind. The collision of the giant claws and the missiles, the roar of 2 energies. Boom! Exclamation mark. In an instant, a ball of energy with a diameter of tens of meters suddenly appeared in the sky. The terrifying explosion and the strong shock wave erupted, and a huge roar like the end of the world sounded in the air. At this moment, it seemed that the empty sky had become a tangible ground earthquake, producing air shock. All the audience suddenly felt deaf, and a light that was more dazzling than the sun rising in the east completely bloomed in the air. The vision became blurred by the stimulation of the strong light, and tears flowed out little by little. In the end, only some faint and blurred shadows were left in the field of vision. But even so, almost everyone saw that as the smoke and air waves dissipated, that, a huge figure that walked out of the explosion intact, almost overlapping with the sun above. At this moment, it was like a god. I stayed up late to write the setting for that chapter this morning and made the person look like a fool. I will go to bed early tonight to relax and update 3 times tomorrow. Chapter 220, Complete form evolution. 2 in 1. The 4 Heavenly Kings lost. Kikuno, one of the 4 Heavenly Kings, lost. Although this was a show match specially set up for her to reappear after a period of silence, rather than a regular battle, and the Pokemon she used belonged to the second tier, but even the audience could feel that the last Swampert had extraordinary fighting power. But even so, she still lost. Lost her fledgling rookie trainer. How is it possible? When anyone heard such news, the first thought that came to their mind was impossible. As a veteran 4 Heavenly Kings, even if there were all kinds of rules and regulations to restrict her performance, Kikuno theoretically could not lose to rookie trainer. But in the face of overwhelming news reports, those who initially firmly believed that this was a fake news released by the media to attract attention also became a little hesitant. Did the 4 Heavenly Kings really lose? Until a week later, the Sinnoh League released a message. It was about the battle between Aoyagi and the 4 Heavenly Kings Kikuno, which was recorded by the official. Belief and disbelief, doubts and doubts, all the voices disappeared completely. Even more people's attention shifted to the new trainer. In a total of 4 battles, 3 of the 4 Pokemon evolved, and the only one that did not evolve also underwent a mutation that made people feel equivalent to evolution during the battle. The most important thing is that, except for the Tenebrita Bluebird from the Hoenn region, the first reaction of everyone seeing the remaining 3 was that they did not recognize them. They were completely unfamiliar faces. In the end, it was with the help of the newly updated illustrations that they found information about them. The Cactusman evolved from Balloman. The mutation of Blue Eye's Double Blasting Dragon. Especially after the last Pokemon named Tyrannosaurus evolved, the semi-mechanized terrifying life form. Machinery Tyrannosaurus, before evolving, it defeated Nidoking with a Force attribute, and after evolving, it even defeated Swampert with a Terror Torrent attribute. How is it possible? The trainer who was killed instantly by Swampert with activated attributes in the Masters Tournament felt a little unacceptable when he saw the video of that battle. Aowagi's Machinedramon killed Swampert in seconds. He was killed in seconds by Swampert. Doesn't that mean he will be killed in milliseconds by Aowagi and Machinedramon? This is the common voice of trainers who have been defeated by Kikuno's Pokemon. Based on this premise, all trainers and non-trainers who have seen the relevant news and the battle videos released by the league have a doubt in their hearts at this moment. Who is this rookie trainer who has so many unknown Pokemon newly registered in the Pokédex? On the other side, the water gym in Nahara City. A Pokemon that seems to be wearing a bamboo hat on its head and looks like a stump with 2 branches on its body, picked a small ice ball like a tree fruit from its belly and put it into its mouth with a look of enjoyment. Next to it, the girl in JK uniform put on the clothes that had just exploded and watched the news on the TV placed in the gym not far away. Have you already acquired the ability to easily defeat the 4 Heavenly Kings so quickly? Did that cute Agumon evolve into such a big guy after evolving into Tyrannosaurus? Xiao Song muttered to himself, and the excitement of getting the 3rd badge just now gradually subsided. If this continues, can I really catch up with him? No, I have to show my momentum, otherwise I will never catch up. Xiao Song clenched his right fist and cheered himself up. The Snow Hat monster next to him sensed his trainer's thoughts and followed the same action. Suai Town, Mayor's office. The mayor, who had just finished his work yesterday, leaned back in his chair and watched the video that his assistant had just sent. After a moment of silence, he slowly said, "Is he growing so fast? Maybe the next time I hear the news, he will have become the champion of the tournament." Thinking of this, the mayor couldn't help but show a strange smile on his face. "You should thank me when we meet again in the future, right? After all, it can be regarded as indirectly helping to solve the household registration problem, although it is a bit sloppy." Curtain City. Curtain Cultivation House. The father and his 2 sons stared at the news on TV. "What a pity, we haven't contacted them to hatch eggs. Now that they are so big, it's a bit difficult to find a suitable one," Yusi said with regret. Lacey and Shinsi looked at each other and saw that their strength had increased so much after not seeing each other for a while. They couldn't help but feel powerless. The newly built curtain gym. Lee and Lucario looked at the battle scene on TV with complicated expressions. Galaxy Curtain Building. The leader of the Galaxy team, Gaia Ray, looked at the newly received intelligence and slammed it heavily on the table with a gloomy face. Next to him, Xianxing, Suxing, and Huaxing lowered their heads and dared not speak. Only a middle-aged man with a hairline as high as the Mediterranean, wearing a white research suit, and with a height and body shape close to that of an adult potato, seemed to be completely unaware of the awkward atmosphere, or as if he did it on purpose, and grinned and laughed creepily. Inside the harsh volcano, a foothold somewhere, Denji and Day, who had just helped suppress the Citterlin, watched the news, and the joy they had just felt for the level upgrade disappeared. Aowagi, this guy, his strength is growing too fast. He's like a crazy guy, fighting Zapdos first and then the 4 Heavenly Kings. Day was quite helpless. Our progress is not slow, but if we want to ensure that we don't fall behind or even overtake, we can only train here using the energy leak from the legendary Pokémon. Denji looked at the surging magma in front of him and whispered, "This is the only way now, let's get started." As the two people finished speaking, a face with lines resembling Sun Wukong and a long tail with flames burning on it, and Raichu looked at each other and looked into the depths of the volcano. In the central and northern part of the Sinnoh region, a girl with long golden hair and a high ponytail looked at the familiar figure that appeared on the huge outdoor player not far away. I thought I was progressing fast enough, but I didn't expect that there was no sign of pulling away. Even now, I don't have the confidence to win against him. The girl muttered to herself in an ethereal voice, with a look of surprise on her face. With the help of her grandmother, she found the retired former dragon champion. She thought that after the special training, her strength had improved by leaps and bounds and had completely widened the gap with her peers, but now it seems that things are not entirely the case. Next, we need to continue to increase the difficulty of training. After all, there is still a long time before the Lily of the Valley tournament. We can't let him surpass us. Machine Tyrannosaurus, that Tyrannosaurus has evolved into such a semi-mechanical creature. As the blonde girl's voice fell, a sound of flying through the air was heard above her head, and the fanged land shark did not appear as before. Instead, a tall figure with a height of more than 2 meters, a head resembling a hammerhead shark, and cone-shaped spikes evenly distributed all over the body fell heavily to the ground. It did not reply, but its yellow eyes revealed a strong and cold fighting spirit. Just like the last time they parted, it was eager to fight. The blonde girl looked at this scene and said with a smile, "There are still a little more than 4 months left. It's almost time. Just bear with it a little longer. Garcomp. Cha. At the same time, Aowagi, the absurdly strong rookie trainer who is talked about by half of the Sinnoh region, was standing in the open space behind the Yamanashi Research Institute. Machine Tyrannosaurus, whose height had obviously increased again, stood in front. Not far away was Scorpion King, who was nearly 5 meters tall and full of heavy aura. Above his head, 2 pitch-black Giga Destroyer cannons with fangs on their mouths exploded in the sky, and a group of explosions filled with terrifying energy sounded. Boom! Exclamation mark. The rolling dark clouds and the sky-high air waves covered the sky, and the strong wind fell from the sky and blew across the entire Masuga town at a high speed. But the residents of Masuga town seemed to have gotten used to such scenes. They just raised their heads slightly and took a look, then lowered their heads again and continued to do their own things. The Pokémon stored in the Yamanashi Research Institute nearby were in the same posture at this moment. Some even took the initiative to approach to watch the battle within a certain distance after the explosion. As for Aowagi and Kakuno, the same was true for both sides. Trident arm. Aowagi's voice fell, and the pair of hollow purple wings of Machinedramon flapped. After the Digimon of Time was allayed, the 3 huge claws of the left arm that stretched forward crazily thrust forward heavily. Scorpio King, sharp stone attack. Kakuno issued an order. As if it had merged with the attributes of the ground, Scorpio King's pincers suddenly lifted up, and the ground shook rapidly as if in response. Hundreds of sharp stones rose up under the impetus of energy and rushed towards Machinedramon. Bang! 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 Boom! 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 In an instant, waves of continuous collisions rang out between the huge metal claws and the sharp stone attack. But no matter how sharp the stone was, no matter how thick and unique the ground energy on it was, it could not stop the claw from advancing. All the attacks and means, in the face of the silver metal, left only a faint mark, and were ultimately helpless, until all the stones were shattered, and Machine Tyrannomon rushed to the front of the Scorpion King, with a metal claw raised high. However, Kakuno and the Scorpion King seemed not to see it, and did not dodge or defend, allowing the claw to rise and fall. Finally, it stopped in midair. Enough, let's stop here. After stopping Machine Tyrannoman's movements, Qingliu slowly came to Kikuno and asked slowly, "Ms. Kikuno, how is it?" Kikuno was silent for a moment, and finally his eyes fell on Machine Tyrannoman. To be precise, it fell on the dense scratches on his left arm that were disappearing, and said, "It's the same as before. Your guess is indeed correct. There's indeed something wrong." "Is that so?" Qingliu slowly exhaled. After the evolution, when Machine Greymon fired the Giga Destroyer cannon, the status bar on the blue panel that only Aoyagi could see had some subtle changes. Race, Machine Greymon. Status, Normal Frenzy. Energy is unstable, and this change quickly returned to normal. But even so, Aoyagi still noticed it. Because at the moment of the change, as the panel showed, Machine Greymon had lost some control over the use of energy, so that the energy in each move was abnormally chaotic. Especially after seeing Swampert's Super Water Cannon being easily penetrated and evaporated by the explosion-based Giga Destroyer Cannon, Aoyagi temporarily changed his mind. Since the opponent has no ability to confront head-on, then simply use Machine Greymon to test himself. Test the power of the Giga Destroyer Cannon, and then test the defensive power of the Time Digizoid that many powerful Digimon in the digital world are equipped with. By the way, try to see if the changes in the panel that he noticed are true. After the two collided, the surface of the Time Digital Alloy, which should theoretically be undamaged, showed faint traces of explosion. Although it was quickly erased by the living alloy, Aoyagi saw it for sure. And the abnormal state appeared again. In the next few days, in order to test and verify and solve this problem, Aoyagi stayed. Seeing that Aoyagi and Yamanashi were close and seemed to have something to do, Kikuno also stayed, and at the request of Dr. Yamanashi, they began to practice sparring intermittently for a week. At the moment of releasing the move, the aura of Machinedramon became disordered. Kikuno thought and said, "But this disorder is not like the violent state of Swampert who mastered the Rapid's characteristics before. On the contrary. Aoyagi took over the topic and said, "It's a bit too normal, right?" "Yes, it's contradictory, but it did happen." Kikuno nodded, and finally looked at Dr. Yamanashi. "This week's sparring has already produced all the conditions and data that should be tested, as well as my guesses. Are there any results?" Dr. Yamanashi did not speak, but flipped through the information he had sorted out in his hand. After a moment of silence, he looked at Aoyagi. "You mentioned before that there is a concept of perfect form in races like Machinedramon. Does that mean that there are other perfect forms?" "Yes, Cactusman, which evolved from Biruman, will also evolve into perfect form in the future," Aoyagi replied. Dr. Yamanashi shook his head, put down the paper in his hand, and gradually became serious. "No, the other perfect forms I'm talking about are not the perfect forms of other species, but the other perfect forms of Tyrannosaurus before it evolved." Hearing this, Qingliu instantly realized something. "Dr. Yamanashi, do you mean that thing?" Dr. Yamanashi nodded and said slowly, "According to the various body data that have been collected, the disorder when activating the move is essentially very close to a certain mutation, and this mutation has also occurred before, but it seems to be the mature stage at that time, not the current perfect form." At this point, Qingliu has completely understood what Dr. Yamanashi wanted to express. Whether it was Biruman at that time or Blue Eye's twin explosion dragon, after being injected with a type state potion, a very obvious change occurred. That is, the level was upgraded. At that time, 3 potions were injected, and the levels of the first 2 soared, but the only one that did not react was Tyrannosaurus at that time. So much so that later, after special training, Tyrannosaurus was always just a little short of reaching the level that could evolve. But it seems that this is not because the potion has no effect, nor that the Tyrannosaurus-type metamorphosis has failed, but the effect has been temporarily suppressed. It was not until Tyrannosaurus evolved into perfect form that the effect of the potion seemed to be fully exerted. And this may represent the high probability of the perfect form metamorphosis. As for why it was violent, Qingliu already had the answer in his mind. That is, before this, Tyrannosaurus had already evolved into perfect form once in advance. There is one more update. Chapter 221 Complete Digital Core. Due to strong stimulation, Machine Greymon temporarily evolved into Zombie Greymon during the Greymon stage. The setting and nature of this type of Digimon is violent. Having lost its body and completely lost its rationality and wisdom, it can only rely on the fighting instinct deep in its soul during the Greymon period. Such an existence is a very deadly threat to any other Digimon. And such a zombie Greymon also belongs to complete form in the Greymon network evolution chain, which is equivalent to the concept of machine Greymon. Between the two, the evolution step can even be completed directly. Under such a premise, it seems normal for machine Greymon's actions to be mixed with violent will. After all, with Greymon himself, he has successfully condensed 3 digital cores representing 3 different maturity stages, and can switch freely between Greymon, Earth Greymon and Greymon, Blue, that is, Virus Greymon. Now that it has become a complete form, can it also have more complete form stages like when it was mature, and change into corresponding convenient forms according to different situations? Qingliu didn't know about this before, and was not sure whether it was feasible. But now, everything seems possible. Seeing Qingliu's expression, Dr. Yamanashi said slowly, "It seems that you have remembered something, so, can what I just said be really connected with what we did in the research institute before?" As Qingliu nodded, Dr. Yamanashi took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, as if he wanted to vent the frustration of feeling failed at that time in this way. "It seems that the Tyrannosaurus that we think failed is the object of the real success of the experiment," Dr. Yamanashi said. After the injection of the drug at that time, Whirlwind directly mastered several moves in succession, and all the vitality energy nearby was absorbed and stored as if it had learned it by itself. And the Blue Eyes White Dragon activated the Blue Eyes Sub-White Dragon form, and evolved into the Blue Eyes Double Explosion Dragon with the help of the Sub-White Dragon and a high enough level. As for Tyrannosaurus, nothing happened except that it kept changing, so that Dr. Yamanashi himself was a little unconfident. As a result, according to this trend, the only Tyrannosaurus that did not change its level at that time may have digested the medicine most perfectly and with the best effect. But it's just a guess now, and more things are needed to prove it and help it to be achieved. Yes. Dr. Yamanashi also gradually calmed down from his excitement, looking straight at Aowagi and Machine Tyrannosaurus, as if he saw his own future. At this moment, one person and one steel dragon are the biggest beneficiaries and supporters of his future theory, not to mention that Aowagi himself has great potential. Maybe it won't be long before Aowagi will completely change his appearance. However, in order to ensure the authenticity and accuracy of the information, you may need to stay in the institute to assist me in my research for a period of time. Of course, you can move freely most of the time, and you can use everything in the institute for free. Aowagi naturally agreed to the treatment offered by Dr. Yamanashi. After all, the Yamanashi Research Institute is a T0 level research institute in the Sinnoh region. Many of the things here are difficult to obtain outside, and this is based on not considering the price outside. Moreover, Aowagi himself also wants to know the feasibility of the evolution of the perfect mechanical Tyrannosaurus. Looking at the two people asking and answering each other, Qingliu was full of questions, and finally couldn't hold it in. "What on earth are you two talking about?" For Qingliu, who is an old friend and a good friend, Dr. Yamanashi can guarantee her character and conduct. After a simple and solemn explanation, Aowagi immediately agreed and relayed the general course of events to Qingliu. Qingliu was naturally very interested in such a fresh and powerful theory. So, a trio was formed. In the following period of time, Aowagi was responsible for detecting and providing the corresponding information of mechanical Tyrannomon. Qingliu was responsible for acting as a battle opponent and assisting in the exploration of various information. Dr. Yamanashi summarized the research and sorted out the final results. 4 days later in the afternoon, Aowagi and mechanical Tyrannomon, who had just finished a battle, sat by the water, and Qingliu was resting not far away. Dr. Yamanashi took the report in his hand, hurried over and stood in front of the two people, and said with an expression of excitement that was not easily perceived by the naked eye, "It is basically confirmed that there is a unique and hard-to-find violent factor in the body of Machine Tyrannosaurus for a long time. From the perspective of health issues, it has no effect on it. On the contrary, it can improve its combat effectiveness to a certain extent." As Yamanashi said, he flipped through the latest research results and continued, "However, the use of energy will be affected to some extent, and it cannot be controlled very well unless it is completely mastered." Dr. Yamanashi paused for a moment and said, "The Earth Tyrannosaurus and Virus Tyrannosaurus you mentioned before, one of them is because the soul power in the fourth lake's farewell fountain resonated with the energy left by Zombie Tyrannosaurus, and the other was caused by something called virus data. It can be seen that external stimulation is a very important part of the evolutionary history of the type state, and it is best to have a certain correlation. Then in the research institute, can it work? Aoyagi asked. I don't think so. After all, the other three forms you described, except for Machinedramon, are mostly related to fierce battles and instincts, and the Pokemon in the research institute are basically not enough to pose a sufficient threat to you, but Dr. Yamanashi changed the subject and said, we can give it a try. How to do it? Dr. Yamanashi took out a suitcase from behind him and placed it in front of him. Is this the last type of evolution potion? Yes, there was one left, and now it comes in handy. Seeing this, Qingliu already knew what Dr. Yamanashi was planning. Using the unique form switching reaction that occurred in Tyrannosaurus when the first injection of the form evolution potion was injected, he tried to completely open the gene lock of the perfect form of mechanical Tyrannosaurus and become more free. Although he didn't know whether it would work for the perfect form of mechanical Tyrannosaurus, it was still a good idea. As soon as he said it, Qingliu took mechanical Tyrannosaurus and followed Dr. Yamanashi to the bottom of the research institute, while Kakuno and his Pokemon guarded the surroundings. Then, Qingliu injected the fourth form evolution potion into Tyrannosaurus along its huge legs. Almost at the moment of entering the body, the heartbeat of mechanical Tyrannosaurus became extremely intense. Inside the chest covered with a time digizoid, an unusually strong heartbeat sounded. And there were not just one, but three. Boom, 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 boom. The heart beat faster and faster, and the powerful energy overflowed from mechanical Tyrannosaurus, spreading to the surroundings, and finally condensed in front of the body. 3 hearts, the 3 cores of the Digimon itself. The orange-yellow digital core representing Tyrannosaurus, the second orange-yellow digital core representing Tyrannosaurus, and the last blue-black digital core representing Virus Tyrannosaurus. The first digital core glowed with a faint silver light as Tyrannosaurus evolved, and it seemed to stagnate after slowly transforming into the core of Machine Tyrannosaurus. As Qingliu carefully observed and cast his eyes on the other 2 digital cores, a dark energy aura slowly seeped out of the yellow and silver digital core. 2 other completely different colors appeared on the original 2 digital cores, representing the color of rage. That was the color of Zombie Tyrannosaurus. Chapter 222, Machine Violence, Death, Violence, Leap, Violence, Virus, Machine Violence. Like exposed bones, pale and creepy white. And dark green, like the ghostly fire burning in the distance at midnight. When the 2 energies came out of the core at the same time, everyone present could feel the strong breath of death that seemed to crawl out of hell. Roar. In a trance, a skeleton with only sharp white bones left on its body, vaguely recognizable as a dinosaur, appeared in front of them. In the empty eye sockets, dark green eyes were staring at this place, and the front part of a huge torpedo-shaped missile on the back of the cervical vertebrae was wearing a hideous smile. Is this Zombie Tyrannomon? It feels completely different from Machine Tyrannomon. In addition to Aoyagi, Dr. Yamanashi and Kakuno, who were standing next to them, also endured the impact of the breath and the huge figure that flashed directly in front of their eyes and minds. Their faces became extremely solemn. Not only them, but also Ultra Iron Tyrannosaurus and Scorpion King were extremely serious, and their expressions were full of rejection that could be seen with the naked eye. Because this aura is so strange, it is completely beyond the description of the evil type that is not evil but not evil, and the ghost type energy that is soul-based or gloomy or naughty. This feeling is like destroying all life. Unlike the dragon and steel attributes of Machine Tyrannosaurus, this Pokemon has both dragon and ghost attributes, and only bones are left on its body. Professor Yamanashi recalled the information that Aoyagi had sorted out and told him before, and murmured unconsciously. If Machine Tyrannosaurus gave them the feeling of a cold and powerful semi-mechanical life form, then at this moment, Lost Tyrannosaurus is simply the synonym of destruction. At this moment, Professor Yamanashi and Kakuno looked at each other, and both felt fortunate from each other's eyes. Fortunately, Tyrannosaurus's evolution is Machine Tyrannosaurus instead of Zombie Tyrannosaurus, otherwise, I am afraid that there will be another place on the list of dangerous elements of the Sinnoh League. Aoyagi, hurry up! Professor Yamanashi reminded. Although the quasi-morphological evolution potion was made based on the power of multiple legendary Pokemon, the duration of the effect is limited after all. Especially, now that Machine Tyrannosaurus has grown to this level, the duration will definitely be shorter. Qingliu naturally understood this truth, and looked up at Machine Tyrannosaurus' eyes that fluctuated between blue and dark green from time to time. You are no weaker than Zombie Tyrannosaurus now, so don't be affected by those things, but turn them into your strength. Qingliu spoke every word clearly. Hearing Qingliu's voice, Machine Tyrannosaurus, who was standing, lowered his head slightly, with a complicated and hesitant look. After a moment of silence, he asked, Qingliu, do you know everything? I don't know. Qingliu shook his head and said, but no matter what it is now an obstacle to progress. Forget it or skip it, and do the things in front of you first. Although Machine Tyrannosaurus did not say it, after several incidents, Qingliu had already felt that in the last incident, Machine Tyrannosaurus had concealed something about itself. These things are not big, Qingliu doesn't care, but it doesn't mean that he will let these things affect the current progress. Only by mastering the data left by Zombie Tyrannosaurus last time and continuing to affect the present, can Machine Tyrannosaurus completely master the power of the perfect stage, instead of leaking energy between every move. This is harmless for fighting Pokemon weaker than it, but it will become a very serious problem when facing opponents of the same level or stronger. Machine Tyrannosaurus heard this and was silent for a moment. Finally nodded and said to himself, I understand. With a heavy breath, Machine Tyrannosaurus burst out with a powerful momentum, dragon energy surged throughout the body, and the cold luster of the time digital alloy flowed on the semi-mechanized body. On the core of Machine Tyrannosaurus, orange, yellow and silver light burst out instantly, completely suppressing the white and dark green that had just appeared. And as time went on, this process was unstoppable. Laying a solid foundation, the Machine Greymon, which has evolved step by step, is naturally stronger than the Zombie Greymon, which has only residual data left. The situation has become one-sided. Until this moment, Dr. Yamanashi, who was watching this scene quietly, and Kakuno, who was full of curiosity and solemnity, breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, before the two finished speaking, something strange happened. The traces of Zombie Greymon, which had been suppressed and were about to disappear, suddenly burst out again, emitting a strong light. Seeing this, Machine Greymon prepared to suppress it again. But before it could make any move, the other two Digicores, which had been quiet since being summoned by Machine Greymon, also lit up with a strong light. Half of the bright and heavy red area appeared on the orange-yellow Digicore of Earth Greymon. On the Digicore of Virus Greymon, a faint cold silver color similar to the color of the Time Digimon appeared. Before Aoyagi could react, two equally huge phantoms appeared in front of him in an instant. One figure, which looked slimmer than Machine Tyrannosaurus, was based on Tyrannosaurus, but taller. Red, silver, and white metal covered most of the left half of the body. The area that originally belonged to Machine Tyrannosaurus was replaced by a huge barrel that looked like a cannon, and a cold light was brewing in the depths of the barrel. The other figure was almost identical to Machine Tyrannosaurus, the only difference being that its body color was not even a little orange-yellow, but a blue-black color as if it had suffered a disease. A fierce and violent aura rushed over. The two figures roared loudly together, and in an instant, the entire research institute was violently shaken, and Zombie Tyrannosaurus roared at the same time, as if they were a trinity. A stronger aura descended, and the invisible airflow rippled violently in all directions. Although the three perfect forms were only a trace, they had already surpassed the aura of ordinary legendary Pokemon. The terrifying shockwave instantly blew away the Pokemon watching the show, and they fled in fear. Professor Yamanashi and Kakuno stood behind Scorpion King and Ultra Iron Tyrannosaurus with difficulty. Aoyagi frowned. Seeing that the figures in the three digital cores were getting more and more intense, Aoyagi was ready to let Machine Tyrannosaurus stop these guys, and if it didn't work, he would just interrupt the current state. Because this was the first time he encountered such a situation, and there was no prompt in the panel. If it was not solved well, the problem might become very serious. But before Aoyagi could say anything, the light of the holy plan suddenly lit up on the palm of his right hand. The next second, a light that made Aoyagi's frown gradually frown came down. It was a half black and half white light. The white light was full of holy and incomparable light, and the black light was full of dark negative emotions. The two contradictory energies mixed together and instantly covered the three perfect figures. At this moment, the world was quiet. The light also disappeared. Everything disappeared with the light. The two new shadows disappeared along with the struggling zombie Tyrannomon. The three Digicores floated quietly in front of Machine Tyrannomon as if nothing had happened. The only difference was that the three Digicores had changed color. Kikuno was already confused by the continuous and completely unpredictable things. He simply chose to shut up and looked at Dr. Yamanashi silently. Dr. Yamanashi was also puzzled. This situation was completely beyond his expectations, but he had some guesses in his mind. Aowagi, was that the other perfect forms besides Machine Tyrannoman and Zombie Tyrannoman? Aowagi nodded slowly, but did not continue to answer Dr. Yamanashi's question. He even did not listen to any other sounds. In these few short minutes, what happened was not easy for him to digest. First, the residual data of Zombie Tyrannoman, and then the two figures that appeared on the digicores of Earth Tyrannoman and Virus Tyrannoman. Just as Dr. Yamanashi said, the two of them are exactly another evolutionary form, that is, the Ascending Greymon evolved from the Earth Greymon, and the Virus Greymon evolved from the Virus Greymon. They also completed the upgrade and took on a bit of the aura of the perfect form. But at least there are traces to follow. After all, they themselves are inextricably linked to the Machine Greymon, and the Physimorph Evolution Potion is meant to stimulate similar Physimorph Evolution effects. What Qingliu was not prepared for was the light that appeared in the Sacred Plan. The white light is part of the Sacred Plan, and Qingliu has seen it several times. But that black light, that uncomfortable aura. There is no doubt that it is dark energy. Chapter 223, The Fusion of Darkness and Light, Slimen or Lucimen? 2-in-1. The Divine Plan is generally a symbol of light and holiness. It is precisely because of its existence that the Digimon that possess its chosen children, who tend to destroy and destruct and have antisocial Digimon personality, will be classified as dark or evil evolution. Therefore, it is impossible for it to have, and it is impossible for it to have the ability to control dark energy so freely. In addition, there are only two things in the Digimon plan space. One is the summoned Time Digimon, and the other is the Digi-Egg. The Time Digimon was used up when Greymon evolved into Machine Greymon, so the only possibility is that the bad guy who possessed dark energy when he appeared, Qingliu, intervened. This is something that anyone with a brain can know, but the only thing that Qingliu can't understand and feels unlikely is, why can the dark energy, which was obviously suppressed by the light of the Divine Plan last time, appear so harmoniously this time, as if in a symbiotic relationship? In the evening, in the open space in the backyard of the Yamanashi Research Institute, Blue Eye's double explosion dragon spread its huge wings, not caring about the impact of the airflow on other Pokémon in the air, and flew at a high speed. Tanabata Bluebird jumped back and forth between a group of dragon Pokémon and a group of flying Pokémon. Cactusman, with a tuft of yellow hair on its head and two huge red boxing gloves, sat quietly not far away. It was timid and raised its head from time to time to look around to see if anyone or Pokémon was approaching. But because of its facial features, or to be more precise, its two features were really scary, any Pokémon it looked at, even the more irritable ones like Spearow and Beedrill, who would attack anyone at first sight, would silently turn around and keep a safe distance. As for Qingliu, he was sitting cross-legged under a big tree at the moment. There was no Pokémon around him, and there was no one nearby. Even if there were Pokémon passing by occasionally, they would run away in a hurry after realizing what was going on, with expressions full of disgust and disgust. A faint black gas was seen lingering around Qingliu, and the source of the emission was the yellow digital egg in front of him that was covered by the black gas. You did what happened before, didn't you? Qingliu looked at the red eye-shaped patterns on the egg and asked slowly. How he a childish, evil voice like laughter echoed in his ears along with the dark energy around him. Seeing that the other party did not admit or refute, Qingliu did not care. After all, there was no one else besides it, and he was just looking for a topic to start. Qingliu turned his eyes slightly left and right, looking at the dark energy that seemed to be controlled by him intentionally or unintentionally, but did not affect him like last time, and asked. The white light of the Sacred Plan purified the Leap Tyrannosaurus, and your dark energy suppressed the Zombie Tyrannosaurus and the Virus Tyrannosaurus. The division of labor is clear. I am a little curious. How did you do it? It was still the same laughter. Qingliu raised his eyebrows and said, even if you don't want to answer, you don't have to be so perfunctory. The laughter came again, and Qingliu's brows slowly frowned. Although he didn't think he could get the answer easily, the attitude shown by the cunning beast made him feel a little uncomfortable. But then, Qingliu looked at the digital egg in front of him and suddenly realized a problem. You can't, still not speak. Qingliu? He had completely forgotten about this question. But there was nothing he could do about it, because the starting point and performance of this guy in front of him were really extraordinary. It could even be said that he had the greatest potential among all his current combat forces, even surpassing the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex who had no fusion materials. And its IQ was also very high, causing him to ignore the problem of not hatching yet. But in this case, the question I want to consult may have to be postponed indefinitely. Qingliu looked at the cunning beast digital egg in front of him, and the illustrated information about it appeared in front of him. Quickly scanning the small blue words on the blue panel, Qingliu narrowed his eyes slightly. The information in the illustrated book basically did not change. The level did not change, the race value did not appear, and there were no mastered moves. It was almost the same as last time. The only thing that changed was the intimacy. Intimacy, 05. I felt a little sympathy and curiosity for you who was stupid and could provide it with energy, in general, from a familiar stranger who summoned it to a person who I had a little affection for. This was more or less an improvement. Even for virus-type Pokémon, as long as they were not completely affected by dark energy and their minds were not distorted, they would have a relatively good attitude towards the people and objects they recognized in their hearts. And Qingliu's eyes fell on the words that were added to the back of the intimacy number, provide energy. Because it was still an egg, he did not give it any food, let alone provide any energy. But the panel could not have such a low-level problem, so the only possibility was. Qingliu raised his right hand and looked at the sacred plant in the palm of his hand. It's fine if you are born with dark energy, but you can actually absorb things in the sacred plant that are completely opposite to dark energy. While whispering, Qingliu suddenly realized a problem. Dark energy corresponds to the holy light energy. Now there is both darkness and light, plus the half-black and half-white light before. A child's figure appeared in Qingliu's mind. It shouldn't be. Does Qingliu have its evolutionary root? Qingliu fell into deep thought. If not, it's fine. If it does, things might be a bit troublesome. Because that guy's strength is a bit too high, and the theoretical performance has reached a very terrifying level. Even the combat power of the regular form has already touched the upper pyramid of the digital world, not to mention the Pokemon world where the average combat power is already weaker. Once it appears, I'm afraid it will have a huge impact. The key is that this guy's personality seems to have some problems. Even if I raise him from childhood, I can't guarantee that there will be no accidents in the future. But this kind of thing is not up to me. When the enemy comes, the general will stop the water. When the boat reaches the bridge, it will naturally straighten itself. Besides, looking at the time of hatching, which is still, it is impossible in a short time. And no matter what route it takes in the future, Qingliu with such a high innate starting point will take a huge amount of time and energy to hatch. Although I am a little worried that you will become a pure villain in the future, or a high IQ Digimon that is both good and evil, I am full of curiosity and expectations about your future. So, whether it is for my expectations or for your own, stay inside safely, and consider helping me when necessary. After saying that, Qingliu raised his right hand, and with a flash of white light, the Digimon's Digimon egg was taken back into the sacred plant space, leaving only the faint hee laughter and the slowly dissipating dark energy. Without the dark energy, the Pokemon nearby who had been feeling uncomfortable suddenly felt a lot more relaxed, and the silent Cactusman also stood up and walked over. Qingliu, was that guy just now also a companion? Cactusman asked in a muffled voice. Yes. Qingliu nodded and said, maybe it is not easy to accept it instinctively, but at least so far, its nature is not bad, so please don't reject it. Hearing Qingliu say this, the cactus beast, who was born with some social anxiety, quickly waved his hands and replied, no, no. But halfway through, as if he remembered something, his mood gradually became depressed. It's just, if I don't reject it, will it reject me? Qingliu heard this and turned his gaze to Cactusman, then looked at the Pokemon around, who occasionally cast a slightly uneasy look at him. Considering the 3 holes that served as eyes and mouth of Cactusman, Qingliu guessed what the situation was. Even if one is timid and socially anxious, but has been lonely for a long time, he must still hope that others can recognize him. Even if this kind of recognition does not require communication. Don't worry, that guy has no right to exclude you. Maybe he will become a dependent like Mudman. Besides, Qingliu pretended to pause, and after completely attracting the attention of Cactusman, he smiled and said, and you don't have to feel anxious about your current appearance. In your evolutionary chain, although Cactusman is indeed not very good looking, It has nothing to do with ugly. They are afraid because they don't understand you, so they can only judge by appearance alone. Although your personality is not suitable for expression and communication, these are minor problems. When you evolve into perfect form like Machine Tyrannosaurus, you will become a very cute little fairy. Really? Cactusman's eyes lit up when he heard this. Although it has no eyes, Qingliu still felt it. Yes, I promise. I understand. Cactusman stood up excitedly, and no longer paid attention to the figures running away because of who was standing up. He went straight to a piece of open space on the side to start training. The blue-eyed twin explosion dragon in the sky and the Tornado bluebird not far away slightly turned their heads to look at it, and then slowly retracted their gaze. Qingliu leaned under the tree, quietly watching Cactusman's boxing, occasionally making some suggestions, and combining some different ways of using the move seen in anime for expansion training. Until Kakuno, wearing a white woolen coat, with a yellow face and an expression of fatigue that could not be concealed, sat on Scorpio King and slowly descended from the sky. Are you still training so late? Kakuno asked. Generally speaking, it should be resting now. After all, I still pay attention to the combination of work and rest. But if it takes the initiative, I can't force it too much. Kakuno looked at the heavy punches that cut through the air and said, it's no wonder that it can defeat the ivory pig with such seriousness and hard work. Speaking of hard work, Ms. Kakuno and Dr. Yamanashi have been the hardest these 2 days, right? I'm troubling you two with a matter of Machine Tyrannomon. Thank you very much. Qingliu stood up and said solemnly. That day, after injecting the second type of evolution potion into Machine Tyrannomon, it produced a strong reaction. In the end, after being suppressed by the Holy Plan and Qingliu, the basic situation has returned to normal. But to be on the safe side, Dr. Yamanashi began subsequent testing and research to determine the situation of Machine Tyrannomon and related issues of type evolution. Kakuno accompanied him on the side, responsible for the necessary actual combat and long-term concentration to face any possible emergencies. After 2 days, the mental state of both of them declined visibly. A doctor from Sinoti Zero Research Institute and one of the 4 Heavenly Kings helped him solve the problem day and night, and Qingliu was very moved by this. You're welcome. Helping you is also helping me. The stronger you are, the sooner I can retire. I even hope you can defeat me right now and take over as one of the 4 Heavenly Kings. Speaking of retirement, Kakuno suddenly became energetic. Even his eyes, which had become more dim due to staying up late, now exuded a light called vitality. Seeing this, Qingliu couldn't help but laugh. Although I defeated your second-tier Pokemon in that special Swampert, I'm still a long way from defeating you. While Qingliu was speaking, his eyes fell on the Scorpion King behind Kakuno. If it was a normal state, with the current combat power of Machine Tyrannosaurus, it would definitely win in a one-on-one match, and it might have a chance in a one-on-two match. However, it was limited to the normal state at the moment. In the last battle of the exhibition match, in order to prevent the spread of the aftermath, and in recent times when assisting in research and implementation, Qingliu had discovered that both Scorpion King and Ultra Iron Tyrannosaurus had a very special state. After entering that state, they will make people feel that they have merged with the ground, and the aura they exude will become thick and mysterious, and even their size will double. At first, Qingliu felt that it was a bit like the combat state and daily state of Machine Tyrannosaurus. Later, he suddenly remembered that he seemed to have seen such a scene before. It was on the Island of Thunder and Rain, in the final stage of the battle with the severely injured legendary Pokemon Zapdos. The Zapdos, which had been pushed to the limit, showed a power that made people sigh that this should be called legend, merging with the world and turning itself into part of the world. In this state, the combat power of Zapdos rose sharply, and its size soared to a terrifying degree that covered the sky and the sun. This performance is very similar to the changes of Scorpion King and Super Iron Tyrannosaurus. The same combat power has increased and the same body size has changed. The only difference is the strength of both sides, and the different auras of one lightning and the other ground. This made Qingliu curious. Taking advantage of this shrouded time, Qingliu asked this question. Then, he got a positive answer. That's right. Both of them involve the application of the power of rules, and are also the stepping stones for trainers at the level of the 4 Heavenly Kings. Kakuno said. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 224, Special Training of Rules and Power, 2-in-1. You've fought with Zapdos and seen Lugia, so you should have noticed that. Whether it's height, weight, body shape, combat power, or the feeling of being one with the world, they are all different from what is taught in the books, and can even be said to be very different. Aoyagi nodded upon hearing this. He naturally knew these things. Kikuno continued, but in fact, the books are not wrong, and what you saw with your own eyes is not wrong either. The body shapes of most legendary Pokemon are consistent with the descriptions in the books, but there are some special legendary Pokemon that possess powers far beyond their peers, and that is the application of rules. Hearing this, Aoyagi couldn't help but think of the towering body of Groudon when he fought Kyogre in the Ziz chapter. To put it simply, it's similar to how those with priesthood are stronger than those without priesthood in the group? Kikuno nodded approvingly and said, yes, those legendary Pokemon that have existed since the emergence of the Pokemon world and have always been the only ones have the divine job you mentioned, and some have acquired it later. The difficulty of capturing and defeating those with and without it is too different. At a certain time, people discovered this difference. Some of the powerful trainers also knew that the difficulty coefficient of suppression and sealing was too high, so they turned to let ordinary Pokemon try to get this change. This is also the beginning of the power of rules. Through Kikuno's next long paragraph, Qingliu understood the general situation. Using the attribute that best matches the Pokemon's own attributes, that is, one of the 18 attributes, try to resonate with the world as much as possible, and finally integrate this power into the Pokemon's own body. It will usher in changes similar to Scorpio King and Super Iron Tyrannosaurus. In short, it is a weakened version of the legendary Pokemon with Divine Job, but even so, once you master the power of rules, even if it is not much, the combat power that can be burst out is not comparable to that of Pokemon that have not mastered it. Between the same level, those who have mastered the skill can crush those who have not mastered it, even if the opponent is also the 4 Heavenly Kings. It seems that there is a gap between the 4 Heavenly Kings. Qingliu couldn't help but sigh. Yes, that's what I mean. Kikuno repeated it in a low voice, his eyes lit up. Although it is the same meaning, this sentence inexplicably gives people a feeling of being lonely at the top. If he said it calmly at the press conference after the victory, although they are very strong, there is a gap between them as the 4 Heavenly Kings, just thinking about that scene would make him feel very happy, and Kikuno immediately remembered it silently in his heart. Qingliu didn't know what Kikuno was thinking. What he wanted to know more at this moment was whether such rules could be arranged for Machine Tyrannoman and others. He didn't mind things that could improve his combat effectiveness, and if his own strength improved, it would indirectly shorten the opponent's retirement progress. According to the opponent's persistent retirement personality, he should not refuse. Kikuno hesitated about this question and finally shook his head. In theory, all Pokemon have this ability and foundation, it just depends on the specific circumstances of innate and acquired factors, but your Pokemon don't seem to be included in this list. Kikuno recalled the scenes and feelings of the previous battles, and said, whether it was when Blue Eyes Twin Blasting underwent a mutation, or when Tyrannoman evolved into Machine Tyrannoman, they all seem to naturally carry the aura of legendary Pokemon, and this aura is very close to the power of rules. So, I took the time these few days to let Machine Tyrannoman try, but without exception, it failed. Finally, Kikuno added, although I don't know how Cactusman is now, I feel that the same situation will happen after it evolves. As for Tanabata Bluebird, it's too early for it now. Hearing this, Qingliu roughly understood the meaning of Kikuno's words. That is to say, the Digimon in the perfect stage either have different innate structures, or already have their own rules. But no matter which case it is, if Kikuno, who is familiar with the power of rules, has no way to deal with it, Qingliu himself certainly does not have the ability to explore it in depth, so he can only put this matter aside for the time being. Moreover, even if there are really no rules, Qingliu is not too worried. After all, the race value and combat power of the perfect form of Machine Tyrannosaurus have surpassed the second-level god and are catching up with the first-level god, and above the perfect form, there is the ultimate form. That is the moment when the combat power of Digimon will finally usher in a qualitative change. without the bonus of the power of rules, then just use the purest and most primitive method to fight directly. Break all laws with one force. Let it impose rules on itself, and I will break it with brute force. Kikuno, who was next to him, also said slowly after a brief contemplation, although I don't know what's going on, after all, I am considered one of the 4 heavenly kings with relatively strong strength. The power of rules can't help, but I am still good at other aspects. What do you mean? Treat them all as if they were the elite 4 Pokemon and train them accordingly. Then, you can improve your overall strength by making up for the shortcomings in your moves. As he spoke, a smile of a trick coming true appeared on Kikuno's face. Besides, didn't Yamanashi say that he would provide meals? I'll just give him a good meal as my travel expenses to rescue him. In the following week, Qingliu saw what it means to be professional and what it means to be arrogant. Qingliu was a complete beginner in the cultivation of Pokemon. Up to now, apart from his own understanding of the Pokemon world from a god's perspective, he had been reading books, studying, and using the panel to help him cultivate. However, Kikuno, who had a long history and whose knowledge was obviously greater than that of Qingliu, had a completely different approach. In the Yamanashi Research Institute, all the tree fruits and nutritional supplements in stock were integrated and uniformly allocated. In particular, various rare top-level tree fruits, such as this hilly fruit that increases the attack power of Pokemon, the Dragon Queen fruit that increases defense power, the Sand Scale fruit that increases speed, the Dragon Fire fruit and the Apricot fruit that are used for special attack and special defense, were selected and made into noodles, and eaten 6 times a day. Qingliu was shocked by the amount and frequency, but Kikuno looked like he would rather use more than just enough because Yamanashi would provide the backup, and he did not show any intention of saving. With such a huge amount, even the stomach of Machine Tyrannomon could not help but be defeated at this moment. Not to mention the other 3 smaller ones, the smallest Tanabata bluebird almost became a bird that was starved to death and went to reincarnate. After a few days of eating and drinking, after accumulating energy to a certain limit, they began to train their physical fitness and different attributes of moves. Machine Tyrannosaurus's ability to withstand blows, dragon and steel-type moves. Tanabata bluebird's delaying tactics, body cotton and high-pitched voice training, and the training of dragon-type and fairy-type moves. Blue Eye's double explosion dragon speed and burst, dragon-type and other attribute moves. Finally, Cactusman's attack and defense speed, grass-type as the main and fighting as the auxiliary, and some poison-type moves. Kikuno and her main Pokemon supervised the whole process, and Aoyagi followed silently by her side, learning a lot of things directly and indirectly. After summarizing these, Aoyagi proposed the more in-depth training. In addition to strengthening and functional moves, the moves of the Pokemon world are combined with the Digimon's own moves to maximize the power. For example, the trident arm of Machine Tyrannosaurus, the metal claws that increase its own attack power in the steel-type moves, and the more powerful dragon claws in the dragon-type moves, and finally the dragon-type move Double Chop to increase the attack frequency. In addition to the alloy body of Machine Tyrannosaurus, and the greatly improved ability value of Dragon Dance, the power will be several steps higher than the original. And such a thing can also be found in the Blue Eyes Double Explosion Dragon and Cactusman. The training time passed by like a flash. In the blink of an eye, nearly 2 months had passed. Qingliu packed up his salute and walked towards a valley in the back mountain. Climbing to the edge of the valley, before Qingliu could make any move, a figure like a cotton cloud rushed out from the towering trees not far below the valley and came to Qingliu. Qingliu smiled and waved at it, and the other party immediately jumped and came to Qingliu obediently. It's been a week or 2 since we last met. I feel like you've grown a lot taller, Kixie Bluebird. Salu facing Qingliu's outstretched hand, Kixie Bluebird rubbed its head back obediently. After stroking it for a while, Qingliu asked, "Where are those 2 guys? Are they also nearby?" Upon hearing this, Kixie Bluebird turned around and took 2 steps forward, stepped its claws on the edge of the valley, raised its head and stretched its neck, and then opened its bird's cry. Surlu. In an instant, a high-pitched voice came out from Kixie Bluebird's not-so-tall body, easily passing over the mountains and forests under its feet, and clearly transmitted to the farther distance beyond the field of vision. Even the sky above its head seemed unable to stop its voice from spreading, and it went straight up into the sky. Race, Kixie Bluebird, level 2736. Not only has the throat and voice been strengthened a lot, but the level has also been improved a lot. Just as Qingliu was sighing at this progress, two extremely noisy sounds of breaking through the air came from above his head in front of him. Qingliu slowly raised his head. Before he could see the sun in the sky, a huge shadow had already covered the area above his head. The slightly dazzling sunlight was completely blocked by two huge figures. The first thing that caught his eye was the blue-eyed twin explosion dragon. Compared with its previous arrogant energy, it now had a sharp edge all over its body. Especially the blue pupils, which were filled with a kind of contempt from top to bottom. Only after seeing Qingliu did it slightly restrain itself. Behind it was Machine Tyrannosaurus. When it evolved, it was 12 meters tall naked, and now it has broken through to 13 meters. Compared with the sharp edge of the blue-eyed twin explosion dragon, the breath of Machine Tyrannosaurus was extremely restrained. Qingliu even suspected that if it were not for the fact that it was in a relatively large combat state, the Machine Tyrannosaurus in front of him would not have made any opponent think of paying attention to it. It was just a low-key and honest machine dragon. Only when the eyes were fixed on the area covered by the digital alloy at that time could the cold texture be felt. Race: Blue-Eyes Twin Explosion Dragon, Level 4043. Race: Machine Tyrannosaurus, Level 4044. It's been a long time since we last met, you two. You've become more handsome and stronger, Qingliu said with a smile as he looked at the twin dragons whose temperament had changed greatly. To be more precise, it's been 13 days since we last saw each other. Roar. After evolving, Machine Tyrannosaurus' brain capacity and IQ increased again, although his brain circuits were still a bit strange, and he liked to pay attention to some strange things. Qingliu shook his head helplessly, looked at the woods under his feet and said, "The only one missing is Cactusman. It shouldn't be here. I saw it waiting for something on the ground outside the Yamanashi Research Institute yesterday," Machine Tyrannosaurus recalled. "Is that so? Then I can just go and see Dr. Yamanashi. I haven't thanked him properly for bothering him for so long," Qingliu whispered to himself. Since being teleported here by Lugia, to the subsequent exhibition match and the final test and training, more than 2 months have passed. Even after finishing all the morphological evolution tests on Mechanical Tyrannosaurus, confirming that the situation was basically stable and the potion had taken effect, and waiting for the right opportunity to complete the transfer evolution in the future, Dr. Yamanashi did not let Aowagi leave, but silently continued to bear Aowagi's huge food expenses. Although it is unknown how much these guys ate, it is definitely an astronomical figure. After all, the two big guys are really good at eating, and after being spoiled by Kikuno, they also eat expensive food. Even though I know that Dr. Yamanashi values and invests in me, such an initial investment, to be honest, it is really too much, and Aowagi is somewhat reluctant. Then, one person and 3 dragons came to a place near the research institute, and a huge cactus also came into view. At this moment, it is fighting, and its opponent is a fat Pokemon who is almost as tall as it, with huge palms, and looks like a sumo wrestler. Iron Palm, level 36, a Pokemon known for its great strength, can easily knock a 10-ton truck away with one slap. Qingliu looked at the information provided on the panel and said slowly. But even such a powerful Pokemon was in a rather awkward situation at the moment and could only passively defend. Cactusman's fist was so fast that it was impossible to see the specific traces of the attack. All you could see was the shadow of the fist falling like raindrops, and then a one-sided beating. Even if Iron Palm took the attack and stepped on the ground to make 2 big holes, and forcibly charged a punch, it would be hit back by Cactusman with a stronger punch. Until finally it couldn't bear it anymore and raised its hands in surrender. Cactusman immediately retracted its fist, and Iron Palm seemed to be completely defeated. After bowing solemnly with all the injuries all over his body, he limped away. "You fought well." Blue-Eyes Double Explosion Dragon slowly descended, and as 3 figures landed, Qingliu smiled and praised. "Ah!" Cactusman's eyes widened at the sudden appearance of Qingliu. Qingliu. When did you come?" "Just now. You have made great progress. Not only is your strength better than that of the Iron Palm warrior who is good at strength confrontation, but your punching speed is also overwhelming," Qingliu said seriously. After hearing Qingliu's continuous praise, Cactusman completely lost the fierce aura of the previous battle. He scratched the yellow hair on the top of his head with his fists, and his eyes and mouth narrowed into an oval shape that was almost close to a line, quite shy. The blue illustration information also emerged. Race: Cactusman, level 3037. 3 updates tomorrow. Chapter 225, Alternative Flying Gym, 2-in-1. It's mainly because of Swampert's teaching. Cactusman was a little embarrassed to be praised by Aoyagi, and kept scratching his head. Seeing its appearance, Aoyagi didn't continue. As for the Swampert it mentioned, it was the one with the Super Torrent attribute in Kakuna. Although it is not a match for Machine Tyrannoman, it is undeniable that its own combat power is still very strong, and physical attack and punching moves are also its forte. In general, Cactusman has made great contributions to the rapid progress. Ms. Kakuna and the others. Aoyagi wanted to thank them in person. Cactusman recalled for a moment and said, "I don't think I saw it this morning." Before he finished speaking, a voice sounded not far away. She had something urgent to do, and went to Suzerain Island at midnight last night. She told you not to worry about her, and you can even skip thanking her. If you really want to thank her, just let her retire early. Aoyagi looked over when he heard the voice, and a tall man in a white research suit walked over. Dr. Yamanashi. Dr. Yamanashi nodded, his eyes moving from Cactusman, to Nabita Bluebird, Blue Eyes Double Explosion Dragon, to Machine Tyrannosaurus, and finally landing on Aoyagi after staring at it for a long time. "Are you ready to leave?" "Yes, I have been bothering you for a long time, and there are only 2 months left before the Lily of the Valley conference. We must hurry up to collect the remaining 7 badges." Dr. Yamanashi nodded slowly. "That's right, after all, after collecting the badges, we have to go to Lily of the Valley Island to register. Strictly speaking, you have less than 2 months left, so you really have to hurry up. No more extra words, have a good trip. Thank you for your care during this time." Aoyagi bowed slightly and said solemnly. The others behind him also echoed. "If you have anything, you can call me directly. The contact information has been stored in the illustrated book." "I will." Qingliu nodded heavily, then turned over and sat on the back of Blue Eyes Twin Explosion Dragon. With the flapping of the huge wings that were nearly 20 meters long, a whirlwind blew up, and several figures slowly rose into the air. Dr. Yamanashi watched quietly with an expressionless face. Finally, they disappeared into the horizon. Aoki and others not far away were also watching, but compared to Dr. Yamanashi, they were more or less relieved. Although it was arranged by King Kakuno, these guys are too greedy. In just 2 months, they have eaten up the annual amount of food assigned to large Pokemon by the Research Institute. The fat researcher next to him quickly added, "You only calculated the amount of stockpiling and consumption this year, and you haven't counted last year and the year before last." Aoki's eyes widened immediately, and he asked quickly, "Then how much did they eat in total?" The fat researcher straightened his middle-parted hair, stretched out his fingers to stabilize the glasses on the bridge of his nose, and said in a heavy tone, "A total of 2.5 years, no more, no less. Qingliu. Although it's a bit impolite, it's better not to come back." On the other side, Blue Eyes Double Explosion Dragon flew below the clouds. Qingliu sat on its back, and the huge figure passed directly over the mountains and fields, galloping towards the distance. Since both he and the Pokemon have official household registration and are considered legal citizens of the Alliance, Qingliu doesn't have to worry too much about whether this problem will be exposed. As long as he wants to fly, just fly. The only thing that needs to be considered is that if Blue Eyes Double Explosion Dragon is always regarded as a means of transportation, will it have any opinions in its heart over time? After a brief thought, Qingliu decided to seriously consider the candidate for the means of transportation in the future. It would be best to capture a Pokemon or Digimon that specializes in means of transportation. It only needs to be able to fly, and it doesn't matter whether it is fast or not. It's a good sign if it can run fast and fly. If it can swim and dive, it will be even more perfect. However, there should be no chance for the time being, and the top priority now is other things. To participate in the Lily of the Valley Conference, you must first collect the badges of 8 gyms certified by the League, and secondly, you must have 6 Pokemon with a clean origin. Qingliu is still far from meeting both requirements. "I have 4 now, and I don't know when the Qingliu will hatch, so it can't be counted. That means I still need 2 more. In this case, I need to summon at least twice." Qingliu thought for a moment and looked at the map in the atlas. There are few places of interest in the central and western parts of the Sinnoh region. The only ones left now should be the 2 places in the north. The Lake of Wisdom, where the Lake Gods Yoxi live, and the Temple of Cutting Edge. where the legendary Pokemon Regigigas, which is said to drag the continent to move, is sealed underground. Both places are in Cutting Edge City, and Cutting Edge City is at the northernmost part of the Sinnoh region, some distance away, and Aoyagi carefully checked the map. If he wanted to go to Cutting Edge City from Masurga Town, where he is now, he would need to head north, and on the way north he would pass through Jubilee City, and next to Jubilee City are Water Pulse City and Black Gold City, and further north is Pathé City, and finally Cutting Edge City. The atlas shows that there are gyms in all 5 cities, which means that you only need to push all the way through to get 5 badges and 2 summoning opportunities. In this way, the 2 requirements are basically completed. If you're lucky, you might be able to get 2 Digimon at once. Thinking of this, Aoyagi immediately said to Blue Eye's Double Explosion Dragonite, adjust the direction slightly to the right, and set off. Jubilee City. Zhuking City. The most prosperous, most advanced and one of the most populous cities in the world in the Sinnoh region. The moment Qingliu stepped into the city, a strong sense of familiarity suddenly came over him. If it weren't for the various people on the street carrying all kinds of Pokemon, Qingliu would have doubted whether he had returned to the real world. Especially when he saw the white cube building with the Poké Ball logo in the city center, Qingliu couldn't help but sigh. Although the technology tree has been distorted by the existence of Pokemon, even so, Zhuking City can still beat some second-tier cities in memory. And just as Qingliu was thinking, in the building opposite, a young woman in a professional suit and light makeup walked over quickly, bowed slightly and asked, "Excuse me, do you want to exchange Pokemon?" This is a global terminal device, not only in Sinnoh, but also with any Pokemon in any region. In simple terms, this is the Alliance's super large Pokemon exchange site, but he has no intention of exchanging. After all, his Pokemon is a bit abnormal, and this is not his destination. "I'm sorry, I don't have any idea of exchanging for the time being. Also, I want to ask, where's the gym in Zhuking City?" Hearing Qingliu's refusal, the uniformed woman did not look too surprised. She nodded very calmly and raised her hand to a direction in front of the right. "Walk about 2 blocks over there and you will find the Zhuking gym." "Okay, thank you." Qingliu thanked him seriously and prepared to leave, but the other party soon said again, "Can I ask how many badges you have now?" Qingliu stared at the other party's eyes silently without speaking. As if realizing that such words were a bit too private for the 2 people who had just met, the uniformed woman hurriedly said, Please don't get me wrong, the main reason is that the gym in Zhuking City is a bit strange. If you are not very compatible and strong, there is no need to waste time. This is the consensus of most people." "Strange?" Aoki repeated softly. 3 or 4 years later, when Xiaozi landed in the Sinnoh region, there was no gym in Zhuking City, but now it clearly exists in the Pokemon book. Aoki couldn't help but feel curious about this gym that will not exist for a few years. After all, Zhuking City has such a large flow of people, it is impossible for a gym to be deserted and eventually disqualified. Perhaps the reason lies in the strange the other party mentioned. If it is convenient, please tell me the details of the situation. Looking at Qingliu's serious look, and the face of a young man who can be seen to be a handsome guy in the future, Lizzie immediately began to impart experience as a veteran. Generally speaking, the gym competition in the Sinnoh region is a 3-on-3 battle. Whoever can defeat the other 3 will be the winner, but it's not like that in this Zhuking gym. The owner of this Zhuking gym is called Jasmine. She is a gym trainer who specializes in flying-type Pokemon and only conducts assessments for flying-type Pokemon. The gym she founded never conducts direct battles, but instead sees whose Pokemon flies faster. Qingliu raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Fly faster? Yes, see who flies faster, but it's not as simple as you think. Lizzie continued, the battle site is a man-made valley. There is a very strong airflow in the middle of the valley. Ordinary Pokemon will be blown away directly if they encounter the airflow, not to mention competing in speed. Of course, it's easy to say, but I'll tell you a number and you'll know the difficulty. Lizzie raised her 2 hands, one of which was like extending 2 fingers, and the other was clenched into a fist. So far this year, no more than 20 trainers have passed her assessment. The league conference is held once a year in each region. Now 10 months have passed, and only 20 people have passed, which means that on average only 2 people have passed per month. With 2 people and the huge flow of people in Zhuking City, there is no telling how many people will be eliminated. It is not an exaggeration to say that the failure rate of the assessment is 99.999%. Is that so? Qingliu nodded. From this point of view, this gym trainer should have some skills in this unique assessment. However, it seems that it has nothing to do with me. This peculiarity is not as peculiar as I thought. Thank you very much for telling me. Goodbye. Qingliu thanked him and turned away. Lizzie nodded, very satisfied when she heard Qingliu's thanks. Lizzie felt very satisfied with her act of helping others. She could persuade as many people as possible, especially in the time when the conference would start soon. For a relatively weak trainer like Qingliu who had not collected all 8 badges, she should cherish the limited time. Even if she only defeated some weaker gyms and went to the bottom of the conference, it was better to experience it than not going in the end. However, after accepting the other party's thanks, Lizzie discovered that the other party was walking in the direction of the Hyuking gym that she had just pointed to. What was he doing? The stubbornness of a rookie trainer? Lizzie's mind was full of question marks, and she hurriedly chased after him. But what she didn't expect was that the other party looked young, but his movement speed was a bit outrageous, so that she had to take a shortcut to keep up with him. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived at the entrance of this Hyuking gym. Seeing Qingliu walking in, Lizzie gritted her teeth and followed immediately. She had already finished what she said, but there was nothing she could do if the other party was stubborn and didn't want to listen and wanted to waste time and energy. However, she was always generous with her ridicule for such a guy who didn't listen to the old man, or the girl. Qingliu didn't know that Lizzie had caught up with him and was full of dissatisfaction with him, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. As long as the assessment was not too strange, the gym was not too difficult for him now. Except for special circumstances, he was considering training all Pokémon as evenly as possible to ensure that no one would be left behind. Thinking of this, Qingliu followed the signs and came to the gym hall. As soon as he stepped in, the lights in the venue suddenly lit up, and the white optical fiber illuminated the surrounding area. Then, a girl with 2 short braids tied on both sides, wearing casual clothes, and about 13 or 14 years old, the same age as Qingliu, slowly walked out. I thought no one would come recently. After that, Jasmine's eyes fell on Qingliu and asked curiously, "Hey, haven't you heard about the pass rate of my test?" "I heard about it. You dare to come after hearing it?" Jasmine was surprised. "You don't think those people are bragging, do you? Let me tell you, if you think that I am young and may be able to pass by luck, I can only advise you not to have this idea. It's impossible." Qingliu smiled and nodded, and replied, "Don't worry, I will take the gym match seriously, so please show all your strength, Miss Jasmine, and don't use the Pokémon and attitude that you would use to deal with ordinary trainers to take the test." Psycho. Lizzie, who had just sneaked into the gym, heard this and couldn't help cursing in her heart. The difficulty of passing the test is already so terrifying, and you want her to be serious. Is this guy a little mentally ill? Jasmine, who heard Qingliu's words, also became a little serious. "You mean, let me go all out?" "Yes." Jasmine looked at Qingliu steadily. Looking at his handsome and serious face, she felt that he looked familiar, but she couldn't remember why. She nodded and agreed. "Okay, no problem. Since you asked me to do it, I will satisfy you." After that, Jasmine turned around. "Come with me." Qingliu took a step forward, and Lizzie followed quickly. "What are you thinking? You might have been able to win a game when she was careless. You are just asking for trouble now." Qingliu was a little surprised to see the other party appear here. "Ms. Lizzie, is it really okay to sneak out during work hours? My father is the boss of the company." Okay. You haven't answered my question yet. Even if you really have the ability and confidence, there is no need to let the other party go all out right away. Lizzie asked. After Qingliu thought for a moment, he slowly said, "If that's the case, the gym tournament will really be meaningless to me. I have something to do today. I will try my best to write the 3rd update. If it's earlier, it will be in the early morning. If it's later, it will be tomorrow morning at noon. Please forgive me." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.